What contacts do you have in London? Only Bernard's lawyer friends, and some of them fear to get involved. Your constant spirit may save him, I said. She looked at me again with those large, intense eyes. I was sorry to hear how the King treated you on Friday. I shifted uncomfortably. Thank you. I know what it's like to be mocked without just cause. The other women mock what you call my constancy. That, too, is cruel. I'm sorry I associated you with Sir William Mauleverer. He is known throughout Yorkshire as a dangerous, covetous man. He's no friend or patron to me. No. But may I ask, how did you come to be with the Progress? At the request of Archbishop Cranmer. Ah, they say he is a good man. He is your patron? In a sense. I'm sorry I misjudged you. With that she curtsied swiftly and walked away to the church, where the warden stood at the door looking impatient. The door closed behind her. I returned to Barak. What was all that about? He asked. She apologized for her behaviour the other evening. She seems to have lost her opposition to your seeing Tamsin. I shook my head. She's a strange woman. Under great strain, that much is clear. Did she say where Tamsin is? Tamsin told her she was ill and wished to stay in her room, probably keeping out of the way. I looked at the closed door of the church. If what you saw last night comes out, Janet Marlin will be in a difficult position. Lady Rochford is her employer, Tamsin her servant. Nothing to the trouble we'll be in. I nodded. Let's go to Master Wren's. Get out of this damned place. We set off for the gate, watchfully, past the empty pavilions with their guards, our eyes alert for danger. Chapter 23. As we passed the front of King's Manor, I saw a man in a grey furred robe with a heavy gold chain round his neck descending the steps, accompanied by a little group of clerks. It was Sir Richard Rich. He caught my eye. My heart sank as he dismissed the clerks and strode rapidly over. I bowed deeply. Master Shardlake, Rich smiled coldly. And young Barak again. He's your clerk now? Yes, Sir Richard. Rich flicked Barak an amused look. Has he enough learning? He smoothed his robe with his slim hands and smiled. I've been with the king, he said cheerfully. When the spring conspirators were attainted, their lands passed to my department. We have been discussing how they might be best disposed of. Indeed, Sir Richard. The king will be generous to those who have been loyal in Yorkshire. Although with the constant dangers of foreign invasion, he needs his lands to bring in all the revenue they can. He smiled thinly, which brings me to the other matter. Have you passed on what I told you about the Belknap case to the Common Council? I took a deep breath. That you think the right judge has been chosen? I've told them those who say they have a good hand early in the game are usually bluffing. It was a lie. I hadn't yet written, though I planned to. I wondered how Rich would react. To speak thus to the Chancellor of Augmentations would normally be impertinence, but we were talking now as lawyer to lawyer. Rich gave me an uneasy look. His eyes narrowed, and I saw that I'd guessed correctly. He didn't have a judge yet. Come over here, he said sharply. He grasped my arm and led me out of earshot of Barak. He gave me a hard, fixed look. You know I have been having dealings with your master here, Sir William Mauleverer. His thin face was tense with anger now. He's interested in buying more lands up here, and Augmentations has lands to sell. Don't forget, Brother Shardlake, that Sir William has many powers here, and that you are alone in York but for your boorish servant. And not liked by the king, it appears. Tread carefully. He paused significantly. And don't send that letter about the Belknap case to London. I know you've not sent it already." I looked surprised, and he laughed. "Do you think, sir, with the political trouble there has been up here, that the posts from the Progress go unwatched?" He looked at me with those cold grey eyes. "Mark well what I say, and don't trifle with me." He turned and walked away with sharp, rapid steps. Barak came over to me. "What did he want?" I told him what Richard said. "He always threatens much," I said. "He did last year." Yet I felt uneasy. More threats, more danger. "We need to get home," Barak said emphatically. "We and Tamsin." "We can none of us go till we're ordered. For now, we are trapped here like flies in jam." "In shit, more like," Barak muttered as we headed for the gate. We went through to the Minster precinct and down to Giles's house. He answered the door himself. He looked much better. There was colour in his cheeks again. He welcomed us into the solar, where Madge sat by the fire ticking at some plain beads. Madge rose and bowed, then went to fetch some wine for us. Master Wren urged us to sit. The grey falcon on its perch inclined its head at us. "You look much better, sir," I said. He smiled. "Thank you. My rest did me much good, and Dr. Gibson's prescription eases my pain. How do you fare, Master Barak? Did you see the King yesterday?" His manner was easy. He mentioned the King's name in a light tone. "Yes, sir, when he entered the city. He's a man of great presence." Barak looked at Giles a little uneasily. I guessed he'd never encountered a man who was dying slowly before. But if Giles noticed it, he didn't show it. "Let none doubt the King has presence," he agreed, nodding wisely. Madge brought in the wine and a plate of little cakes. She seemed to avoid my eye. I wondered why. Giles took an appreciative swig from his goblet. "Ah, good French wine. Nothing better on a fine morning. And jumbled cakes. Help yourselves." He smiled at us. "Now, I have had a list from the steward's office of the petitioners who will present themselves at the castle tomorrow. It will be the first of 2 hearings." "You're sure you feel well enough to preside?" I asked him. "Quite sure." He nodded emphatically. "They are mostly simple enough matters. What if the parties refuse to accept our arbitration?" He smiled. "Then they may try their luck in the London courts. I doubt many will want to do that." "Then we must be sure we do justice." "Indeed. I've left the list in my little study next door, together with the knapsacks containing the petitions. I wonder if Master Barak might be set to marrying up the papers with the names and our summary. Then we can have a quick look through them together." "A good idea. Do that, would you, Barak?" "And take your wine," Giles added. "Don't go dry to your task." When the door was closed, Giles turned and gave me a wry smile. "Madge tells me she committed a small indiscretion when you were here yesterday. She told you a little of my quarrel with my nephew." "Only that it was a quarrel over politics." "She felt she had to tell me." He smiled sadly. "Well, Matthew, if you are to help me in London, you should know. Only it was a little difficult for me to speak of." "I understand. But, Giles, are you sure you're well enough to travel? After Fulford—" He waved a large hand, his emerald ring catching the light. "I'm going," he said with sudden sharpness. "That's decided. But let me tell you about my nephew." "If you wish." Giles began. "It was a great sorrow to me that my wife and I had no children that lived. My wife had a sister, Elizabeth, and she married a man called Dakin, a law clerk, a mousy little fellow without ambition. I always thought him a poor creature, and, well, if I'm honest, I was jealous they had a son who grew up tall and strong, never had a day's illness. He went to read for the bar at Gray's Inn when he grew to manhood. with a letter of recommendation from me. He smiled tightly. An affection for the boy had grown in me by then. Martin was clever. He liked to think for himself, and I admired that. It's an uncommon quality. You have it, he added, pointing at me with his goblet. I laughed. Thank you. And yet that quality can be carried too far. It can take one into dangerous waters. It can, I agreed. Martin would return to York to visit his parents every year. He looked at the table on its dais. We had some merry evenings here, Martin and his parents, me and my wife. All dead now, apart from Martin and me. His mouth hardened. And yet he never spoke to me of something that must have been working secretly in his mind for a long time. Not till he came home in the summer of 1532, 9 years ago. The king was still married to Catherine of Aragon then, though he'd been trying to get a divorce out of the Pope for years so he could marry Anne Boleyn. He was coming to the end of that road soon. He would break with Rome, appoint Cranmer Archbishop of Canterbury, and get him to declare his first marriage invalid. I remember it well. Virtually everyone in the north viewed the prospect of a break with Rome with horror. We knew Anne Boleyn was a reformer. We feared this would mean heretics like Cromwell coming to power, as indeed it did. I was a reformer then, Giles, I said quickly. I knew Cromwell well in the days before he came into his great power. Giles gave me an interrogative look. His eyes could be very sharp. From what you have said, I think you are no longer an enthusiast. I'm not. For neither side. Giles nodded. Martin was. He was as much of an enthusiast as it was possible to be. For reform? No. For the Pope. For Queen Catherine. That was the problem. Oh, it was and is easy to be sentimental about the king's first wife, how she'd been married to him for 20 years, always been loyal, how wicked the king was to cast her aside for Anne Boleyn. Yet there was more to it than that, as we both know. Queen Catherine was in her 40s, past childbearing, and she hadn't given the king a male heir. Unless he could marry a younger woman who might provide an heir, the Tudor dynasty would die with him. All that is true. And there were many of us who thought the only way to preserve true religion in England was for Queen Catherine to do what the Pope himself had suggested to her, go into a nunnery, allow the king to marry again. He shook his head. Foolish, obstinate woman. By insisting God intended her to be married to the king until death, she brought about the very revolution in religion she hated and feared. I nodded. It is a paradox. A paradox Martin couldn't see. He stood stiff in the view that the king must stay married to Catherine of Aragon. So he told us over the dinner table that day in no uncertain terms. Giles looked over at the table. It made me wroth, furious. I saw, if he didn't, that unless Catherine of Aragon agreed to a divorce or to go to a nunnery, the king would break with Rome, as in the end he did. It may seem strange, now both Catherine of Aragon and Anne Boleyn are dead, to think we argued so fiercely, but we who supported the old religion were split. The realists, like me, and those like Martin who urged Queen Catherine shouldn't give an inch. I was angry, Matthew. He shook his leonine head. Angry, too, to hear Martin's parents support him, and realise he must have discussed his beliefs with them, though not with me, that had done everything to smooth and aid his path into the law. A heavy bitterness came into Giles's voice. Perhaps he hadn't told them. His parents might only have felt they must stand in their child's corner in argument. Giles sighed. Perhaps. And perhaps the old sourness at my childless state was part of my anger, especially when my wife began to argue Martin's side too. She shouldn't have. That was disloyal of her. Anyway, in the end I ordered Martin Dakin and his parents from my table. I looked at Giles in surprise. It was hard to imagine him full of such fierceness. But before his illness, he must have been formidable. I never spoke with Martin or his parents again. My wife was sore upset when I forbade her sister our table. She never really forgave me. He shook his head sadly. My poor Sarah, her sister's family forbidden the house. And then 3 years ago the plague came to York and they all died, my wife and both Martin's parents a few weeks later. Martin came up and arranged his parents' funerals, but I couldn't bring myself to contact him or attend. I don't even know whether he's married now. He was single at the time we quarrelled. I saw shame on his lined face. That is a story to pity a man's heart, Giles. Yet one that's been all too common these last few years. Families split apart over religious differences. Pride and obstinacy are great sins, he said. I see that now. I would be reconciled with Martin if I can. He laughed mirthlessly. In the end we both lost, and Cromwell and the Reformers won. You should know, Giles, I said. I may have become disillusioned with the Reformers, but I hold the old regime to be no better, no less ruthless, no less fanatical. I paused. No less cruel. For all I may have grown sadder and mellower these last few years, at the end I cleave to my faith. He looked at me, as all men must at the end. They say the king himself is disillusioned with reform, he added. Yet I'm not so sure. Cranmer is still in charge of the church. I shrugged. The king plays one faction off against the other. He trusts neither now. So with him, it's all politics. Perhaps he believes every twist and turn he makes inspired by God himself working in his mind. He grunted. I think we're agreed at least that the notion God works the king's mind for him is nonsense. We old reformers never sought to put the king in the Pope's place. I looked at him. I wasn't surprised he was a religious conservative. I'd gathered as much. Yet the obstinate bitterness he'd shown towards his family had shown me a new side to his character. But we all have darker sides to our natures, I thought. Well, he said with a sigh, let us leave these sad topics. We should go and see how young Barak is doing. I hesitated, then said, Giles, before we do, there's something I ought to tell you in my turn. He looked at me curiously. What is that? Yesterday, when I was in your library, looking at your maps. Ah, yes, did you find what you wanted? Madge said you stayed a long time. I did, and thank you. Your collection is truly remarkable. He smiled with pleasure. It has been my pastime for 50 years. Did you know you have some law books there that I think no one else has, that have been lost? He gave a childlike smile of pleasure. Really? Lincoln's Inn would pay well for copies. But I found something else. I took a deep breath. An Act of Parliament that I think has been excised from the records, called the Titulus Regulus. He sat very still then, looked at me from narrowed eyes. Ah, he said. I wondered if you knew you had it. Yes, I did. You read it? What do you think? I shrugged. It repeats the old rumours that King Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville was invalid because of a pre-contract. Impossible to prove one way or the other now. It seemed to me King Richard was cobbling together all the arguments he could to justify his seizure of power. He nodded judiciously. Perhaps. Yet if it came to light now, it could cause trouble. To my surprise, he smiled. Matthew, for those of us past 70, especially lawyers, the suppression of the titulus is an old story. I was a student at Gray's Inn when it was published for all the world to see, and also when next year the new King's men came to the inns to seize all copies. There's nothing new there. Forgive me speaking bluntly, Giles, but there will be few left alive now who remember, and that act could cause embarrassment if it came to light. He continued to smile. I found the titulus 10 years ago when they were clearing old law books from the Minster Library. I kept it, but few have any interest in my collection. Martin used to go and look at the books. He was interested, and occasionally one of my fellow lawyers, but I think you were the first person other than me to have spent much time up there in years. And the act is well hidden in its way, unmarked among the dusty shelves, for I keep the index in my head. And you wouldn't tell Mauleverer? Of course not. But you should know, there's a hunt on for subversive documents at King's Manor. A hunt? What documents? He looked at me with interest. I cannot say more, but believe me when I say you should get rid of the titulus. He pondered a moment. You speak true, Matthew? Yes. I care little for any embarrassment disclosure of the titulus might cause the king, but I would not have you or anyone in danger because of that wretched act. This is not a good time to have a copy in your possession. He looked into the fire, considering, then sighed. Perhaps you're right. I've been too vain of my collection. Pride again. I hope you have no other dangerous materials in those rooms. No, only the titulus. When I'm gone, if the titulus were found, I suppose it could be a problem for my executors. Yes, I said uncomfortably, it could. Madge could end up being questioned too. Danger to Madge. By Jesu, you, what has England come to, eh? Very well. Wait here, Matthew. He rose slowly from his chair, holding the arm a moment when he stood to get his balance. Do you need help? I asked, getting up. No. I'm a little Wembley after being in bed so long, that's all. He walked steadily enough to the door and left the room. I stood looking into the fire. I wondered if he'd made a will who the library would go to. His nephew, perhaps. And then I thought if Martin Dakin was a strong political conservative and a lawyer at Gray's Inn, he was a prime candidate to have been involved with Robert Aske's group of conservative lawyers there in 1536, and a man likely to be a suspect in the present rebellion. For all I knew, Martin Dakin could be in the Tower, like Janet Marlin's fiancé, that other Gray's Inn lawyer. Giles reappeared. To my surprise, he was carrying the book containing the titulus together with a sharp knife. He smiled at me, sadly. "Here, Matthew," he said. "See how I trust you." He laid the book on the table, and taking the knife carefully cut out the pages of the titulus. He lifted them with a sigh. "There, I've never done such a thing with one of my books before." He walked over to the fire and with a steady hand laid the pages on the flames. We watched as the thick old parchment flared and blackened. The grey falcon turned on its perch to watch, the dancing flames reflected in its eyes. "That must have been hard to do," I said. "Well, you're right. We live in dangerous times. Come, look out of the window." He beckoned me over and pointed at a small, stout man who was walking confidently down the street towards the minster, clerical robes flapping round him. "I saw him from the library. You know who he is?" "No." "Dr. Lee, the Minster Dean, formerly Cromwell's most feared commissioner, the hammer of the monasteries." I looked at Giles. "They made him dean?" "To keep an eye on the Archbishop of York. You're right, Matthew. Even mere scholars must keep watch these days. I turned back to the window. The figure of a woman had caught my eye, half running down the narrow street towards the house, skirts lifted above her ankles, and blonde hair flying out behind her. It was Tamsin. Chapter 24. There was a loud knock at the front door, and a moment later Madge ushered Tamsin into the room. The girl was flushed and anxious-looking, and gave us the briefest of curtsies. "Sir," she said, "I've come from the King's Manor. The guard on the gate said you had gone into the city, and I guess you might be here. We're ordered to return there now. Is Jack here?" I nodded. Madge went to summon him. Giles smiled and looked admiringly at her clothes, her green dress and her blonde hair beneath her French hood. "By heaven," he said, "they employ pretty messengers at the court these days." "I fear we must leave without looking at the petitions," I said. "Well, they're simple enough, and we've seen them already. Come to the castle at 9, and we can take an hour then." He looked at me curiously. "Is something amiss? Does Maliver require you?" "I was half expecting a summons," I said evasively. Giles nodded, then went back to studying Tamsin with frank appreciation. She coloured a little. "And where are you from, mistress?" he asked. "London, sir." "Like Master Barak?" Barak appeared in the doorway. He gave Tamsin an anxious look. "Well," Giles said, "I'll see you both tomorrow morning." I apologised again for our hasty departure, and we left the house. "What's happened?" Barak asked as Tamsin led a rapid pace down the street. "It's as I thought would happen," she replied a little breathlessly. "I was in my room and Lady Rochford herself came in looking grim as an ogre. She told me to fetch you, Jack. We're to meet her in one of the pavilions. I ran almost all the way." "Looks like you were both right," Barak told me. "She wants to talk to us, not kill us." I took a deep breath. We shall see. Tamsin looked at me earnestly. "The summons was for me and Jack alone." "I want to see what she says for myself," I said firmly, "and perhaps she'll be less bullying with a lawyer present." "You don't know Lady Rochford, sir," Tamsin answered uncertainly. We walked rapidly to King's Manor and headed for the pavilions which had stood guarded but empty over the weekend. "'Tis the nearer one," Tamsin said, leading the way across to the fantastic structure. The towers on either side of the entrance arch, which seemed so like brick till you came right up and saw the grain of wood through the paint, had guards posted in front of them. They crossed their pikes to bar our way. I glanced at Tamsin, who nodded. "We're due to meet Lady Rochford here," I told him. The guard looked us over. "Her ladyship said a young man and woman only." "The instructions have changed." As the guard looked me over, I was uncomfortably aware that I was carrying a dagger against all the rules. But he nodded, deciding I wasn't dangerous. "Second door on the left," he said. He and his colleague raised their weapons and we passed through. I felt suddenly afraid. What if Lady Rochford was behind everything and had associates ready to kill us? But that was ridiculous. The soldiers had seen us coming and knew she was here. How could she ever escape discovery? Beyond the arch, a whole inner courtyard had been laid in marble, which the walls had also been painted to resemble. All smelled sweetly of new-cut wood. A number of doorways led off, each with its own guard. I whispered to Tamsin, "Won't the guards think it odd Lady Rochford meeting us in here?" "Lady Rochford's oddity is well known. And they'll see no harm in it. The pavilions will stand empty till the Scotch king comes. Their concern is to prevent servants entering to steal the tapestries and furnishings." We walked on to the door the guard had indicated, passing one that stood open, leading into a reception room decorated with brilliant tapestries. I glimpsed a buffet laden with gold plate, servants strewing scented rushes on the floor. 2 great chairs of state with purple cushions had been set there. So this was where the kings would meet. The guard at the next door opened it as we approached. We entered a chamber that was smaller than the one we'd seen, unfurnished, but with a magnificent series of tapestries showing the life of John the Baptist on the walls. Lady Rochford stood at the far end. She wore a bright red dress, low cut to show her upper bosom, which, like her face and neck, was white with ceruse. Her dark brown hair was drawn back tightly under a French hood lined with pearls. She'd composed her features into a haughty frown, which intensified as she looked at me. "Why have you brought this lawyer?" Her rich voice rose. "God's death, Mistress Reedborn, if you try to set a lawyer on me, I shall set something far worse on you." I bowed, then looked her in the eye. I was intimidated, but I mustn't show it. "My name is Matthew Shardlake, my lady. I'm the employer of Master Barak here. He and Mistress Reedborn sought my protection after their encounter last night." Lady Rochford stepped forward to Tamsin. I feared she might strike her. "Who else have you told?" she hissed. "Who else?" And I saw that she, too, was sorely frightened. "No one, my lady," Tamsin answered in a small voice. Lady Rochford looked at me again uncertainly, then turned to Barak. "That's an odd name you have," she said. "Are you English?" "Through and through, my lady." Lady Rochford turned her stare back to Tamsin. She would concentrate her fire on her, I thought, a junior servant in her direct power. "And just what did you and this rude lump of a clerk see or think you saw last night?" Tamsin answered clearly, though a tremble underlay her voice. "Master Culpepper outside the kitchen door, the Queen in the doorway, and you behind, my lady. The Queen seemed to be taking leave of Master Culpepper." Lady Rochford gave a forced, hollow laugh. "Stupid children! Master Culpepper had called late to see me. It was I that took leave of him. The Queen heard us and came down to see us. Culpepper is always playing jests on me. He is a naughty fellow." It was such palpable nonsense that Tamsin didn't reply. "It was innocent," Lady Rochford went on. Her voice rose. "All innocent. Anyone who says differently will face the King's wrath, I warn you." I spoke up. "If the King heard his Queen was seen in a doorway with the sauciest rake in the court, I think he would be wrathful indeed. However innocent, that meeting must have broken every rule of conduct there is." Lady Rochford's white bosom heaved, her eyes flashing. "You are the crookback the King jested over at Fulford. What is this lawyer? Do you seek revenge on your monarch because he mocked your bent back?" "No, my lady. I seek only to protect these young people." Her eyes narrowed. "Lawyers ever speak with coloured doubleness? Is it money you want? To buy your silence and theirs?" "No, my lady. Only their safety. And mine." She frowned angrily. "What do you mean? Why should any of you be unsafe?" "People who learn naughty secrets by mistake often are. I work with Sir William Maliver in connection with certain matters of security here, so I know that well." Lady Rochford's eyes narrowed at the mention of Maliver's name. She made herself smile. "There is no secret, sir," she said in a tone of forced lightness. "None. The Queen merely enjoys the company of the friends of her young days. It has been hard for her, this progress, all the formal receptions, the endless journeys along the miry ways, hard for a young girl. The King wouldn't mind her meeting old friends, but people will ever gossip, so she meets them in secret sometimes. Were that to be known, it would be an embarrassment. Then all is well, I answered smoothly. It was interesting that she'd changed her story. We have no interest in gossip. All three of us wish only to return to London as quickly as possible and forget all about this tiresome progress. Then you will say nothing? Lady Rochford said, a touch of her old imperiousness returning. Say nothing, and all will be well. I promise you. That is our intention, Barak replied, and Tamsin nodded. Lady Rochford looked at our serious faces. Just as well, she said, her voice taking on a bullying tone again. After all, one might ask what you young people were doing abroad at past 1 in the morning. You, Mistress Reedbourne, should have been long abed. Mistress Marlin is too lax with you. I could easily have you both dismissed from the King's service, remember that. She will, I said. By the way, my lady, does Mistress Marlin know anything of what happened last night? Lady Rochford laughed incredulously. That sour prig? Of course not. No one else knows or will know. Then, as you say, all will be well. Though I should tell you as a lawyer that I must take precautions. Lady Rochford looked scared again. What do you mean? You said you'd told nobody. We haven't, but certain writings may be left, should I die suddenly. No, you mustn't do that. If they came to light, you fool, do you think I would harm you? Think! Even if the Queen would permit that, which she would not, do you think I would want to draw attention to any of you? She paused. Then her voice rose to a shout. I want you quiet! Quiet! Her body began to tremble slightly. My lady, unless you are quieter yourself, the guard will know your business. He's probably listening at the door as it is. She put a hand to her mouth. Yes, she said distractedly. Yes. She looked at the door, then back at me, so frightened I felt sorry for the beldame. Quiet we shall be, I said. Lady Rochford gave me a hard look. It seems I must trust you. Then we will take our leave. I waited to see if she had more to say, but she only nodded, though she looked at me savagely. Barak and I bowed, Tamsin curtsied, and we left the room. I glanced at the guard outside, who stood poker-faced. But we said no more till we were clear of the pavilions in the open space between them and the manor. Then I leaned against a cart and wiped my brow with my handkerchief. "Thank you, sir," Tamsin said. "But for you I would have collapsed with fear." "Aye," Barak added. "That was well done. You kept your composure. Years of dealing with bad-tempered judges teaches you that. But it wasn't easy. Jeez you, my heart is thumping now." I felt a little giddy. "Are you all right, sir?" Tamsin asked. "You're very pale." "Give me a moment." I sighed and shook my head. "These days I feel as though I were adrift in a boat in a storm, wave after wave crashing over me as the wind drives me God knows where." "Hopefully soon we'll be on a real boat," Barak said, "and away from here." "Aye. By God, Lady Rochford is terrified of what we might say. Is there something between the Queen and Culpeper? Or is she afraid for her own position?" "Jesu knows," Tamsin said. "All I know is that the servants say there's bad blood between Culpeper and Francis Derham." "Yes, Derham," I said thoughtfully. "Another old friend of the Queen's." "Are Culpeper and the Queen and Lady Rochford all mad?" Barak asked. "Lady Rochford seems, well, not quite normal, and Culpeper seemed a want-wit." A lecherous, preening creature. Tamsin shuddered, and I remembered Barak saying he had tried subjecting her to his attentions. And Queen Catherine is a giddy girl, she added, but not so giddy surely that she would lie with Culpeper. What now? Barak asked me. Do we keep quiet, or tell Malevola? We keep quiet. I don't think Lady Rochford can be involved with the stolen papers or even know what they are. I asked some questions of the servants, Tamsin said, about Culpeper's background. He's been at the court 4 years. He returns to his family home occasionally. It's in Goudhurst in Kent. Thank you, Tamsin. I spoke neutrally, but this was interesting news. I must go now. Mistress Marlin will be wondering where I am. She curtsied and walked away steadily enough. She did well, I said to Barak. Aye, though this all has upset her. Do you know what she said yesterday? She said if only she could find who her father was, if he was a high official, he could protect us. I told her, even if he was, you can't go higher than the king. She loses her sense over that topic. I nodded. And, as we've said, it could be anyone. It was interesting what she said about Culpeper being from Kent. I wonder if Goudhurst is near to Blabourne village, whether someone called Blabourne has links to the rebels. 'Tis far from Kent to York, Barak said. He looked behind me. But here comes one who's made that journey. I turned. Sergeant Leakin was walking rapidly towards us, his face set. God's death, I muttered, what now? The sergeant came up and saluted. As at the refectory, his manner was cold, formal. I've been looking everywhere for you, Master Shardlake, he said. Sir William Malevola wants you right away. He's with Sir Edward Broderick at his cell. Broderick? In the press of events since last night, I'd forgotten him. There has been another attempt on his life. Chapter 25. Telling Barak to wait for me at the lodging-house, I followed Leakin as he marched rapidly into the complex of monastic buildings. What happened? I asked. The young sergeant didn't break his stride. Radwinter took one of the exercise breaks Sir William allows him. He'd just watched the prisoner eat. 10 minutes later, the soldiers guarding Broderick heard a retching sound and found him lying on the floor, gasping and vomiting. The man who found him called me, and I ordered some beer and salt fetched. I mixed them and forced him to drink, then sent the man to fetch Dr. Gibson. He's there now with Sir William. Sir William is in no good temper. You did well. He didn't reply. Again I sensed that for some reason Sergeant Leakin had become hostile to me. We walked down the corridor, our footsteps ringing on the stone flags. The door of Broderick's cell was open. It was crowded, although like the cell at the castle it was now filled with the stink of vomit. 2 soldiers were holding Broderick in a sitting position on the bed. He seemed half-conscious. One of the soldiers held his jaw open while Dr. Gibson poured a flagon of liquid down his throat. Radwinter stood looking on, his eyes full of fury. And something else. Puzzlement? Malevola stood next to him, arms folded, frowning mightily. He turned to me angrily. "Where have you been?" he snapped. I've been at Master Wren's, Sir William." "Come outside." "No, you stay there," he barked at Radwinter as he made to follow. He led me back out of the cell. He folded his arms again and looked at me. "It's happened again," he said. "Poison." Radwinter oversaw the preparation of his food in the king's kitchen as usual today, brought it here and watched Broderick eat. 10 minutes later, Broderick's writhing on the floor. Radwinter swears his food couldn't have been interfered with. He prepared it himself. Sergeant Leakin bears out what Radwinter says. And in that case, he set his lips hard, I cannot see how anyone but Radwinter can have poisoned him. But if he did, Sir William, why incriminate himself so obviously? I don't know, he replied in angry perplexity. And if not him, then who? Who knows Broderick is here? Mauleverer shook his head angrily. Quite a few by now. Word has got around. Sergeant Leakin said Radwinter left right after feeding the prisoner, I said. He went for some exercise. Could someone have got to him then? Past the soldiers and forced him to take poison, he snapped. Where else could the poison have been but in his food? Perhaps he wasn't forced to take it, I said. Perhaps he wanted to. Mauleverer turned at a commotion in the doorway. The soldiers were dragging Broderick outside now, the heavy chains securing his ankles clanking. They brought Radwinter's chair and sat him on it. Dr. Gibson followed. The physician was in his shirt-sleeves, his cuffs stained and his plump face red. I can't see properly in there, he explained. I looked at Broderick. His face was ghastly and he breathed in ragged gasps. His eyes flashed at me angrily for a moment. Radwinter stepped out, and Mauleverer called him over. I've been telling Master Shardlake, he snapped. I can see no answer to this but that you poisoned this man. Radwinter gave me a look of sheer evil. He will say nothing to disabuse you of that. Master Shardlake doesn't agree with me. Radwinter looked taken aback. He eyed me. I swear I didn't poison him, he said. God's death, why would I place myself in such a position of suspicion? Don't chop word for word with me, you bag of shit. Mauleverer stepped forward, looming over the jailer. Radwinter stepped back, and for the first time I saw him look afraid. I know nothing, Sir William, I swear. I looked over his shoulder. The physician had forced yet more beer down Broderick's throat, and he retched again, a thin trail of yellow liquid spilling from his mouth. Is it all out? Mauleverer asked the physician. I think so. It was good that soldier thought of making him sick at once. May I look in the cell? I asked Mauleverer. What for? I don't know. Only, if Master Radwinter had left the cell 10 minutes before Broderick fell on the floor, what if Broderick took something himself? There is nothing in that cell, Radwinter snapped. It's searched daily. Where would he get poison? Oh, look if you must, Mauleverer said wearily. I went into the empty cell. I stared at the stone-flagged floor stained with patches of vomit. I wrinkled my nose against the smell as I paced to and fro, looking for something, anything unusual. Mauleverer and Radwinter watching me from the door like two black crows. There was nothing on the floor apart from Broderick's wooden bowl, spoon and cup, all empty. Dr. Gibson could take those away and examine them anew for all the good it might do. The only furniture was a stool, the bed, and an empty chamber pot. I pulled the stained blankets from the bed and felt the straw mattress. Then I saw something white wedged between the bed and the wall. I reached and pulled it out. What's that? Mauleverer asked sharply. A handkerchief, I said. To my astonishment, it was a lady's handkerchief, light and lacy and folded into a square. Is that all? It felt unpleasant, stiff, had dark stains on it. I took out my own handkerchief, laid it on the bed, then put the folded handkerchief on top. Let me take a closer look outside, I said quietly. I carried it carefully to the door, picking up the stool on my way. Broderick was sprawled in the chair now, apparently insensible, Dr. Gibson standing over him. I walked a little way down the corridor, placed my handkerchief on the stool and unfolded it. The three of us bent to look at the smaller one within. So, Mauleverer growled impatiently. He got a kerchief as a keepsake from some lady. He had no handkerchief, Radwinter said. His brow creased in puzzlement. "He was searched when he was taken to the castle and again when he was brought here. He's never had a handkerchief, and no visitors who could have brought it to him. And certainly no lady." I bent closer and looked at the stains. "You say he was searched when he was brought here from the castle?" I asked Radwinter. "Yes, stripped naked, and his clothes searched." "That left one place where he could conceal this." I pointed to the dark stains. There was a moment's silence. Then Mauleverer laughed incredulously. "Are you telling me this man has been walking around with a lady's kerchief stuffed up his arse?" I looked at him. "Yes. He used a lady's because it's smaller, lighter, so a woman needn't have been involved at all." "But why would he do that?" "To carry something." I was reluctant to touch the thing again, but I took a corner and unfolded it carefully. To my disappointment, there was nothing within. I bent again. There was a faint smell, not feces, but something else, nasty and rotten. I frowned. It was familiar. I'd encountered it before, recently. I jerked upright as I remembered. It was the smell I'd caught briefly from the king's bloated leg as I stood with head bent before him at Fulford Cross. "What is it?" Mauleverer asked sharply. "What have you got hold of, lawyer?" "I'm not sure, Sir William. May we have Dr. Gibson here?" Mauleverer called to the physician and he came over. I told him where I suspected the handkerchief had been hidden and that something had been inside it. Reluctantly, Gibson bent and placed his nose close. "What is that smell, sir?" I asked. "Some poison?" He laughed bitterly. "God knows it's a familiar smell for me. Rot and decay. Something nasty." "The poison," Mauleverer said. "If it is, 'tis none I recognise." Mauleverer's eyes glinted. "He kept it in that safest of places until he had leisure to use it. Poisoned himself to escape what lies before him in London." I looked over to where Broderick still slouched, half-conscious on the chair. "God's wounds," he continued. "He must have been desperate." "But he had no visitors," Radwinter said. "None were allowed in all the time he was at the castle." "Did he have the priest to confess him?" "No, it was ordered from London he was to be kept away from everyone. That's been the rule since he was first put in the castle last month, and he was taken from his house at night, bundled to the castle in a nightshirt. Clothes and other things were brought from his house later. A kerchief full of poison would have been noticed." I shook my head. "Then it must have reached him in the castle. He tried to poison himself there once and failed. Then he brought what was left of the poison here in that extraordinary way and tried again. I guess he was taken ill so quickly this time he had no time to hide the kerchief in its usual place. He just shoved it between the bed and the wall." "And failed a second time," Dr. Gibson said, "when the sergeant made him vomit." Mauleverer looked over to where Broderick sprawled gasping between the soldiers. "So there was no poisoner here after all?" "No," I said quietly. "I don't think there was." "Only the person who brought the poison," Mauleverer looked at Radwinter, "and got it past you, or maybe even gave it to you." Radwinter quailed. "I swear not." "I'm relieving you of your duties till this is resolved," Mauleverer said. "Sergeant Leakin!" he shouted, and the young Kentishman stepped round the partition. "I'm placing you in charge of the prisoner. You'll stay here and watch him all the time. Jailer, give him the keys." Radwinter hesitated, then unhooked the keys from his doublet and handed them to Leakin. Broderick was coming to himself a little. He groaned and sat up. Leakin looked doubtfully at Mauleverer. Sir, I have no experience. Master Shardlake here can instruct you in your duties. Dr. Gibson, take that handkerchief and examine it. I want to know what that stuff is. He turned to Radwinter. You, jailer, come with me. 2 of your soldiers come too. You will stay under guard, Master Radwinter, until further notice. Radwinter glared at me. His lips parted, and I thought he would say something. But a soldier took a place on either side of him, and he turned away, following Malervra. I took a deep breath and turned to Leeken. I think you should get him back inside, Sergeant. Leeken told the soldiers to lift Broderick. The prisoner looked at me. So, I said, you poisoned yourself. Don't tell me it was a great sin, he croaked. I was only anticipating a more painful death, which I will have now. Who brought the poison? I asked. The Moldwarp brought it. He bent over, seized by a fit of retching and coughing, and I motioned the soldiers to return him to his cell. I stood in the cell, then started a little as the sergeant coughed at my elbow. What should I do, sir? He asked stiffly. What's his routine? I explained how Broderick was to be watched constantly, how Leeken would have to oversee the making of his food and watch him eating it. I suggest you seek further instructions from Sir William when he has more leisure. Only you're not to encourage him to talk. That's to be left until he gets to London. Leeken nodded, then looked at me. Did the jailer poison him? I don't think so, but I don't know. I've heard tales of the torturers in the tower. I could see why Broderick would wish himself out of the world. Then I must close the way if I can, I sighed. But what else could I do? I had to investigate. Investigations can cause more trouble than they solve. Something harsh came into Leeken's voice. What do you mean? I asked. He hesitated, then sighed deeply. Do you remember I spoke of my parents' land case at Waltham? Aye. I had a letter a few days ago. You remember their case hinges on whether certain old woods were truly in the gift of the local priory? It seems they were. Then surely that's good news. He shook his head. It would be, save for a matter of boundaries, a boundary settled between the old priory lands and those of the Lord 4 years ago. My parents' farm is on the wrong side. They owe service to the Lord after all. The matter was settled by arbitration by a lawyer. He took another deep breath. It was you, sir. The records in Ashford show it. My uncle, who can read, looked at them for my parents. I stared at him. Oh, I said. That work I did? The lands whose boundaries you settled belonged in part to my parents, Lord. You may have settled it fairly between him and the man who bought the Abbey lands, but it's left them penniless. I was speechless. The sergeant turned away. Aye, well, poor folk are never considered, he said with quiet bitterness. I'd best go and care for my ward. Half an hour later, Barak and I sat on the bench under the copper beech. It was a safe spot, with a good view all around. It was late afternoon now. A cold wind had risen, and we sat muffled in our coats. Leaves pattered down around us, adding to the thick carpet under the tree. Autumn's well and truly here, Barak said. Looks like the King's visit was the last fine day. Yes. I stared at the tower of St. Olave's Church, frowning hard. Still wondering how the poison got to Broderick? He asked. I had told him of the events at the jail. Yes, I want to go to the castle tomorrow. Look at his cell again. That cook was put there. He'll be released now we know the poison wasn't in his food. You did well there, Barak said. Malervra should be grateful. I laughed. That's not in his nature. I sat up. Barak, I've been trying to draw all the threads together. So have I, till my head aches. Try this, I said. Assume Broderick's poisoning has no direct connection with the other events, the murder of Oldroyd, the attack on me when that box was stolen, and again the other night. Is that what you think? It's possible. Let's assume so for now. Well, all right. Look at those other matters. Oldroyd's death first. Who was about that early morning when he was killed? Craik, to begin with. He looked at me and laughed uneasily. Tamerson was about, for that matter. She said she'd been asked to meet Janet Marlin. I looked at him meaningfully. Who apparently wasn't at the place they'd arranged to meet. Mark that, for the moment. It was a foggy morning. Anyone from St. Mary's could have gone down to where Oldroyd was working and tipped over his ladder. Yes, they could. Craik, Lady Rochford, even young Leakin, who came running up afterwards. Who in God's name was it we disturbed in the chapter house? He asked, kicking at the leaves in frustration. I caught only the glimpse of a black coat or robe as they ran out. Someone fleet of foot. Everyone's fleet of foot when their life's at stake. Let's move on to when I was attacked and the casket stolen. That again could have been anyone with freedom to wander about King's Manor unnoticed. And who saw us bring the box in? Craik again. Janet Marlin again. Lady Rochford, Leakin again, and 100 people we don't know who could have seen us come in. Yes. Leakin, for instance, always seems to be around, but we notice him because we know him. There could have been a dozen soldiers around when we brought the box in whom we haven't noticed because to us they're just another red uniform. I sighed. By the same token, Craik is the only official we know, and you've missed one person who saw us with that box. Who? Master Wren. I frowned. Giles? But he wasn't at King's Manor when Oldroyd was killed. How do we know? He has authority to be here. Who would notice another black-robed lawyer? He could have come in early that morning and killed Oldroyd. Sir, I know you have become good friends with that old man, and I don't blame you, for there are few enough friendly faces here. But if you're looking for someone who has links to the town, who knew Oldroyd and has access to St. Mary's, he does. But is he a man capable of killing? And consider his state of health. He's dying. He cares about nothing except reconciling with his nephew before he dies. Yes, you're right. You're right too, though in principle we should exclude nobody. I frowned, remembering my uneasy thought that Martin Dakin could be linked to the conspiracy. Do you remember the Pilgrimage of Grace? I asked. Aye. Lord Cromwell set me and some others to listening around London to see how much support the rebels had. He looked at me seriously. More than he thought. And there was gossip among the lawyers that some from Gray's Inn were involved. Many from the northern counties practised there. Like Robert Aske. No one was prosecuted. No, but I'm reminded that Janet Marlin's fiancé practised there, as does Giles's nephew. I hope he's safe. I sighed. I'm sorry I digress. Let us move forward to the attack at the camp. Barak gave a hollow laugh. Jesu, there were hundreds there. Derham and Culpeper, for example. Young Derham saw us, and he's a fierce brute. Yes, he is. Could he have a connection to the Spring conspiracy? The Queen's secretary? He was in York when Oldroyd was killed. Remember we saw him at the inn? He was part of the advance party. Yes, we should consider him. Leakin was there, Barak added. Radwinter too. He has it in for you. No, he's loyal to Cranmer, I'm sure. Anything he knew about the conspiracy would go straight to Malaver or the Archbishop. I rubbed my chin. Craik was not at the camp, but I'd just seen him and I told him I was going there. Let's go tonight and visit this inn where he went. I might be better going alone. No, I'll come. I need to be doing something. I'm still in the dark. There was another thought I had. What if the attack on me at the camp happened for a different reason than the first one? What do you mean? Rich's threat. I was attacked once. If I was attacked again, it would be assumed it was connected to the stolen box. I shook my head. Yet would Rich go to the trouble and risk of employing some rough to kill me just because I'd been tenacious on the Belknap case? Too tenacious. Barak looked at me seriously. Rich is capable of putting someone out of the way if they cause him trouble. But I doubt he'd do it just to get a troublesome lawyer off his back, especially when given time he can find the right judge. I sighed. You're right. But Jesu, what a tangle. 'Tis hard to be the hunted rather than the hunter. That titulus you found didn't help? No. Though there are things in it that puzzle me. And we're left with this dangerous knowledge about the Queen. I still think we should tell Mauleverer. But if we do, and Lady Rochford and the Queen and Culpeper deny, as they will, what proof have we? We'll be punished as troublemakers, and I don't want to place myself in Mauleverer's hands. He lied, you know, when he said the titulus was a forgery. Couldn't you write to Cranmer, tell him all that's happened, let him deal with it? A letter wouldn't get out of here unread, and it would take 10 days for a reply to get back. I looked at him. No, we're stuck here, and I can't trust anyone, except you. Barak sighed. Well, I said I'd see Tamsin. I ought to go if I may. Of course. She's afraid. I know. I'll walk you back to the lodging-house. We returned and arranged that Barak would be back at 9, and we would visit the tavern. I went into my cubicle and locked the door. It was starting to get dark. I sighed. I seemed to be making trouble for everyone. Barak, young Leakin over that arbitration, and Broderick, whose life I'd saved for the torturer. I saw again in my mind's eye the King's face as he smiled cruelly at me at Fulford. I shook my head. How that image kept haunting me, biting into my guts, somehow at the centre of everything that had happened. The mould warp. Chapter 26. The bells of the minster sounded loudly as Barak and I passed it, booming through the damp night air. It was dark, and we stumbled on the unpaved streets as we headed down the Fossgate towards the corner from which Barak had seen Master Craik emerge. This is the way, Barak said. He pointed down a narrow lane, the sky almost hidden by the overhanging top stories of the tumble-down houses. Doors and shutters were closed, only strips of yellow light showing through warped timbers. A white board creaked and flapped in the wind at the far end of the lane. That's the alehouse sign, he said. The White Hart. I studied it. Seems a mean place. You're right, Craik wouldn't put folk from the Progress up there. I wrinkled my nose at the strong stench of piss from the alley. Sure you want to come? Barak asked. This is a rough spot. I want to find out what he was up to. I followed him into the lane, hand at my dagger. At his suggestion, I donned my cheapest-looking clothes. I looked at the doorway as we passed. I had a sense of eyes watching, but no one had followed us from St. Mary's. We'd watched and listened carefully. Barak pushed open the door of the alehouse. It was the sort of poor place I expected, merely a room set with benches and tables and a hatch through which a slatternly-looking woman passed home-brewed beer to the men in ragged clothes, who sat on the benches lining the walls. The floor was bare and the room cold without a fire. A dog belonging to a pair of young dalesmen in sheepskin coats who sat together by the wall growled at us, then barked loudly. "Down, Crag!" The dog's master laid a big hand on its back. "Look, Davy, his gentleman come to White Hart." Barak went up to the bar and asked the landlady for 2 mugs of beer. She didn't understand him at first, and he had to repeat his request. "Southrons," the man with the dog said loudly to his friend. "Crag caught their stink." Barak turned to them. "We've just come for a drink, my friend," he said. "We want no trouble." I looked around uneasily. There were a dozen Yorkers there, all glaring at us with hostile expressions. The dalesmen, from their looks, had been drinking for some time. The woman handed 2 wooden mugs through the hatch. All the benches were taken. We could have found spaces if some of the customers had moved up, but they sat where they were. We stood awkwardly. The dalesman called Davy laughed. "Can they not find a bink, maesters?" He turned to his friend. "Thou shalt make a seat for the Southern gentlemen, Allen. They must be gentlemen. They don't allow the soldiers and servants into York. We should maybe stand in their presence." "I say, we're all made by one workman of like mire," Allen replied. "Well, I agree," Barak replied cheerfully. "From London to Carlisle, we're all one." "Nay, maester, not in riches, when all our rents go down to London." "We've done well enough out of them today," his friend said. "Selling those poor knots of sheep to the purveyors for 5 nobles. Aye, but when the progress leaves, prices will fall again. Our folk can't pay the money Southrons can." He looked at us belligerently, hunting for an argument. I took a sip of the foul-tasting beer. "Hast thou come on business, maesters?" one of the men on the benches asked, and to my surprise some of the others laughed. "Business?" I repeated. "Aye, they'll not have come for our company." There was more laughter. Just then a door opened, and a tall stringy fellow in an apron appeared. He frowned at the dalesman, then came over to us. "Can I help thee, maesters?" he asked quietly. I exchanged a look with Barak. Something more than the selling of ale was going on here. "I don't know," he replied. "Can you?" The man inclined his head towards the door, and we were glad enough to follow him into a narrow passageway beyond that stank of old beer. A candle burned in a lamp on the staircase. He closed the door. "I'm sorry about that, maesters. Southrons aren't popular here." "Never mind," I said. "Now then, how can you help us?" "Depends on your wants." He scanned our faces with narrow, calculating eyes. "A friend of mine was here a week or so ago. An official from the Progress, a large fellow with a fringe of fair hair." "Aye." His face relaxed into a leer. "I remember him. Tell you what we have here, did he?" "That's right." "Well," he smiled confidingly, "tell me what your pleasure is. Sharp little nips from a girl with a dagger, or a belt thrashing from an old carrion whore like your friend enjoys?" He leered again. "I can arrange to indulge the most sinful lusts." I was taken aback. Whatever I'd expected, it wasn't this. Barak stepped in. "You provide girls who cater for special tastes, eh?" He nodded eagerly. "Tastes the ordinary houses don't cater for. Boys, too, if you like. Got a good network in York going back to the days of the monks. Sinful some of those fellows were." "Tell you what," Barak said quickly. "We're making inquiries on behalf of one of the senior officials of St. Mary's who doesn't care to be seen here himself. I think you have what he wants. We'll talk to him and come back. He wouldn't want to be seen here. Perhaps some private room?" "Aye, sir, that can be arranged." "Here's 2 shillings for your trouble in the meantime." Barak produced the coins and handed them over. The man looked at them. "He'd pay well, then, this official?" "Handsomely." The pimp's eyes narrowed. "What's his name, maester?" "No, you know better than that. Just wait for our return. Come in the morning before we open. You won't be bothered by the customers then." "We will, and talking of that, is there a back way out of here?" He nodded and led us to another door that gave onto the stinking alley. We walked quickly back and didn't relax till we reached the fosse gate again. Then Barak laughed loudly. "So that's it! That pompous old fellow Craik likes to be whacked about by some old doxy. Wonder if he thinks about that as he shuffles his papers on that little desk of his." I looked at him. "You handled that very smoothly, as though you knew what you were doing." He shrugged again. "Lord Cromwell had contacts among the London whoremasters, especially fellows like that who deal with those who have outlandish tastes. Often the whoremasters could come up with the name of someone at court, and then they were in my master's power. Blackmail, if you like. And you were involved?" "I was Lord Cromwell's contact with some of the whoremasters, I." Barak frowned at me. "You know well my duties were more than running errands. I didn't like it much, if you have to know." He shrugged. "But if men of rank choose to delve in the stews, they take a risk." "They do if there are spies about." I snapped my fingers. "I'll wager that's why he got to know Oldroyd. To find out if there were places like this in York." "Only one way to find out. Ask him." I was reluctant to shame Craik, but realized there was no alternative. "I'll see him tomorrow," I said. We walked on in silence for a time. Then I asked, "Does Tamsin know about your work for Cromwell?" "Not the details." He looked at me sharply. "She doesn't need to know those. After all, you've never inquired too closely before." "I suppose I haven't." "It's just as well I was able to work out what was going on there as quick as I did, or we might have found ourselves presented with some salty old oars with birch rods ready to beat the hell out of us, and a little report going to someone at King's Manor." I laughed. We walked on, our steps echoing on the cobbles. As Bootham Bar came into sight, I asked him, "Have you thought any more about what we talked about? Your future?" "All I want now is to get safe back to London. And be sure I have one," he added grimly. We returned late to St. Mary's. It was 11 o'clock by the time the guard let us through the gate. Everyone had retired to bed. A big yellowish harvest moon had risen, and in its dim light the helmeted soldiers continued their endless walks along the walls, more standing guard outside the tents and pavilions and the doors of King's Manor, all its windows dark. I had heard the king was going hunting on the morrow. There was no word yet of the Scotch king's arrival. "I've a meeting with Tamsin," Barak said. "I'll come to the lodging-house with you first." "At this hour?" "Ah, in your secret love-nest?" I didn't mean the words to come out in the supercilious way they did. He gave me a sharp look. "Aye, she feels safe with me." "She'll get in trouble if she's found out." "She won't. After 3 months of the progress, half the servants in the Queen's household have a dalliance with someone. And the Queen is hardly one to keep her ladies on a tight moral rein." He stepped ahead of me and walked briskly to the church. I realized I'd annoyed him. One of the guards by the pavilion sneezed, making me jump. But I was glad of those armed men nearby. Always now at night my senses were alert for danger, for an assassin. The monastic church was inhabited by a number of grooms who slept on blankets in the straw near the horses, their forms illuminated by candles burning in big iron sconces 5 feet high. The gentlemen's horses, over 100 of them, stood quietly in their stalls, each stall with a paper pinned to the door with the name of the owner. It was a good system, enabling the horses owned by individuals to be readily available, while the huge herd of cart horses was left to browse in the fields. We walked down until I came to Genesis and Suki's stalls side by side. "Let's see how the horses are," I said. "All right." A young groom rolled in his blanket on a pile of hay in the nave, sat up sleepily. He was a round-faced fellow in his teens, his smock covered with pieces of straw. "Who is it?" He looked dubiously at our poor clothes. "We're the owners of these horses. We just came to see how they do." "They're all well, sir." "Good. Go back to sleep, fellow. Will only be a moment." We went over and spoke with the horses a little, stroking them. Genesis seemed happy enough in his stall, but Barak's Suki was restless and pulled away from his hand. "Are you bored here, Suki?" he asked. "Nothing to do? Well, hopefully we'll soon be on our way. It all depends on the King of the Scotch." "We walked them up and down the nave." The groom had got up. "We can't take them out. There's so much going on in the courtyard we're not allowed." "I understand." "When do you think King James will come, sir?" he asked. "We're all anxious to move on again." "I wish I knew," I said with a smile. "Well, we must to bed. Good night." We walked on to the open north door of the church that led to the courtyard where the lodging-house and the animal pens were. Barak looked left, along to the claustral buildings at the other end of the courtyard. "Waiting for you there, is she?" "Aye." "Go on. I can walk to the lodging-house alone." I felt guilty for annoying him earlier. "Sure?" "Aye, off you go. No one's followed us through the church. I was looking out." He left me, and I turned along the path to the lodging-house. Beside a pen full of black-faced sheep, I saw the bear standing upright in its cage, resting its clawed arms on the iron bars of its cage. As I walked past, it made a whimpering sound. I stopped and looked. Poor Bruin, it must be in pain from its wounds. I stopped a few feet from the cage and studied it. It made a low, angry growling sound and shifted its stance. Its little eyes glinted at me. I caught a rank smell from the thick fur. I thought of how it would have been captured in some far-off German forest, brought over to England in a boat, suffered taunts and beatings to keep it savage, then let loose in an arena full of dogs. The king would have relished that spectacle, I thought. I heard a creak metal against metal. I stared round wildly, for at once I thought of the spit at the camp. But no one and nothing was near. I looked back at the cage. Something was different. Then I realized the door was opening. I saw a rope was fixed to the top. It was being pulled upwards from the back of the cage. The bear stepped back, its eyes still fixed on me. There was a clang as the door suddenly crashed back on the cage roof. The beast stepped out and stood for a moment on the path, looking straight at me. There was a frantic bleating from the sheep pen. The bear let out a hoarse roar and waved its big forelegs at me, the moonlight glinting on its long curved claws. I stepped backwards. My hand went to my dagger, but it would be useless against a charge by this creature. The bear dropped to all fours and began walking towards me, growling horribly. It dragged one of its hind legs, which must have been injured in the baiting before the king. Otherwise, it would have been upon me in seconds. Even so, it moved fast, its big claws scraping on the path. I turned and ran, back to the open door of the church and raced inside, fearing every moment to feel those claws raking my back, the terrible weight of the huge creature felling me to the earth. Inside the church, I grabbed the big door to pull it shut, but it had stood open a long time now, and rain had warped the wood. It wouldn't shift. "Help!" I cried out. "The bear's loose!" I heard startled voices behind me. The bear must have halted somewhere outside. I couldn't see it. Perhaps the noise would drive it away. The groom I had spoken to earlier ran up to me with a couple of others. "What's happening?" "The bear. It's got out. It's out there. Help me close the door, and someone run to find some soldiers. Hurry!" I'd remembered that weapons were forbidden at King's Manor. The groom, still half asleep, stared at me stupidly. "God's blood!" I cried. "Will you help me with this door?" One of the men stepped forward. "But what—" "Oh, fuck!" He broke off as the bear appeared in the doorway. It was a huge animal. It shambled inside, turning its massive head to look at us, its nose twitching. Everyone jumped back. The horses, catching its smell, began neighing loudly, banging against the sides of their stalls. The sudden cacophony seemed to startle the bear. It stood where it was, looking from side to side with its small, deep-set eyes, saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. It stood again on its hind legs and opened its mouth, showing us a pair of enormous canines. I saw that a long wound on its hind leg had opened. Blood was dripping onto the floor. After its recent experiences, the creature must be confused, frightened, in pain. That only made it more dangerous. I joined the grooms as they retreated step by step, everyone terrified of a sudden charge by the bear and looking round desperately for somewhere to escape to. But there was nowhere in the stripped, empty church, nothing to climb on. The terrified horses were making an enormous din now, some of them rearing up and battering the sides of their stalls with their hooves, splintering the wood. I hoped the noise would drive the bear out, but the creature dropped back on all fours again and began advancing, turning its head and looking between me and the half-dozen grooms as we retreated, its terrible human enemies now exposed in all their puny weakness. As its head swayed on its powerful neck, looking from one to the other of us, it seemed it fixed its attention particularly on me, the first man it had encountered after its release. It seemed like an eternity, but it can only have been for a minute or so that we retreated down the church, eyes on the bear, terrified to turn and run lest we provoke a charge. Then I slipped on some dirty straw on the floor of the nave and went over backwards. I cried out, then hauled myself frantically to my feet. The grooms had retreated farther, leaving me closest to the bear, which was staring at me from 10 feet away. I saw the trail of blood from its leg ran all the way to the door. The noises from the horses as they cried out and battered at their stalls was indescribable. The bear walked slowly forward, never taking its eyes off me. I heard the distant footsteps of the grooms running away fast now. They had abandoned me. The bear quickened its pace. I saw just beside me one of the big sconces of candles, and I seized it in both hands and hurled it at the huge animal. The sconce crashed against its side and the bear jumped away with a roar, striking out at the sconce, which fell onto a little pile of straw. At once it caught light, flaring yellow. The bear stepped back, then fixed its angry, pain-filled eyes on me. It rose to its hind legs again and charged. I cried out as I braced myself for the tearing claws. Then I saw something flash by me. There was a dull thud, and the bear jumped back. I looked dizzily at an arrow poking from its chest, the feathered end quivering. Another whistled by and buried itself in the bear's fur, then another. It cried and thrashed the air with its claws until a fourth arrow landed in its chest and must have pierced its heart, for with a dull grunt it crashed over sideways, landing in the pile of burning straw. It lay there, its pelt beginning to smoulder, beyond suffering at last. I leaned against a pillar, shaking from head to foot, as a voice I recognized cried, "Get that fire out before it spreads! Water!" The grooms dashed forward together with 2 soldiers, beating at the fire with brooms until buckets were brought up, and the flames extinguished. I stared foolishly at the red-coated soldiers, at the bows slung over their shoulders. A figure stepped before me, Sergeant Leakin. "Sergeant," I said, what happened?" "We heard the commotion from Broderick's cell. It's just behind the church wall. I brought my men through here. Fortunately, they had their bows with them." He looked at me grimly. "You've cause to be thankful Kentish archers know how to shoot straight." I took a deep breath. "You've saved my life. How in God's name did that bear get inside the church?" "Someone let it out of its cage." "What?" "It chased me into the church, then I slipped." I looked past Leakin to the grooms who were checking the fire was out. One met my eye and looked away, shame-faced. The bear's carcass lay smoking amid the burnt straw. More voices sounded. It seemed the noise from the church had wakened half the camp. Servants and soldiers appeared, milling about and staring at the dead bear. "It went for the crook-back lawyer," someone said. "You remember, from Fulford?" Sergeant Leakin looked from me to the bear and back again. His broad, handsome face creased with a frown. "Are you saying someone let that bear out deliberately?" he asked. "Yes." I took a deep breath. "Someone knew I was coming that way and waited for me." But who? And how did they know? Chapter 27. Sergeant Leakin ordered a soldier to accompany me to the manor. The soldier explained our business to one of the guards on the door, and an official led me into the house, ordering me to walk quietly and talk in whispers, for the king and queen were abed upstairs. All was silent within, the soldiers lining the walls looking half asleep, the gorgeous tapestries and furniture dimly lit by a few sconces of candles. Again I was led upstairs. The official knocked on the door of Maulevrer's office, and his deep voice called, "Enter!" To my surprise, Sir Richard Rich was with him. The two of them were sitting at his desk, poring over some land deeds. As I entered with the soldier, I saw the name Robert Aske of Orton in large bold letters heading a conveyance just before Mauleverer hastily rolled up the document. "What do you want at this time of night?" he barked. "You should know, Sir William. There's been another attempt on my life." "What?" I told him about the bear and the events in the church. When I'd finished, Rich laughed softly. "Brother Shardlake, perhaps when the bear saw your bent form in the dark, it thought you were a little female bear." As he spoke, looking me hard in the eye, he was rolling up more conveyances from Maulevrer's desk. I thought, he's trying to distract me. He doesn't want me to see. Someone opened the cage deliberately. Mauleverer called in the official who was waiting outside. "Fetch the bear ward," he snapped. "Have him brought here." The soldier bowed and left. Mauleverer looked at me keenly. "I spoke to that cook from the camp, Goodrich. I couldn't make up my mind whether what happened with that spit was an accident, and they were trying to cover it up, or whether someone did attack that boy and tried to kill you. This might throw a different light on matters. We'll see what the bear ward says." "No more news on the missing papers?" Sir Richard asked. He glanced at me again. "The ones this fool lost?" "Nothing. They're long gone to the rebels. But someone has stayed behind to give Broderick poison and attack Shardlake here. I think there's something to be said for groping Broderick again at the castle. Prick out what he knows." Mauleverer shook his head. "The Duke of Suffolk says no, and the King agrees. They talked of getting an expert up from the Tower dungeons, but by the time he gets up here, we'll be well on our way back if we go by boat, hopefully." "If the Scotch king ever arrives," Rich's mouth twisted in amusement. "If James doesn't show his mangy arse in York soon, the Scotch will smart for this." There was a knock at the door, and the soldier led the bear ward into the room. The big man cringed. Rich waved a hand in front of his nose. "God's bones, you stink!" "I'm sorry, my lord," the fellow quavered. "Only I've just been getting the bruin's carcass out of the church." "How did it get out of its cage?" Mauleverer asked. "Were you careless with the latch?" No, sir, I swear. It doesn't open on a latch. The door is pulled upward from behind. There's a rope from the top of the door, for safety, you see. Someone stood behind the cage, raised the door, and tied the end of the back of the cage. Then they ran, leaving the bear to get out. Anyone could do that? Maliver asked, frowning. Is the door not secured in any way? No, sir. Who would want to let a wild bear out? Someone who knew I'd be walking along that path late at night, I said. I see what happened now. When I came into St. Mary's with Barak, someone was in the yard and saw me. They ran down the side of the church, went behind the bear's cage, then when I left the church they let it out. To kill me. Where was Barak? Maliver snapped. I hesitated. I gave him permission to visit someone. That girl, eh? I didn't reply. Rich gathered up his papers. Well, Sir William, I can't stand this stink another moment, if you will excuse me. He bowed to Maliver and left the room. Maliver glared at the bear ward. You should have taken greater care of that animal. What if it had got out when the king was abroad? But shut your gob. Now listen, you say nothing about someone opening the cage. Say you forgot to secure the door properly. I don't want rumours getting about. Understand? Yes, Sir William, I promise. You better. Now get out. Are there more bear baitings planned? Yes, there's one to entertain the camp on Tuesday. They're bringing in new bears tomorrow. Well, keep them somewhere else, outside the manor. Any more escapes, and I'll have you put in the ring with the bears instead of the dogs. Understand? Yes, Sir William. Right, get out. The man left, still cringing. Maliver sighed, then turned to me. From now on, you keep that Barak with you. You don't go wandering anywhere alone. I'm surprised you did tonight after nearly being spitted at the camp. I sighed. That was careless of me. Who's doing this? He growled savagely. It's like dealing with a spirit of the air. He sighed, then waved a hand. All right, go. He gave me a sidelong look. You've another enemy in Richard Rich, by the way. You'd be better off advising the London Council to drop their case. Better for your business, your reputation, everything. I didn't reply. Maliver frowned. Obstinate, aren't you? You do better to calculate where your own interests lie. As I descended the steps with my guard, I thought of Maliver's advice. You certainly protect your own interests, I thought. Getting hold of Ask's lands that were forfeited to the king and passed to the court of augmentations. I wondered what Rich was getting in return. Barak returned to the lodging-house in the small hours. I called him to my cubicle and told him what had happened. I said Maliver had ordered he must accompany me everywhere. If it must be, it must, he said. He looked at me. He guessed you were with Tamsin. You'd better arrange your trysts for when I'm safe indoors. Why doesn't he just send us back? The petitions are almost done with. I'm not sure. I looked out of the little window of my cubicle. I think I may be bait to draw out the assassin. Who the hell is it? Barak asked. As I said to Maliver, someone who watches and waits in the dark for an opportunity. Someone was hidden in the courtyard when we came back from the inn, waiting for an opportunity. They ran round the church and behind the bear's pen. They probably planned to let the bear loose on me anyway, and by going up to the pen I gave them a wonderful opportunity. This is someone very persistent, waiting for the chance of an ambush like a cat. One person? I think so. A professional? I looked at him. What do you think? He shook his head. No, this is an opportunist. A professional would have come up behind you and knifed you in the guts. This is someone from the manor, afraid of being seen and recognised. With me with you all the time, you should be safer. And when you're alone here, he wouldn't dare risk coming in and letting the clerks see him." I laughed bitterly. "Those people? My protectors?" I walked over to the window. Such persistence, such determination. And all because they think I know more about those papers than I do. Unless there's something I'm missing. If only I could find out more about them. I've turned the contents of that titulus over in my mind 100 times. It's so ambiguously worded in places. I looked out of the window. I remembered the dream I'd had our first day here, that it was like Broderick's cell in the castle. Then I thought of something, and drew in my breath sharply. "What is it?" Barak was suddenly alert. "Someone outside?" No, I've thought of something. That poison Broderick used. He had it in his cell at York Castle, but couldn't have brought it in, and no one could have brought it to him. How did he get it? It's a riddle. There must be an answer. Have you thought of one? Possibly. When we go to the castle to hear the petitions tomorrow, I want to take another look at that cell. Next morning we set out early for the castle. Another high wind had risen overnight, full of gusty rain. Ask's skeleton still hung from the tower. The sight of it made me shudder. I looked at the tower where Broderick had been held. As soon as we had a break, I intended to visit his old cell. We entered the courthouse. The benches in the outer hall were filled with people, mostly tradesmen and poor farmers, though a few men in more expensive clothes sat stiffly among them. All looked at me apprehensively as I entered in my lawyer's robes. Giles sat in a courtroom with dark, panelled walls, at a table drawn up beneath the royal arms and covered with a green cloth. He seemed fully restored to health, and with his broad, craggy face looked impressively judicial. Beside him sat a thin, dark-haired fellow in his 30s, wearing a dark robe with the badge of the Council of the North. Giles greeted us cheerfully. "Matthew and Barak, would you sit at the end here and take notes? There's ink and a quill sharpener for you." He waved to the man beside him. "Master Ralph Waters, representative of the Council of the North." I bowed. Master Waters looked amiable enough, a junior official by the look of him. "Master Waters is here to represent the Council's interests, for some of the cases this morning involve complaints against it. The compulsory purchase of a piece of land here, a requirement to provide food at low prices there. Master Waters has been instructed to be accommodating." The official smiled. "Aye, so the King's justice can be seen to be merciful. No try-ons, mind," he added, raising a finger. "I won't have try-ons." "Nor will we," Giles agreed heartily. "Eh, Brother Shardlake? We'll send false petitioners out with their tails between their legs." He seemed to be enjoying the prospect of the day's work. "Now then, let us make ready, look over the cases, then have the petitioners in." We were there all morning, listening to disputes and adjudicating. After the horrors of the night before, it felt strange to be sitting there, surrounded by the trappings of power. I managed to forget what had happened, for a few hours at least, for adjudicating was a role I enjoyed. Most of the cases were petty enough matters, some of the parties' anger with each other far out of proportion to the matter in dispute. Those we dealt with sharply. Where the Council was the party petitioned against, Master Waters was a model of reasonableness. But it struck me from the cases that the Council had often been high-handed in its dealings with the Yorkers. We adjourned for a break at 12, a servant bringing in some cold meat and bread. I ate quickly, then nodded at Barak. "I wonder if we might leave you for a short while, gentlemen," I said. "We'll be back within the half-hour." Master Waters nodded. Giles looked at us curiously. We went out into the courtyard. The rain had stopped, but the wind was higher than ever, making my robe billow around me. "My wrist hurts," Barak said. "All those notes." "Well, what is this mystery in the tower?" I led the way across the courtyard to the guardroom, where the hard-featured guard I'd met before agreed to take us up to Broderick's cell. The cell hadn't been cleaned since the cook left it. Messy rushes still lay on the floor. The truckle bed under the window still had a dirty sheet on it. Broderick's chains were still fixed to their bolt on the wall, the chains themselves lying in a pile of links on the bed. "Well?" Barak said. I walked to the bed and picked up the manacles at the end of the chain which had been fixed to Broderick's wrists. I walked away from the bed, drawing out the chain to its fullest length. Standing up, Broderick could have walked perhaps 8 feet. I walked round the cell in a half-circle, looking inwards. Barak and the guard looked on in surprise. "What are you doing?" Barak asked. "I'm tracing the limits Broderick could have walked, seeing if there's anything odd on the floor, the walls." "I can't see anything." "No." "Ah." I stopped at the window. "Yes, he can walk this far." "I thought so. He told me he used to stare at Ask's bones." I looked out. I could see the opposite tower, the shape of the skeleton swinging in its chains in the cold wind that whipped rain into my face, along with something else. A smell I recalled from the handkerchief in Broderick's cell at St. Mary's, and from Fulford when I bowed and looked at the king's leg, rot and decay. I studied a long leaden pipe that ran down the wall and broke off to one side of the window, where a crack in the wall ran jaggedly along beside it. From the end of the pipe, a white, slimy-looking deposit hung, water sweating from it into the crack. And something else. A couple of brown stems broken off from the fungus that had grown in this filth. "That looks like a lightning strike," I said to the guard. "Aye, maybe." He sounded puzzled by my interest. "Where does the pipe come from?" "It's an overflow pipe from the guard's little kitchen at the top of the tower. Some of the guards sleep there usually, though they were turned out when Broderick came." "So the pipe will be full of the nastiest stuff you could imagine. Bits of bad meat, rotten vegetables." I took off my robe, took out a clean handkerchief, and then with some difficulty reached my hand through the bars and broke off a chunk of the white, slimy deposit. As I touched it, I felt my stomach turn. I sniffed at it, then showed it to Barak. He bent his head, then recoiled. "Ugh! It's like shit, only worse." I reached out again and plucked a couple of the little mushrooms. I held them in my palm. "This is Broderick's poison," I said quietly. "And the smell in his handkerchief was the stuff from the pipe. This is where he got it. He then ate the fungus, hoping it would poison him." "Jeez, you!" The guard's face wrinkled in disgust. "What manner of man could do such a thing?" "A man of great desperation and courage. He was in a state when he would try anything." "He wouldn't know what the mushrooms would do," Barak observed. "No, but he knew it would be nothing good, that perhaps it could kill him." "And he kept it in a handkerchief stuffed up his arse," Barak added, making the guard cringe even more. "As I said, desperate. What courage it must have taken to make that plan, collect that stuff, and actually force oneself to swallow it, stomach-heaving, hoping but not knowing if it would poison you to death." Well, that's one mystery solved. No one else was involved in his poisoning. "How did you know?" Barak asked. "I didn't. But I knew he had to get it from somewhere, and I thought, what if he got it from outside the window? It was the only possible place left." I smiled. "There is, as always, an answer if you look hard enough." We left the cell and returned to the courtyard. I watched the leaves skittering over the courtyard in the wind. "I'll tell Malever," I said. "This will let Radwinter off the hook." I laughed softly. "I wonder if he'll be grateful." "I should think he'll hate you worse than ever." "Poor Broderick. I suppose he thought anything was better than what he faces in the tower." I shook my head. "Well, I've ensured he's safe for that now." He would never have died. That filth was so strong his body just rejected it at once. Barak looked at me. You sound as though you admire him. In a way I do. Jesu, that stink reminds me of the smell that came from the king's leg. I laughed. Mould from the mould warp. The afternoon with its succession of petitioners passed much like the morning. There was one case, though, which troubled me, and brought me as close as I'd come to a disagreement with Giles. It was a petition from a supplier of wood to St. Mary's which had gone into the building of the pavilions. He had provided the materials months ago, and according to the terms of his contract with the Council of the North, he should have been paid long before. He invoked the King's justice in seeking payment now. "This is a difficult one," Master Waters said uncomfortably as we studied the papers before the petitioner was admitted. "Why?" Giles asked. "It seems clear enough Master Sedgwick's payment is overdue. I know him. His business is small. He can't afford to continue unpaid." The young official shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "The problem is, if his petition is granted, the council will be deluged with demands for payment. Our clerks have had some difficulties in managing the flow of cash." "You mean they've made a mullock of things, ordering more than they can pay for?" "Sir Robert Holgate is in discussions with the King's Treasury." Waters looked between us. "I've been generous on other matters concerning the council. I'm instructed to continue to be, provided this petition is dismissed. Master Sedgwick will be paid, and the others, but we need time." Giles nodded and smiled softly. He looked at me. "We are here to do justice," I said. "We shouldn't be subject to pressure from a member of our panel on individual cases." "When was justice ever divorced from politics?" Giles asked quietly. "Under the Constitution of England, the answer to that is always." I knew it sounded priggish, but I wouldn't let this go by unchallenged. "Then I will be less accommodating with other petitioners," Master Waters said. "I'm sorry, but those are my instructions." "We're stuck with this, Matthew," Giles said. I shrugged angrily, but said no more. Justice for this one man would mean less justice for others. The woodsman was called in. An elderly fellow, nervous to be before us, stated his case haltingly. "But you cannot doubt the Council of the North will meet its debt," Giles said when he'd finished. "They are the King's representatives." "But when, sir?" the old man asked. "I have debts to meet myself." Giles raised his eyebrows at Waters, passing the problem over to him. "Soon, fellow," he said reassuringly. "It is in hand." "But my creditors—" "Must wait a little too," Giles said in a grave voice. "Then all will balance out. You can tell them this tribunal has confirmed payment will be made." He paused. "Soon." The woodsman was dismissed. I watched him go, his shoulders slumped in dejection. Giles took a deep breath and looked at Waters. "I hope it will be soon, sir," he said. "It will be. We can't afford to have York full of discontented traders for too long, not with the mood as it is." I looked at Giles. "You overawed the poor fellow." He shrugged. "Lawyers must ever be good actors and play their part boldly for the greater good." Yet he frowned, and was sharp with the petitioners who followed. The cases came and went, while outside the wind had risen to a gale. We heard shutters banging around the castle keep. "Well, that's done," Giles said, when the last petitioner had gone. He looked at Waters. "Another day should finish matters." "You have proceeded with admirable dispatch, sir," Waters said. "If we meet at noon tomorrow, that should be enough time to finish the business." I found myself thinking sadly of my arbitration of the Kent land disputes, and the injustice that had been done to Sergeant Leacon's family as a result. Barak will draw up the orders for us, I said. Shall we send you copies, Master Waters? Aye. He stretched out his legs. How goes it at King's Manor? I hear Sir William Maliver is in charge of the King's security. Yes. Do you know him? No, I work in the administration. But he's known as a fierce fellow. All fear his swaggering ambition. He smiled maliciously. But men are often like that where there's a taint of bastardy. I heard that story. 'Tis said he has decided not to marry till he has accumulated so much land people won't care about his origins. They say he was much in love with the Neville girl when he was young, but she wouldn't have him. With their Yorkist blood, they're a proud old family. She turned him down because of that whiff of bastardy. Really? It reminded me of Maliver's comment when I had mentioned Cecily Neville's name on the family tree. Everything starts with Cecily Neville, he had said. That would make him bitter, I observed. Waters nodded. He looked at me. Sir William's mother and father, well, his supposed father, went as part of the train that accompanied Queen Margaret to Scotland when she married the Scotch King's father 40 years ago. Sir Martin Maliver had to return early. His wife came back with the ladies many months later with a baby, and he doubted it was his, not even born in this country. I sat up, for Waters' words had rung a bell. What the titulars had said about Richard III. Ye be born within this land, by reason whereof you may have more certain knowledge of your birth and filiation. I drew a sharp breath. This must mean one of his siblings wasn't. Someone had a taint of bastardy. I tried to remember how the lineage ran. Brother Shardlake? Waters asked. Are you all right? Yes. You were in a brown study, Giles said with a laugh. I'm sorry. I broke off at the sound of a great shout from outside, the sound of running feet. What on earth? Giles and Waters looked at each other in surprise, then rose and went out. Barak and I also exchanged a glance. I shuddered. The commotion had brought back the cries and yells in the church the night before. Shall we see? Barak asked. We descended the steps to the castle bailey. There servants and clerks were standing around, heedless of the rain, watching as soldiers spilled from the guardhouse. They ran up the mound to where the castle keep stood. At the bottom of the keep I saw a pile of chains and bones strewn across the grass. Master Waters crossed himself. Jesu! Asked skeleton. The wind has brought it down. I watched as the guards ran to the white bones and began picking them up, making them safe from relic hunters. That this should happen while the king is here, Wren laughed softly, then raised his eyebrows at me. People in York will take this as an omen. Chapter 28. Maliver stared when, an hour later, I explained how Broderick had worked his own poisoning. Then he shook his head and gave a bark of laughter. He looked at me across his desk, a smile playing at the corner of his lips as he ran his finger along the edge of his beard, as he liked to do. By Jesu, you're a clever fellow. So, Broderick outwitted Radwinter. He laughed again. God's body, that jailer's reputation will never be the same when this gets out. I told him to keep to his room. Well, now we know nobody else was involved. I suppose he can go back on duty. You've rescued him from suspicion, Brother Shardlake. I wouldn't have anyone under false suspicion, even Radwinter. Maliver's smile turned into a cruel smirk. Geez, you, sir, you are a righteous prig. I wish I could afford your scruples. I said nothing. He turned and stared out of the window to where workmen were tying thick ropes across the royal tents to secure them against the wind. I studied his heavy dark face, wondering if it was angry shame at the taint of bastardy that drove this relentless, cruel man. Strange to think that he too knew mockery, and heard the laughter behind his back. "Those tents can't stand there forever," he said. "Damn the Scotch king." "Still no word of his arrival, sir?" "That's not your business." He changed the subject. "I'll tell Radwinter he can go back to work. And you're still to keep an eye on Broderick. Visit him at least once a day without fail. He might try something else." He looked at me speculatively. "If Broderick's poisoning was all his own doing, that means it's only you someone is trying to kill." "It seems so." "Make sure you do as I ordered. Keep your Randy Clark with you, that's all." He waved a quill dismissively, and I bowed and left. As I walked away, I felt more determined than ever to say nothing to Maliver about what had happened with the Queen and Culpeper. I couldn't trust him a single inch. He disliked me strongly. He would do me ill if he could. Outside, the wind was dropping, though still blowing hard. Barak was waiting for me. As we walked past the pavilions, I saw a familiar plump figure going into the church, Master Crake, his robe billowing around his ankles. "Here's the chance to resolve another mystery," I said. The church was a hive of activity. Grooms went to and fro, straw and dung lay everywhere, and forges flared red in every side chapel. In the daylight, I saw the walls were smeared with dirt and graffiti, crude drawings of bare-breasted women and men with gigantic penises. "Where is he?" Barak asked. "He's probably gone to the bell tower." I paused and looked at a charred heap of straw that had been piled against the wall. The bear's body was long gone. Craig had disappeared by the time I reached the door to the bell tower, but the guard confirmed he'd gone up. We found him sitting on a stool, a picnic meal on his knee, staring out of the window. He looked up at me in surprise. "Why, Master Shardlake, what brings you up here?" His greeting was cheerful, but his eyes again were watchful. He smiled at the bread and cold meat spread on a cloth on his lap. "I have had a busy day. I thought to escape up here and have some food. I never tire of looking out over the camp. It's a strange thing to watch it from up here, like a bird on the wing." I looked from the window, screwing my eyes up against the wind that whistled round the bell tower. I saw again, in the fading light, the hundreds of men sitting before the tents, playing cards or watching cockfights. Campfires were lit, the wind blowing the smoke in all directions. A large group of workmen were digging fresh latrines near the ranks of carts. Craig came and joined me. "They're having problems with the sewage," he said. "You can imagine with more than 2,000 in the camp, it becomes disgusting if they stay in one place more than a few days. There's fields along the route so choked with filth they'll not be able to use them for years. They're worried about it all getting into the river, killing the fish. Filth will seep out, you see. It seeps out." I looked at his plump, bland face, then took a deep breath. "Master Craig, there's something I must discuss with you." "Indeed? You sound serious, sir." He looked from me to Barak and laughed, nervously. "It is serious." He went and sat back down on his stool. "You remember that box," I asked, "that was stolen from me in your old office?" "I'm hardly likely to forget, sir." "You know it was important." "I know I was roughly searched by Maliver's men. He told me to say no more about the matter, and I haven't." "Barak saw you a few nights ago, going into an inn in York. To the White Hart." He looked at Barak, and I caught a flicker of fear in his eyes. "What has that to do with the hunt for that wretched box?" There was a tremor in his voice. "We were there last night, and I learned the innkeeper there can arrange to provide, well, certain women." A shudder ran through Craig's body then. and his face turned scarlet. "Is that why you went there?" He didn't reply, but buried his face in his hands. "Come," I said sharply. "Answer me." His voice was a shaky whisper. "I'm ashamed. Ashamed to show you my face." "I have no wish to shame you, Master Craik. Look at me." With a great sigh, he lifted his face to me. He looked suddenly old, his red face haggard, tears in the corners of his pale blue eyes. "That inn is a hateful place," he said. "But Jesu knows I have seen enough like it in London. Oh, I may seem like a fellow who has succeeded in life, I know." He laughed bitterly, then began talking rapidly, words tumbling over each other. "I have a wife, children, a good position, respect, but you don't know me. I am a bad, unworthy man, a sinful man. The priests who taught me as a child knew that. They mocked me and hurt me, and I need to be hurt. 'Tis only then I feel safe." He laughed then with such hollow bitterness it made me shudder. What he said should have disgusted me, but I only felt sorry for him, caught as he was in some trap of the mind I could barely comprehend. "How did you find it?" I asked. "Was it through the glazier, Oldroyd?" "No. I sounded him out about the brothels in the town, said I was asking on behalf of the officials who would be coming, but he knew nothing. He was a respectable man. No, I asked others in the city, and they led me to the White Hart." "Well, if that's all," I said, "it's no business of mine." "If that is all—" He sighed again as though he would wrench out his heart. His expression changed, seemed to lift from his private hell to the real world again. "It's not all. There's a house I frequent in Southwark. The madam there is a paid spy of Sir Richard Rich." "Rich," I said slowly. "I know that Cromwell used such methods." I glanced again at Barak. "And when he was executed, Rich took over his networks. Paid those in charge of certain houses to give him names. Oh, I was of no interest to Lord Cromwell. I was too lowly. But Rich is a different matter. You know my work. I allocate accommodation to courtiers in the King's London palaces, as I do here." "Yes." "And Sir Richard Rich hungers for property like no man in England. And if I certify to the Chamberlain that this or that London house that belonged to some monastery is unfit to accommodate courtiers, then it will be sold cheaply, and Richard Rich will be ready to snap it up." "He's blackmailing you?" "If I do not cooperate with him, he will tell my wife. She is a fierce woman, sir. She would leave me, tell the world of my sins, and I would never see my children again." The tears began flowing down his cheeks. Then suddenly he brushed them aside and looked at me defiantly. "Well, that is the truth. Nothing to do with your stolen box or the attack on you. If you tell, you will incur Sir Richard's wrath, I warn you, and that is no light thing. And ruin me." "Is he putting pressure on you now?" "Yes. Mauleverer wants a London house. There's a property near Smithfield that's in royal ownership. He and Rich will share the difference between the price I set for the London house and its true value." "I see," I said. "Mauleverer's trying to get hold of land up here, too, I think." "I know nothing of that. I beg you, sir," Craik said, "keep my secret." "I will say nothing, Master Craik. None of this is any concern of mine." "Truly?" I saw hope rise in his face. "I swear. I would help you, if I could. It seems to me Rich is the greater rogue in this." He sagged with relief. "Thank you. Thank you. And—" "Yes?" "You don't even mock me," he said wonderingly. "Most men would." I looked into Craik's haggard face and wondered at the strange darkness that lay behind it. But then darkness lies behind so many faces. "I know mockery too well," I answered. I had to visit Broderick before I went to my next task, which was to ponder on that royal family tree and what the titulars had said about Richard III's being born in England. I felt buoyed by my success at the castle and by my conversation with Craig. Sergeant Leacon was standing guard with one of his men outside Broderick's cell. He nodded to us stiffly. "All well?" I asked. "Aye, he's just lain on his pallet all day. Won't talk to the man I have posted with him." "I've solved the mystery of how the poison reached him." I told the sergeant of my discovery at the castle. "I think Radwinter will be back soon." He shrugged. "I hope we'd seen the last of him." "I fear not." I took a deep breath. "Sergeant, I have to thank you and your men for shooting the bear last night. I fear if you hadn't arrived when you did, it would have had me." "We were just doing our duty," he said stiffly. "Though I wondered if it was a ruse to distract me and free the prisoner. I wondered whether it was safe for us to lock Broderick up and go to the church." "Thank Jesu you did. I shudder to think what might have happened had you not been so close." He nodded, but his look was still cold. "Sergeant," I said, "I've been thinking on your parents' troubles, that it seems I helped land them in. It struck me, I made that arbitration without knowledge of any underleases or copyholds. Do your parents have any documents about their tenancy?" He shook his head. "No, the Manor Court records were destroyed in a fire years ago, but they always thought they were tenants of the monks." I didn't have that evidence before me. It might have made a difference, especially if any records could be found. "My parents can barely read or write," he said awkwardly. "They rely on my uncle, and he's no great reader either, and they're not people who can afford a lawyer." "How long before they have to be out?" 6 months. Spring quarter day." "Listen, Sergeant, I feel some responsibility for this. When we get back to London, if you wish, I could try to help." "I told you my parents have no money for a lawyer." "I would do it for nothing. Pro bono, as we say." His face lightened a little. "Would you, sir?" "If you could help, I can't guarantee anything, but if I can, I will." "Thank you." He looked at me. "I confess I cursed you hard when I learned of your involvement." "Then undo the curse. I've had enough of those recently." He smiled. "Right readily, if you'll aid us." "Well," I said, a little embarrassed, "I must see how Broderick fares." Leacon shook his head as he reached for his keys. "Why do folk bring themselves to such a dreadful place as he's in? Is there not enough trouble in the world?" Broderick looked pathetic when I entered his cell, lying pale and drawn on his pallet. I stood looking down at him. A candle had been lit against the gathering dusk, and it made deep shadows of the premature lines in his young face. He looked up wearily. "You have something to drink?" I asked. He nodded at a pitcher on the floor. "Aye." "I know how you did it, Sir Edward," I said quietly. "The poison. You took those horrible toadstools from the drain-pipe, didn't you?" He looked at me for a long moment, then let his eyes fall. "'Tis all one now," he said apathetically. "I've failed, and now you've moved me, there will be no more chances." "Your very being must have cringed when you forced those things into your mouth." "It did. I forced them down with water, held my nose to avoid that smell." "Yes, the smell." "But it did no good. My body voided them." His face twisted in a spasm of anger. "Listen," I said. "Why not talk now? Give them what they want. They will torture it out of you in the end. There's no virtue in pain. You may be able to negotiate a pardon if you talk. It's been done before." He laughed then, a harsh croaking sound. You think I would believe their promises? Robert Aske did, and consider how they served him. His skeleton fell from the castle tower today. The wind blew it down. He smiled slowly. An omen the mould-warp should take note of. For an educated man, sir, you talk much nonsense. I studied him, wondering how many of the answers I sought might lie within his scarred breast. The connection between the Queen's secret and the conspirators. The contents of that box of papers. But I was forbidden to probe his secrets. If King Henry is the mould-warp, I asked him suddenly, who then is the rightful king? Some say the Countess of Salisbury's family. He gave me a crooked smile. Some say many things. Prince Edward is the rightful heir, is he not? The king's son? I paused. And any son Queen Catherine may have after him. There have been rumours she's pregnant. Have there? No flicker in his eyes, only an expression of amused contempt. He laughed coldly. Are you turned interrogator, sir? I was merely making conversation. I think you do not merely do anything. But you know what I would like? What? To have you with me in that room in the tower while they work me. I would have you watch what your good custodianship will bring me to. You should talk now while your body is still whole. Go away! Broderick's voice was full of contempt. I sighed and knocked on the door for the guard. As I stepped outside, I saw with a sinking heart that Radwinter was there. His eyes looked tired, the skin around them dark. His arrest had told on this man who loved his authority. He stood glaring at Barak, who leaned against the wall, a picture of studied nonchalance. So, Radwinter was saying, I hear your master found out how Broderick poisoned himself. Yes, Broderick did it cleverly. He will get no further chance. I'm restored to my duties. He turned to me. Mauleverer says I have you to thank for that. I shrugged. And you will enjoy the thought I'm beholden to you, he said bitterly. I don't care, I said. I have other matters to think about. I put you down once, Radwinter said, and I will again. He shouldered his way past me, almost knocking me into Barak, and called sharply to the soldier to surrender the keys to the prisoner's cell back to him. Chapter 29. Barak and I sat in my cubicle at the lodging-house. Between us on the bed was the piece of paper on which I'd copied out again from memory the family tree I'd found in the box. A lamp set precariously on the bed cast a dim yellow light over the royal names. How can this lead us to who attacked you? Barak asked wearily. The answer is always in the detail, I said, frowning at it. Bear with me, I continued. Now the titulars stressed that Richard III was born in England, which gave more certain knowledge of your birth and filiation. I've been thinking. I think they were saying between the lines that one of Richard's brothers was a bastard. You said yourself the titulars seemed to be scraping together everything, no matter how shaky, to justify Richard usurping the throne. Where's the evidence? I looked at him. Perhaps in that jewel casket. I pointed at Cecily Neville's name at the head of the tree. If one of her children was a bastard, that would explain Mauleverer's remark when the box went missing. Cecily Neville, it all goes back to her. Barak stroked his chin. There are two sons beside Richard III. Yes, George, Duke of Clarence, who was the father of Margaret of Salisbury, who was executed this year, and Edward IV, the grandfather of the present king. If the Clarence line were being called into question, that would be useful for the king. He'd want to make it public. and the conspirators would not. They'd have destroyed any evidence, not kept it hidden and protected. So the allegation must have been aimed at Edward IV, the king's grandfather, whom it said he much resembles. Barak looked at me with a horrified expression. If Edward IV wasn't the son of the Duke of York, the one through whom the royal bloodline runs, in that case the king's claim to the throne becomes very weak, far weaker than the Countess of Salisbury's line. It rests on his father's claim alone, Henry Tudor, who had but little royal blood. I pointed to the tree. If I'm right, those names marked in bold represent a false line. They're all Edward IV's descendants. So, who's supposed to have fathered Edward IV? Jesu knows. Some noble old gentleman about the Yorkist court 100 years ago. I raised my eyebrows. Perhaps someone called Blayborn. Barak whistled, then thought a moment. I never heard of any family of note with that name. No, but many noble families went down in the striving between the roses. Barak lowered his voice, though the lodging-house was quiet. The clerks all at dinner. These are serious matters. Even to talk of doubting the king's descent is treason. If there were evidence, and it would be released at the same time as evidence about Catherine's dalliance with Culpeper, that could truly rock the throne. It would turn the majesty of the king into a complete mockery. I laughed incredulously. It's no laughing matter. Barak was looking at me narrowly. I know. Only, great Henry, nothing more than the descendant of a cuckoo in the royal nest. If I'm right, I continued seriously, the information the conspirators had was the most potent brew imaginable, challenging both the king's own legitimacy and that of any children Catherine Howard may have. I imagine it was planned to reveal it when the rebellion got underway. Only it never did. The conspirators were betrayed before it could start. Betrayed? Don't you mean discovered? The informer did the country a service. Discovered, then, and the papers were spirited away, hidden in Oldroyd's bedroom. I looked at him, until the time was ripe to try again. Broderick told me once the king would fall soon. Perhaps he meant when all this comes out. You think another rebellion's brewing? But York is sewn up tight. There's never been such a well-guarded city. It's quiet now, but when the progress leaves, the soldiers will go too. Then York will be left to the local constables, and who's to say where their sympathies lie? And the people here have hardly welcomed the king. Remember what Master Waters said about the Council of the North not being able to afford to have a city full of discontented traders? Cranmer himself admitted they hadn't got to the bottom of the conspiracy. Many leaders escaped, and the authorities are still after information from those locked up on suspicion, like Janet Marlin's fiancé. And Broderick. But it's all supposition, dangerous supposition too, Barak added. Is it? It explains the wording of the titulus regulus and the way that family tree is set out. And Mauleverer's remarks about Cecily Neville. It doesn't help us towards guessing who's trying to kill you. No, but it shows why someone connected to the conspiracy would want me dead if they thought I'd read what was in those papers. Perhaps they know my links to Cranmer and think I'm waiting to get back to London and tell him the story, leaving Mauleverer out of the picture. I got up, opened the lamp, and set the scribbled family tree alight. Was that necessary? Barak asked. Oh, I think so. It burned quickly. I dropped the remains on the floor and stamped on them. I stood thinking a moment, then turned to Barak. What would you do if you were a member of the conspiracy who had escaped arrest? Perhaps hiding out in some refuge with that cache of papers? He considered. I'd wait till the progress and all the soldiers were safely back in London. Then I'd try and revive my networks in the north, being very careful about informers this time. And keep your networks in the south going too. At Gray's Inn, perhaps. Then I'd raise my standard when the time was ripe, and make any proof I had about Henry's ancestry and Queen Catherine public. I'd probably wait till the spring. A winter campaign will be hard, with men to feed and clothe. That's what I'd do too. And if Catherine Howard was pregnant by then, so much the better when her dalliance with Culpeper was exposed. What about all the oaths the local gentlemen have taken to the king? If there was evidence the king wasn't the true king, would those oaths still be valid? No. That would overturn everything. Barak shook his head. So Maliver could end with his head above the gates of York. Possibly. I sat down again. And part of me thinks, would that not be a sort of justice, seeing how sore oppressed the people are here? Barak frowned. Those conspirators would have the Pope back, and they'd have allied with a foreign power. The Scotch, and where you find the Scotch, the French are never far behind. A sea of blood could be spilled, I said. Barak scratched his head. Do you think... What? That the king knows the Blayborn story? Knows he may not be the legitimate heir? He must do. Maliver took the name to the Duke of Suffolk, and that was when the hue and cry started. If the Duke knows, the king knows. So he knows he may not be the true king, but carries on anyway? Wouldn't you? I suppose I would, I answered. But he doesn't know about Catherine and Culpeper. He can't. And I'm not going to Maliver with the story. If he got wind I'd worked out what the titulars meant, our lives might be worth little. Dead men tell no tales, eh? I wouldn't put it past him. The king can't stay here forever, and we've passage booked on a fast boat from Hull. You should tell Cranmer when we get back, he said. We'll see. Tamsin will have to return with the progress. That could take weeks. She doesn't show it, but she's frightened after Lady Rochford's interrogation. He looked at me, and in that moment I saw how much she'd come to mean to him. Is there any chance you could get her a place on the boat? That may be difficult. There's no official reason for her to return early. We could make up some story about a sick relative. I'll do what I can, I said. But let's wait till we get to Hull. Thank you. Barak looked relieved. Why's the king going back to Hull anyway? He's already been there once. He has plans for strengthening the town's defences. It's a long way to drag the progress. He's the king. He can do what he likes. And I must get Giles a place on the boat too. I feel a responsibility for that old man. It's as though he'd taken the place of my father. Poor old devil. You wouldn't think he was so ill to look at him. He was sharp enough at the hearing today. Yes, he was. But Dr. Gibson says there's no hope for him, I answered heavily. You didn't agree with him about turning away that woodsman's claim? No, but he knows the political realities up here. Will we be able to finish with the petitioners tomorrow afternoon? Aye, then our work will be done. Perhaps we could go to town in the morning, get a break from this place. He reddened. Tamsin said she and Mistress Marlin are going shopping tomorrow for some sewing materials to repair the Queen's linen. I said I might be at St. Helens Square around 10:30. I haven't seen her today, but I'm supposed to stay with you. I'll have to come too then. Be your chaperone. It's all right. I could do with getting out of here too. Next morning dawned, fine and sunny, but with a chill wind. The king, they said, had gone hunting again. We set off into the city. It was market day, and York was busy. We passed officials from St. Mary's arguing with some merchants, evidently buying up more stores. Tamison had told Barak she and Mistress Marlin would be visiting a shop in Conygate that sold fine fabrics. We arrived in St. Helens Square shortly after 10. I glanced down Stonegate towards Oldroyd's house, remembering the day the glaziers had surrounded us there. We might have come to grief if Master Wren hadn't happened along then. On the other side of the square, people were going in and out of the Guildhall. Barak nodded at St. Helen's Church on the corner. Where the churchyard faced the street, a bench had been set under a tree. "Let's sit there for a bit," I said. "You've taken a fondness for sitting under trees." "Your back is safe against the bark," I said quietly, "and you can see who's coming." "They have to pass this way to return to St. Mary's," Barak said. "It'll look as if we've just stopped for a rest." We entered the churchyard and sat on the bench. The graves were covered with fallen leaves, red and yellow and gold. It was a restful spot. Barak nudged me. "There's the recorder waving at us," he said. I looked up. Recorder Tankard had come out of the Guildhall. Seeing him reminded me of Fulford. I waved back and he came over to us. "Taking a rest, sir?" he asked. His look at me was curious, appraising. Perhaps he wanted to report back to his colleagues about how I looked after being mocked by the king. Well, no doubt I looked tired and strained, though there were other reasons for that. "Aye, we have a morning's leisure before tackling the rest of the petitions this afternoon." "Have the hearings gone smoothly?" "Very well. Brother Wren knows what he's doing." "No lawyer in York is more respected." "But he's taking on no new work, I hear. Perhaps he's retiring at last." "He's ripe in years," I answered evasively. "And has begun to look his age recently." I didn't reply, and Tankard smiled uncertainly. "Well, I must be off. The council has been asked to press the Ainstey farms to deliver all their produce to St. Mary's, even the seed corn. But they're offering a good price. It looks like it may be a while before the Scotch king comes. Well, good day." He paused a moment, then said quietly, "What the king said to you was shameful, sir. I'm not the only one who thinks so." I looked up in surprise. "Thank you." I paused. "They don't all laugh, then, at the Guildhall?" "By no means, sir. It was a cruel jest. It's not improved the king's reputation." "Thank you, Brother Tankard. That's good to know." He bowed and left us. I sat watching him go. Barak nudged me. "Here they come." I looked up to where Mistress Marlin and Tamsin were walking slowly up the street. Behind them, an armed servant carried a large box full of sewing materials, no doubt. "Good morning," I called. The sun was behind us, and Janet Marlin squinted frowningly for a moment before recognizing us. She hesitated. "May we rest here a moment, mistress?" Tamsin asked sweetly. "I've been standing all morning. I would be glad to sit down." She certainly had skills in diplomacy. Mistress Marlin looked at us, perhaps guessing this meeting was no accident. She hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, let us rest a few minutes." I stood up and bowed her to sit there. "There's not room for all of us," Tamsin said. "Come, Master Barak, let us sit under that tree. I'll show you the fine stuff we've bought." "Eh? Oh, yes." Barak followed Tamsin as she led the way to a secluded spot under an oak. I was left with Janet Marlin. The servant went and sat down on the grass at a respectful distance. I smiled at her uncertainly. "Well, Mistress Marlin, how do you fare?" She looked tired and preoccupied, her large eyes unhappy. Untidy brown curls had escaped from her hood, and she brushed them from her forehead. "Have you any news from London?"
"No, and still no word of when we may leave this wretched city."
"The recorder says they're buying up still more provisions."
"The men will be getting restless in camp, breaking out at night as they did at Pontefract."
She sighed deeply.
"By Our Lady, I wish I had never been persuaded to come on this enterprise."
She looked at me seriously.
"Bernard, my fiancé, was supposed to accompany us."
She hesitated.
"In fact, he was to have the job you have now, working on the petitions."
"Ah, I didn't know."
"First Bernard was arrested, then his first replacement died. Yours is an unlucky post."
No wonder she'd been so hostile at first. She seemed to have accepted me now, though, even to see me as a confidant. That pleased me. In an odd way, it was as though little Suzanne and I had made friends again. I thought, I must stop seeing people as substitutes. Mistress Marlin for Suzanne, Giles Wren for my father.
"It was one of his friends persuaded me to come away," she said. "Another lawyer of Lincoln's Inn. When Bernard was taken to the Tower in April, I visited him every day. But his friend said I might attract suspicion to myself. It might be better if I came away on the Progress, and Lady Rochford was very insistent. She's used to me dealing with her clothes for her."
"I can see it must have been hard leaving London."
"If there are any developments, I have leave to return to London, but nothing has happened for almost 3 months. Forgive me, sir," she said suddenly. "I must bore you with my talk."
"No, no. I sympathize, madam." I looked at her.
"How does your fiancé fare in the Tower? His friends will visit him?"
She twisted at her engagement ring.
"Yes, they bring him food and clothes, and he has a cell that is less miserable than most, above ground. We had to pay the jailers well for that," she added bitterly.
"I can imagine."
"And yet I fear for his health in there. Winter draws near."
"Perhaps he'll be freed ere winter." She only sighed. "His friends?" I asked. "They're all from Gray's Inn?" She looked at me sharply then.
"Why do you ask?" "I wondered if he might know the nephew of a friend of mine, another Gray's Inn lawyer from the north." I told her of Giles's determination to find his nephew, my offer to help.
She considered.
"'Tis true the northern lawyers at Gray's Inn tend to stick together. Most of them are traditionalists in religion."
"I believe this man is. Martin Dakin."
"I don't know the name."
"Have any other Gray's Inn lawyers been arrested? There was suspicion of them in 1536.
"Not that I know of."
"That's reassuring. Thank you. What chambers did your fiancé practice in at Lincoln's Inn?"
"Not did, sir. Does. He will be free. The name of his chambers is Garden Court."
"I'm sorry. Thank you." She was silent a moment, then turned those large, sorrowful eyes on me again.
"Do you know what my Bernard is accused of?"
"No, mistress."
Her look was penetrating. "I thought you might have heard, since it's common gossip."
"No."
"Of knowing 2 Yorkshire gentlemen who were part of the conspiracy. But they were both old friends. Of course he knew them."
"Did they say he was involved?"
"No, though they were tortured. They're dead now. Their remains were on the Fulford Gate till it was cleaned up for the king."
She clenched her hands into tight little fists in her lap. "Then there's no evidence?"
She looked at me. "There was a letter that one of them sent to Bernard at Gray's Inn at the end of last year. They say it speaks of better times coming this year. But Bernard told me it meant only hope for a better harvest after last year's drought."
"If that's all, it seems paltry."
"It takes little to condemn a man these days, especially if he's fond of the old ways in religion. Oh, he's no papist, far from it. and I believe I was persuading him of the truth of Bible religion so far as any woman can influence a man. But he was known as a traditionalist, and that's enough to condemn him. If poison is whispered in the right ears—" She looked at me, her eyes sharp and focused now. "Whose ears?" I sensed she'd wanted me to ask. "Bernard bought the land of a small, dissolved abbey up here," she said. "It was next to his family lands." Her mouth set tight and hard again. "But a certain other family, whose lands it abuts on the other side, wanted it for themselves. It would suit their purposes if he were attainted for treason, so that his lands would go to the king and could be bought cheap." She paused. "The family's name is Malavra." I remembered the look of hatred she had cast at him at King's Manor when Tamsin was brought in for questioning. "By heaven," she said, "he is hungry for land." "I know he's bidding for some of Robert Aske's estates, and I believe he also seeks a property in London." "It is because he is a bastard." Janet Marlin almost spat the word. "He believes that he can get enough land he can outrun it." She looked at me. "People will do any evil thing for money these days. There was never so much greed in the land." "There I agree with you, mistress." "But Malavra will not win." She clenched her fists more tightly. "Bernard and I are destined to be together. It is meant." She spoke quietly. "People laugh at me, say I'm determined to marry before I'm too old." "Mistress," I murmured, embarrassed at her frankness, but she continued. "They don't understand what there is between Bernard and me. He was my childhood friend. My parents died when I was small, and I was brought up in his household. He was 3 years older. He was father and brother to me." She was silent a moment, then looked at me again. "Tell me, sir, do you believe two people can be destined to be together? That God may set their path before they're born?" I shifted uncomfortably. Her words sounded as though they came from some flowery poem of courtly love. "I am not sure I do, mistress," I answered. "People fall in and out of love, or don't speak until it's too late. As I did once, to my sorrow." She looked at me, then shook her head. "You don't understand. Even when Bernard married another, I knew that wasn't the end. And then his wife died and he proposed to me. So you see, it's as it was meant." She stared at me with a sudden fierceness that was unnerving. "I would do anything for him. Anything." "I'm sorry for your trouble," I said quietly. She stood abruptly. "We should be going." She looked over to where Tamsin was showing a bored looking Barak some richly dyed cloth. "Tamsin," she called, "we shall be on our way." Tamsin packed up the cloth, brushed some fallen leaves from her dress and walked across to us, Barak following. Mistress Marlin curtsied to me. "Good morning, sir." The women turned and walked out of the churchyard, the servant following. Barak shook his head. "By Jesu, Tammy can be a tease. She made me look at those damned cloths, told me all about what they were. She knew it bored me. But I was a captive audience." "She'll domesticate you if you're not careful." "Never," Barak said, emphatically, but with a smile. "Sorry to leave you with Mistress Marlin." "Oh, it seems we are becoming friends." "Rather you than me." She told me more about her fiancé, and I learned more about our good Sir William. I told him what she'd said about Malavra and about Bernard Locke. Mistress Marlin seems to have given her whole life over to that man, her heart and her soul. "Is that not a creditable thing in a woman?" What if something should happen to him? She'd be quite undone. "Maybe you could step into his shoes," Barak said with a grin. I laughed. "I don't think anyone could do that. Besides, Mistress Marlin's intensity would be hard to live with." I looked down the road the women had followed. For her sake, I hope they find nothing against Master Locke. Chapter 30. That afternoon we returned to the castle to deal with the last of the petitions. Ask's bones had gone from the grass below the keep. There was nothing to show they'd hung there save a thin red streak at the top of the tower. It looked like blood. Then I realized the chains must have rusted through. I thought Giles uncharacteristically sharp with the petitioners, and I intervened a couple of times when he became impatient with some stumbling complainant. We finished around 5, and Master Waters collected up his papers and bowed to us. "Well, gentlemen," he said, "I bid you well on your journey to Hull." "Thank you," I replied, "though heaven alone knows when we get there." "Yes, the king, it appears, seems set for a long stay." Waters left the room and I turned to Master Wren. He looked pale and tired, and when he stood up his big body stooped. He'd brought his walking stick today, and now he leaned on it heavily, in a way that reminded me for a moment oddly of the king. "Are you in pain, Giles?" I asked. He nodded. "Aye. Will thou walk home with me? Give me your arm." "Of course," I said, touched by the way he'd slipped into the old Yorkshire usage. I helped him down the stairs and out to the street, Barak following on. Giles shivered in the cold wind. "How long is the king going to let James keep him waiting?" he said anxiously. "He's not coming." "We don't know what messages may be passing between here and the Scotch court." "He's not coming," Wren repeated forcefully. "Geez, would you come into a foreign land and place yourself at the mercy of someone like Henry?" Barak looked around him anxiously. Fortunately, no one was within hearing distance. "Keep your voice down, Giles," I urged him. He spoke in lower tones. "I speak the truth, as thou knowest." "Oh, God!" he said with uncharacteristic vehemence. "I want to make it to London." We left him with Madge and returned to King's Manor. I prayed for him to be given enough strength to make his last journey of reconciliation. We'd arranged to meet Tamsin for dinner. There was a casual air in the refectory as we entered, people talking and joking and eating sloppily, as they had before the king came. They were used to his presence now. Tamsin was sitting at the table we'd made our own, at the back with a good view of the door. She wore a fetching blue dress, her bright gold hair unbound below a small coif and tumbling to her shoulders. "Have you had a busy afternoon, mistress?" Barak asked her fondly. "Quiet enough. The king and queen have been away hunting for the day again." "Good evening, sir," she said to me, smiling. "Good evening, Tamsin." I sat next to Barak, feeling like a gooseberry. "I will spend the evening in the lodging-house tonight, I think. I've some papers to go over." I didn't, but it would allow them some time together. Tamsin, realizing my purpose, gave me a grateful smile. "I had an interesting talk with Mistress Marlin today," I told her. She told me more about her fiancé. "Poor Mistress Marlin. She tells everyone who'll listen. She should take care her accusations don't get back to Sir William." "I doubt she cares. She seems to think of nothing but Master Locke's imprisonment." "Is that not understandable?" Tamsin asked. "With the man she's loved all her life in the Tower, some of the maids make cruel remarks, and cruel remarks can hurt." "I know that well." "Yet she's never burst out in anger, always held herself under control. I could have wept for her sometimes." "She told me she thinks it's destiny that she and Master Locke should be married. I'm not sure that such a degree of devotion is a healthy state of mind." Tamsin smiled, a smile that had something of steel in it. I admire her determination."
There was an uncomfortable silence for a few moments. Then Barak leaned forward. "There's something we should tell you, Tammy. Master Shardlake was attacked again last night."
"What?"
She looked up at me, and now I saw the strain in her face and the shadows under her eyes. Barak told her about the bear. When he'd finished, she took a long, shuddering breath.
"So, but for the soldiers coming, you might have been killed."
"Aye," Barak answered on my behalf, "if they'd not been near, guarding the prisoner."
"The man Broderick?"
she asked. I looked at her sharply. "How do you know about Broderick? His presence here has been kept quiet." I turned to Barak. "Did you tell her? The less she knows, the safer she is." He looked uncomfortable. "Yes, but quite a few know." "We must be careful about what we say." Tamsin gave me a look of unexpected hardness.
"I'm always careful, sir. Life has taught me that."
"Tammy says Lady Rochford is watching her carefully," Barak said.
"That she is."
As Tamsin helped herself to pottage from the common bowl, I saw her hands were shaking, and realized again the strain she'd been under since that encounter with Culpepper. She was good at hiding it, but tonight it showed. A day passed, then another and another, and still there was no word of the Scotch king. The guards still stood before the pavilions and the tents, the surfaces of which were cleaned with fine brushes every day. One day, as Barak and I were walking in the courtyard, I saw Sir Richard Rich standing in the doorway of one of the pavilions. He was studying me coldly. We turned away. "Any developments on the Belknap case?" said Barak. "No. I wrote to London telling the council we should proceed, that I had hopes of the matter now. I doubt it will have got there. Rich will have ordered letters from me to be intercepted before they leave with the postboy. Then why write it? So he could see my resolve stays firm." Barak raised his eyebrows, but said no more. I risked a backward glance. Rich had gone from the doorway. The weather stayed fine, but grew colder. The leaves continued to fall in the courtyard and were burned in big smoking piles. I went to visit Giles again the next day. He'd rallied, but I could see his square cheeks had fallen in a little more. I dined alone with him, and he told me stories of the cases he'd dealt with in York over the past 50 years. Lawyers' tales, some funny and others tragic. Yet I sensed he had things on his mind. "Giles," I asked him at one point, "have you thought of writing to your nephew? You could send a letter by fast messenger." He shook his head firmly. "No. Our quarrel was bitter, Matthew. He might ignore a letter. I need to see him face to face. Besides, I don't have his address." He looked at me keenly. "You think I'm not up to the journey?" "You know best, Giles." I hesitated. "By the way, what chambers did Martin Dakin practice in before your quarrel?" He looked at me. "Garden Court." "Why?" "It will help us find him. He's probably still there." I thought, the same chambers as Bernard Locke. That was a damned mischance. Or was it just a coincidence? There weren't that many chambers at Gray's Inn, and I knew the northern lawyers tended to stick together. But I wouldn't tell him, wouldn't worry him unnecessarily. At 10, Barak called as arranged to accompany me home. As Giles saw me to the door, he laid his hand on my arm. "Thank you for your care," he said. "You watch over me like a son." No, I said. "Only as a friend should." "Thank you for a pleasant evening, Giles. It's taken my mind from my troubles." "Is your father's estate settled yet?" "Soon. I've written to the mortgagee, told him I'll have the balance of the funds when I get paid for my work here." "It'll be sad, though, letting your father's farm go." Yes, and yet I'd hardly thought of the farm at all. The realization I had no feelings for my childhood home made me guilty. I had a sudden vision of my father's face. He looked sad, disappointed. "Is that all that troubles you, Matthew?" Giles asked. "That girl and Barak looked mighty worried when she called the other day, and you seem strained." "Official matters, Giles," I said with an apologetic smile. He raised a hand. "Well, if you feel you can talk of them at any time, I shall be glad to listen." He opened the door. I looked out at the dark, narrow street. Barak, waiting outside, bowed. Giles looked between him and me. "Come over on Sunday, both of you, and I'll show you round the Minster. I think you've not seen it yet." No. With all that had passed, I'd forgotten my wish to see inside. "Bring that comely wench of yours, young Barak. It does me good to see her." "Thank you, Master Wren." "Good then. That's settled. Good night, Matthew. Till Sunday." "Good night, Giles." We walked away. As ever when walking in the dark, I tensed, my eyes alert for a shadow in a doorway, a stealthy footstep behind. I told Barak Giles's nephew had practised in the same chambers as Bernard Locke. "When we get back to London," I said, "I'm going to go to Gray's Inn privately before taking Giles there, find out what the position is." "If we ever get out of York," Barak answered gloomily. The following day we had an unwelcome reminder of our meeting with Lady Rochford. I had spent the morning with Barak checking the orders made in the arbitration hearings before delivering them to Maliver's office. That was my last task in connection with the petitions. I walked across to King's Manor with Barak and delivered the papers to a clerk. We'd arranged to meet Tamsin outside and go to the refectory for lunch. As the three of us walked away from King's Manor, my heart sank at the sight of Lady Rochford approaching with a group of courtiers. Culpepper wasn't there, but Francis Derham was with her. We bowed our heads and hurried by, hoping they would ignore us. "Mistress Reedbourne!" Lady Rochford's sharp voice behind us made us halt and turn. Barak and I bowed, and Tamsin curtsied deeply as Lady Rochford approached us. "What are you doing away from the manor, mistress?" Lady Rochford asked sternly. Her eyes raked Barak's face and mine too. The other courtiers looked on with interest. "I'm going to the refectory, milady. Mistress Marling gave me permission." Lady Rochford gave us a haughty look. "Mistress Marling allows her servants too much latitude." "Still, I dare say it will do no harm." She stared at me. "You're lucky to have a gentleman for a patron to accompany you. Though I hear you had an encounter with an escaped bear, Master Shardlake. That would have been most sad if it had got you. You would have had to take all your lawyer's secrets to the grave." She gave a harsh, nervous laugh. I eyed her narrowly. Was this some sort of threat? But I thought, no, it's been put about. The bear escaped by accident. She's only reminding us she has her eye on us. And of course, she believed I had a record of what Tamsin and Barak had seen. I'd written nothing down, but the threat was enough. "Be assured, my lady," I said steadily, "I take care to keep all my secrets where they are most safe." "Be sure you do," she said, then turned away quickly. We walked on, but after a few yards I heard footsteps behind me. Before I could turn, I felt a hand laid on my shoulder and was yanked round. Francis Derham was glaring at me, a savage frown on the saturnine features above his black beard. "You hunchback churl!" Derham hissed at me. "I heard your words. How dare you speak to Lady Rochford with such disrespect? God's death, you get above yourself for a lawyer. I should hammer you into the ground for your insolence." I didn't reply. Fortunately, Derham made no move to further violence, no doubt remembering that violence within the precincts of the royal court carried serious consequences. "You annoy me, crookback," he said, "and for someone of your rank to annoy someone of mine isn't wise. Now crawl on your knees to Lady Rochford and apologise." I breathed hard. All around the courtyard people had stopped to watch the scene. I looked at Lady Rochford. She stood at the front of the group of courtiers and for once looked uncertain what to do. Then she stepped forward and laid a hand on Derham's arm. "Leave him, Francis," she said. "He is not worth the trouble." Derham turned to her, anger turning to puzzlement. Reasonableness, I imagined, wasn't a quality Lady Rochford often showed. "Would you let him get away with answering you back?" he pressed. "It doesn't matter." She reddened. "What is between you and these people?" Derham asked. "It's you who forgets your place now, Francis," Lady Rochford said, her voice rising. "Don't question me." "Fie!" Derham released my shoulder and stalked off without a word. Lady Rochford gave me a savage look that showed what she would have liked to do had I not had a hold over her, and walked off with a swish of skirts. The others followed. "They say Derham suspects there's something the Queen is keeping from him," Tamsin said in a low voice. "Then let us hope for all our sakes he doesn't find out what it is," I said. "Or at least our connection to it." By Sunday there was still no word of King James. We'd been in York now 13 days. After lunch I met Barak and Tamsin in the courtyard to go to Master Wren's. The sky was dark, and there was a thin, biting wind. We'd wrapped ourselves warmly in our coats. "I'm looking forward to this," Tamsin said cheerfully. "It'll get us out to St. Mary's for a while," Barak agreed. We walked down Petergate to the Minster. I looked at the great east window of the cathedral that dominated the view as we approached, one of the largest stained-glass windows in Christendom. Strange how I'd got used to seeing it, how it had become merely part of the view. Services were over, the streets quiet, but there were many soldiers about, and more standing before the gates to the precinct. As we approached, 2 of them crossed their pikes to bar our way. "The King is visiting the Minster. What business have you here?" The 3 of us exchanged glances. I would have preferred to turn back there and then, but that would have been discourteous to Giles. I showed the guard my commission, and explained we had an appointment to visit a lawyer who lived in the precinct. The guard allowed us to enter, but warned that if the King's train approached, we must stand well out of the way and keep our heads bowed till he passed. I wondered if it was just my imagination, or whether the guard cast a look at my back as he let us through, whether he had heard about Fulford. The precinct was quiet, though many more soldiers were posted around, wearing half-armour over their red tunics and plumed helmets and carrying pikes. I hurried Barak and Tamsin over to Wren's house. Madge, who greeted me pleasantly these days, showed us into the solar, where Master Wren stood before the fire, staring sadly at the falcon's perch. "Ah, Matthew, and Master Barak, Mistress Reedborn." He smiled at Tamsin. "It's a long time since I've welcomed a pretty maid as my guest." "Where's your falcon, Giles?" I asked. "Poor Octavia is dead. Madge came in this morning and found her lying on the floor. She was very old. Yes, I promised myself we should go out hunting together again to see her fly once more and feel the sun. How easy it is to leave things undone until they're too late." He gave me a sudden look of intense sorrow. He must be thinking of his nephew, I thought. He forced a smile. "Come, have some wine. We'll have to wait a while before we can go into the Minster. The King's there. So common mortals must wait. Giles walked over to the table with his slow, steady gait, poured us wine, and bade us sit. He asked Tamsin about her time on the Progress, and she told stories of the Queen's servants and attendants and their problems in keeping up cleanliness while camping in muddy fields in the rain. She avoided mention of Lady Rochford. Wren encouraged her stories. He clearly enjoyed having her there. At length, we heard voices outside and a guard shouting, "Fall to!" Giles crossed to the window. "The soldiers seem to be going. The King's visit must be over. I think we may make our way across to the Minster now."
"I would have liked to see the King," Tamsin said. "I only glimpsed him for a moment when he came to York."
"You don't see him in the course of your duties?" Giles asked.
"No, only the Queen occasionally, and I've never spoken with her."
"Well, seeing His Majesty once can be enough, eh, Matthew?" "It can indeed," I replied feelingly. We made our way outside and walked up the little street to the Minster forecourt. But we'd miscalculated. Henry hadn't gone. Soldiers still lined the walls, and the King, who'd just descended the Minster steps, was stumping heavily towards us on his stick. There was a retinue of courtiers behind him, and a white-haired old man in robes like Cranmer's walked at his side, who I realized must be Archbishop Lee of York. The King, dressed today in a heavy fur-lined robe opened to show his jewelled doublet and thick gold chain, was berating the old man. His face was red with anger, redder than his beard. We stood by the wall, bowing our heads. I bowed mine as low as it would go, praying the King wouldn't recognize me and stop for another of his merry jests.
"God's blood!"
we heard Henry shout in his hoarse, squeaky voice.
"That shrine is large and rich enough to hold the bones of a monarch, not a long-dead archbishop. Remove all those offerings and have the whole thing down. God's deathly, I will have either it or you in pieces on a dunghill, do you hear? You would have kept me from seeing it." His voice rose. "I ordered the shrines closed, and I will have every one in England down. I will have no authority in religion save mine."
His voice faded as he passed by. I ventured to look up. The courtiers were following now, and the King was walking on. I looked at the back of his fur-collared, rich velvet coat. Was he really the grandson of some commoner? I trembled a little, as though my thoughts could somehow reach him. I saw his limp was very bad. Without his jewelled stick, I doubted he could walk at all. The soldiers peeled away from the walls and followed behind their master as he went through the gates. "Well, Tammy," Barak said, "you got to see the King close to after all."
"I didn't know he looked so old," she said quietly. "Pity the Queen."
"Pity all of us," Giles said. "Come, let's go in." The interior of the Minster was a wonder, the nave larger than St. Paul's and more brightly lit. I stared around me through a light haze of incense. From the inside, the magnificence of the stained glass was even more apparent, the great east window dominating all. In side chapels and little niches, chantry priests stood quietly murmuring their masses. Again I thought of the strangeness of the pattern reform had taken in England. The great monastic church at St. Mary's had been turned into a stable and smithy, while the Minster stood intact. Tamsin pointed to a strange object, the painted figure of a long-necked dragon that hung over the nave.
"What's that, Master Wren?"
"A lever for the lid of the great font. A touch of decorative humour, out of fashion these days." I walked to where Barak stood a little way off, looking at a richly decorated side chapel. A little group of clerics stood nearby. One of them was the man Wren had pointed out as the Dean. He was looking grimly pleased. So do it, he said. Commission the workmen. He stalked away, his footsteps echoing on the tiled floor. He's been ordering them to take down a great shrine in the choir, Barak told me. The king was furious when he saw all the offerings laid before it. Earwigging, were you? I asked with a smile. Might as well, he shrugged. Can't say these old churches interest me. Tamsin seems enthralled. That's women for you. Any word from London about who her father might be? None. She stopped talking about it. I lost my temper with her, in fact. He looked shamefaced. Told her she should let it go, stop thinking about it all the time. Seems to have done the trick. She's hardly mentioned it since. We went over and joined Tamsin before the choir screen. It was decorated with a series of life-size figures that I recognized as the kings of England from William the Conqueror to Henry V. They were exquisitely done. I counted them. 11, I said. Are they not marvellous? Tamsin asked. Yes. She pointed to the statues. Why does the row stop with King Henry V? Good question. Master Wren may know. I looked around for the old man, but there was no sign of him. He went off through there, Tamsin said, nodding to the door to the choir. I'll go and look. No, stay here, I added, as they made to follow. I hoped he'd not been taken ill again. If so, I didn't want the others to see. I walked into the choir, lined with rows of high, beautifully decorated wooden pews. To one side stood an enormous ornate construction in dark wood, richly adorned with pillars and arches. A decorated sepulchre was set atop a bier 10 feet high, with niches carved in the side where people could kneel and pray. Offerings were hung on the bier, rosaries and rings and necklaces. Giles knelt in a niche, praying intently, his lips moving silently. Hearing my footsteps, he turned. He stared blankly for a moment, his mind far away. Then he smiled and rose stiffly to his feet. "Forgive me," I said. "I didn't mean to interrupt." No, it was discourteous of me to leave you." He waved at the shrine. "Well, behold the shrine of St. William that so angered the king." "Who was he?" "An early Archbishop of York. It's said the Ouse Bridge collapsed when he was crossing it in procession, but by divine intervention none were killed. He's the patron saint of the city. Many come to pray for his intercession, as you see." I nodded uncomfortably. To me, tales of centuries-old miracles had no meaning, and the shrine struck me over-elaborate, even ugly. "It seems those who say the king's passion for reform died with Cromwell were wrong," Giles said. "As we heard from his own lips, St. William's shrine will be destroyed. It offends his great vanity." "It seems so," I said quietly. "Would you approve?" He gave me a sharp look. "I confess saints and shrines mean little to me. But perhaps it's a shame to destroy it if it means so much to the people. Now this too is to be taken from York," he sighed. "Well, let us go." With a last look at the shrine, he turned away. We returned to the nave where Tamsin and Barak still stood before the statues of the kings. "Master Wren," Tamsin asked him, "why do the kings stop at Henry V?" "Ah, there used to be a figure of Henry VI there, the Lancastrian king who was defeated in the Wars of the Roses. Many believed him to be a saint, and people would come and make offerings beneath his statue. The Yorkist kings didn't approve, so the statue was removed." He turned to me and raised his eyebrows. "So you see, kings as well as saints may be written out of history." Two clerks walked past us, going into the choir. "Tomorrow," I heard one say to the other. "Aye, he's tired of waiting. They're packing up tonight and going on to Hull in the morning. The king's said to be furious. Perhaps that's why the shrine angered him so." I turned to him.
"Pardon me, sir. Is the king leaving?"
The old man smiled.
"Aye, sir. First thing tomorrow. He's given up on waiting for King James. They're packing everything up at the camp already."
He smiled, evidently pleased at the news. I turned back to my companions. Our faces lit up with relief.
"At last," Tamsin said. "God be praised."
Chapter 31. When we returned to St. Mary's, we found the scene already transformed. The royal tents were being taken down, men carefully wrapping the rich tapestries and furnishings and loading them onto carts. An official posted in the yard stopped us.
"Sirs, mistress, a moment, please. Have you horses stabled in the church?"
"Yes."
"Be sure you fetch them early tomorrow morning. All must be present in the courtyard by 6.
"That early?"
"Yes, the progress is to be at home on Spalding Moor by nightfall. The king wants to shake the dust of York from his feet."
"Where will we sleep tomorrow?" Barak asked.
"In tents, of course. In the fields. Home Manor is big enough only for the royal household. Sir, excuse me."
The official grabbed the arm of another man who had come in, and Barak grinned at Tamsin.
"You'll have to sleep in the mud tomorrow, Tammy."
She tossed her head.
"The Queen's servants always had good tents."
She made a face.
"Well, usually."
We laughed, our hearts lifted by the thought of moving on at last.
"I'd best check what the arrangements are for Broderick,"
I said to Barak.
"I'll see you later." "Do you not want me to come with you?"
I hesitated. But surely I was safe in full daylight.
"No, I'll be safe among the soldiery. I'll see you at the refectory in an hour."
I left them and headed off to the cell. I thought about Giles. He'd said he would arrive at King's Manor at dawn. I hoped he would be able to find us in the melee there was bound to be tomorrow morning. He'd returned home to prepare for the journey that would end in London. Sergeant Leacom was standing guard over Broderick's cell with the soldier. I greeted them.
"Well, sir," the sergeant said, "so we're to be off at last. I'm not sorry."
"Me neither. What's to happen with Broderick?"
"He's to be put in a carriage with Radwinter. Sir William came and told us. He's relieved Broderick is to be moved at last. He'll be in the Tower soon."
"Aye." I thought the news that had brought such relief to me only brought Broderick nearer to torture and death.
"My men and I will ride alongside the carriage." The sergeant looked at me seriously. "It's to be close guarded, sealed from the rest of the progress."
"How is he?"
"Quiet, as usual. Radwinter's in with him now. He's back in charge."
His face twisted with distaste. I looked through the barred window. Broderick was lying on his bed, Radwinter kneeling beside him, talking quietly. A candle was set by the bed. Broderick's eyes glinted as he turned to look at me. Radwinter stood, frowned for a second, then came and unlocked the door. He gave me his mocking smile.
"Master Shardlake, we've been looking forward to your visit. Sir Edward and I tire of each other."
I entered the cell. It smelled rankly.
"He fares well?"
"Aye, and has eaten his meals like a good fellow."
I looked at Broderick. He didn't look well to me. His face had a yellow tinge.
"He should have some exercise,"
I said. Radwinter shook his head firmly.
"No, he is not to be seen abroad. He's to be kept close till we reach London, though it makes the hours hang heavy. To help them pass, I've been telling Sir Edward tales of the Lollards' Tower, some of the prisoners I've known."
Broderick raised himself on one elbow.
"He seeks to frighten me with accounts of the burnings and disembowellings he has sent people to. It's a relief to see even your long face, Master Shardlake."
There was a hint of patrician disdain in his voice, reminding me he had once been a man of status.
"We move on tomorrow, Sir Edward," I said. "Have you been told?"
Radwinter answered.
"Aye, I've to rattle in a closed carriage with him all the way to Hull."
We stop at a place called Home tomorrow night. Broderick nodded.
I know it well. The manor house used to belong to Sir Robert Constable, Robert Aske's deputy in the Pilgrimage of Grace. Constable's remains hang over the gates of Hull now, and the king stole his house at Home. 'Twas a fine mansion.
I grunted, then nodded my head at the door. "A word, sir," I said to Radwinter. He followed me outside, telling the soldier to sit with Broderick. Clearly, he was not to be left alone for a minute now. Radwinter leaned against the wall and stared at me interrogatively. Sergeant Leacon stood looking on, leaning on his pike. "I'm worried by how pale Broderick is, and that cell stinks. He needs air."
"He'll be in the carriage tomorrow."
"I'm not sure he's fit to travel."
"What you think doesn't matter. Those are the rules."
I met his gaze. "I remember Cranmer said a man died under your care once. Were that to happen again with this prisoner, I wouldn't envy your position." I wondered if he would burst out in mocking anger, but he only nodded and smiled again.
"We'll all allow one mistake, Master Shardlake. The circumstances were quite different. Shall I tell you what happened?"
"Well?" He shifted his position, making himself more comfortable.
"It was 7 years ago, when the king hadn't long married Anne Boleyn. There was a Dominican monk from a house in Hertfordshire who had come to London and was preaching that the king's break with Rome meant he was condemned by God. He was brought before the Archbishop, but would say nothing about who was feeding and sheltering him. Your old Master Cromwell wanted him taken to the Tower so the information could be racked out of him. But the Archbishop decided a sojourn in the Lollards' Tower might be sufficient to cool him down and loosen his tongue. He was put under my care, and I was told to deal with him strictly, find out what I could.
And?
He was quite unrepentant. When I gave him an English book of prayers to read, he threw it across the cell. So I decided to bring him to his senses by hanging him from the ceiling by his wrists, his toes just touching the floor. I'm told the Scotch have a variant where they hang you by your thumbs, but of course the thumbs are wrenched out after a while, and I wanted this brother Frederick to suffer a good while."
I gave him a look of disgust, which perhaps was what he'd been waiting for. He smiled again.
"That silenced the good old brother. It's hard to breathe in that position, as well as very painful. But I hadn't realized brother Frederick had a weakness of the heart. Oh, I should have considered the possibility. I see that now. He was fat and had a high colour and wheezed when he was led up the stairs to the Lollards' Tower. On the second day I found him hanging dead in his chains. The Archbishop was sore angry with me, I confess. He sent me on a visit to the Tower where I learned from the experts how to judge how much a man may take."
"Cranmer did that?"
"Yes."
Radwinter inclined his head.
"So now I have the skill to weigh a man's condition."
"You are a vile creature," I said.
"You feel sorry for that monk, Crookback? Well, reflect that his death was easier than being drawn and quartered for treason. I did the churl a favour."
I turned away, but he called me back.
"I hear you have been talking to Broderick while I was away, about who has the right to the throne. You mentioned the Queen may be pregnant."
I looked at him in surprise.
"Oh, the soldier outside listened to your converse, as I ordered him to. You had strict orders not to question him."
"It was merely conversation," I said dismissively.
"Was it?"
Radwinter looked at me.
"Sometimes I wonder if you have some private agenda, Master Shardlake, whether your concern for the prisoner is more than soft, stupid pity. If it is, beware."
I thought anxiously on Radwinter's words as I ate with Barak in the refectory. It was full of people snatching a quick meal before making their preparations for leaving. There was much shouting and calling, a palpable air of relief that the Progress was on the move again, on its final leg before the return to London. I went over what I'd said to Broderick a few days before. Nothing incriminating or dangerous. I'd been careful, although I hadn't thought Radwinter would go so far as to get one of the soldiers to eavesdrop on me. He had bribed the man, no doubt. I wondered whether to report it to Sergeant Leakin, but decided to leave it. I mustn't take any risks with Broderick again.
"How long do you think it will be before we reach London?" Barak asked.
3 or 4 days to Hull, perhaps, then maybe a week on the boat. Much will depend on the weather while we're at sea. Quicker than riding back, anyway."
"There's been no trouble for a week," he said thoughtfully.
"Do you think maybe whoever attacked you has given up?" "I hope so. I'm not relaxing my guard."
He smiled.
"Well, in a couple of weeks, we may be safe back working at Lincoln's Inn. Back to the grind."
My heart lifted.
"You're definitely coming back to work in Chambers?"
"Looks like it."
"When we get to Hull, I'll try to secure a place for Giles on the boat and Tamsin too. Someone might have to be bribed, but between us, Giles and I could manage that."
"Thank you," he said quietly. I slept uneasily, for the work of moving and loading went on through the night with a constant shouting and rattling of carts. I rose at the first light of dawn and dressed, putting on my coat and donning my riding boots for the first time since we had arrived. Some of the clerks were awake already, standing round the fire while one tried to light it. I gave them a cold nod and went outside. It was a cool, damp day, the sky covered with a canopy of high, milky cloud. Barak was already up, standing in the doorway looking out at the courtyard. It had been stripped almost bare. The paddocks that had housed the animals were being dismantled.
"St. Mary's, last moment of glory over," he said. "I hear the king has ordered the last windows taken out of the church and the roof taken off."
I looked at the church, its spire lost in mist again, remembering poor Oldroyd. After breakfasting, we walked to the church to fetch the horses. The carpenters were at work dismantling the pavilions now. What a vast amount of money and labour had been wasted. Servants from the royal household were carefully wrapping up a huge tapestry, glinting with gold leaf in a waterproof cover. It was 40 feet long, and it took 4 men to roll it up with infinite care, soldiers standing guard around the precious thing. There was a tremendous bustle around the main doors of the church, which had been thrown wide open. People were leading their horses out and taking their places among the groups that were forming all around the yard. We went inside, into a great crush, as people jostled up and down the rows of stalls, peering round the high walls in search of their animals. Most had already been saddled. I saw Sergeant Leakin among the throng.
"Are you riding today?"
I asked.
"Aye, if I can get to my horse."
I felt myself pushed roughly against a stall and turned angrily.
"Make way there, Queen's household."
Surrounded by a retinue of servants who shoved aside everyone in their path, a group of courtiers was leading their horses towards the doors. I recognized Francis Derham. Seeing me, he gave an unpleasant smile. The courtiers passed, and Barak and I returned to the stalls.
"Take care, sir, take care!"
A woman's voice I recognized, calling sharply. I saw Janet Marlin just ahead. A young courtier was trying to calm his horse, which was tossing its head and neighing, upset by the crowd. It threatened to flatten Mistress Marlin against a stall. Barak stepped forward.
"Look out!" he called. "There's a woman there."
He helped the man calm the horse while I gave Mistress Marlin my arm and helped her away from the animal. She gave me a startled look.
"You? Oh, thank you."
"Are you seeking your horse?"
"Yes, she's down here somewhere."
Barak and I helped her find the stall containing her animal, a grey palfrey, ready saddled.
"Come with us," I said. "We'll just find our own."
She coloured.
"No, I'm all right now. Thank you. I am obliged."
She took her horse by the reins and led it away.
"Doesn't like to be seen as a poor weak woman," Barak said.
"She certainly has her pride." We made our way to the stalls where Suki and Genesis stood, ready saddled, like the others. We led them out, not without difficulty, for both were nervous. Barak Suki had always been temperamental, but I was surprised how skittish my normally calm Genesis was. "What a melee," I said. "This hasn't been well organized. Someone could be trampled." It was a relief to get out of the church again. Little groups of men had formed all round the churchyard now, some mounted, some standing holding their horses. The households of the various nobles and officials, and by the gates the king and queen's households. There was, too, a clutch of lawyers and clerks grouped around the white-bearded Sir James Filty. I saw him glance at us and cross a couple of names off a list he carried. Among the Queen's household I saw Tamsin sitting on a grey palfrey next to Janet Marden on her palfrey, still looking a little flustered. Nearby, Lady Rochford was resplendent in a plum-coloured cloak and sitting on a big black mare next to Sir Richard Rich on a big grey. Looking at the King's household, I was disconcerted to see Mauleverer among the brightly dressed throng. Was he to accompany the progress? It was not a thought that pleased me. I sensed someone else looking at me and glanced round just in time to see Thomas Culpepper turn his handsome head away. Master Craig sat nearby, on a strong-looking roan. Mounted as he was, he still had his portable desk round his neck. He was riffling through papers, but he too caught my eye. He hesitated, and I guessed he would have preferred not to acknowledge me, but he smiled uncertainly. "Good day, Master Shardlake." "Master Craig." I made my voice cheerful. "By Jesu, there's a great confusion in that stable." "Aye, I fetched my horse early." "You'll be busy now we're moving again." "Yes, I leave in a minute. I have to ride ahead to Home Manor and see all is ready for the King." "I gather we should wait with the other lawyers." "Yes," he said, "though you may be waiting some time. The royal households will pass out first with the King and Queen, then the officers of the royal households and the households of the nobles. The various officials come next. I'm afraid the lawyers are at the back. After you will come all the servants from the camp and the wagons. Everything must be done in the correct sequence." "Of course." He looked over to the manor house. A servant stood pruning the roses set round the side, carefully setting the thorny branches in a cart, oblivious to the noise and bustle all around. The manor, I assumed, would revert to its original function as a headquarters for the Council of the North. "The King is in a great fury that James of Scotland has let him down," Craig said. "He threatens fierce measures against the Scotch. I think they'll pay for this." "That would be," I sought a neutral word, "characteristic of him." "Aye." There was a moment's awkward silence, then Craig smiled nervously. "Well, sir, I shall be on the move constantly now. I may not see you again." "In that case, farewell." "Farewell," he said, and then quietly, "Thank you." He turned his horse and rode away to the gate. Barak looked after him thoughtfully. "Poor old arsehole," he said. "Aye. Still, Genesis." My horse had jumped to one side with a whinny. "Let's not mount just yet," Barak said. "Give the horses time to calm themselves." "All right. Look, there's Giles. But where's his horse?" The old man had come in at the gates. He was carrying a heavy pannier and seemed flustered. He stood looking round, overtopping by a head many of those who walked around his burly form. I waved him over, and he walked slowly across to us. "Ah, Matthew," he said breathlessly. "There you are. And Barak. Good morning. I fear I have a problem. My horse got a sharp stone in her shoe last night. She can't possibly ride out. I didn't know what to do." "There will be spare horses," Barak said. "Yes," I agreed, "but they'll be over at the camp. We can't get one now." "Take Suki," Barak said. "I'll walk beside you. Then later I'm sure we can find a horse for you." Giles looked at him with relief. "Thank you, young Barak." "Are you sure?" "Aye, take Suki."
Genesis would be better, I said. Barak's mare might not like being ridden by a stranger. I can ride Suki, she knows me. You take Genesis. He's a calm horse.
Thank you again, sir.
Giles laughed uneasily. I don't know what I would do without you. An official came up and compared notes with Fealty, who turned and addressed us. I want you all mounted now, he called out.
Here, let me help you.
Barak formed a stirrup of his hands for the old man to mount Genesis. He heaved himself up and settled himself carefully in the saddle. Then, so fast it startled me half out of my wits, Genesis reared up on his hind legs with a dreadful scream. Giles cried out and grabbed frantically at the reins, but the horse bucked to unseat him, and to my horror I saw the old man plunge head first from the saddle. He would certainly have dashed his brains out on the stone flags of the courtyard had not Barak stepped forward. Giles fell heavily on top of him, and they both crashed to the earth, Barak letting out a yell as he went down. People turned to look. Some exclaimed, others laughed. Master Wren rolled off Barak's body and sprawled on the ground, shocked. "Giles!" I cried. "Are you all right?"
"Yes, I think so. But what—"
"Jack?" I turned to Barak. He too tried to sit up, but groaned and fell back. His face was ashen.
"Shit!" he said thickly. "My fucking ankle!"
He looked at his left foot, which was bent at an unnatural angle. I looked up at the crowd that was quickly forming round us. "A physician!" I cried out. "There's a man hurt here!" I saw two of the clerks had grabbed Genesis's reins and were holding him with difficulty. My normally calm old horse was still agitated, twisting his body frantically as though in pain. Then a little figure shoved through the gathering crowd and knelt by Barak. It was Tamsin, her face distraught. "Jack!" she cried. "Jack!"
"It's all right, wench. I've hurt me leg, that's all."
"I heard you cry out. I thought someone—"
"No, it was just an accident."
He looked round at the crowd with embarrassment. Sir James Fealty appeared, frowning angrily. "What in Jesu's name is going on here?" he demanded angrily. "Get up, woman!" he snapped at Tamsin. "This is unseemly." "My clerk has hurt his leg," I said with asperity.
"Yes,"
Wren got shakily to his feet.
"He saved my life," he added.
I was aware the crowd had suddenly gone quiet, and looking up, I saw Lady Rochford standing above us. There was something frightened in her expression. "What has happened?" she asked.
Wren bowed to her. "An accident, my lady. This man has broken his leg."
She looked at Barak, then at Tamsin and me. "Nothing worse?" "No, my lady," I said. She stalked away, the crowd parting to let her through. "Come, Tamsin," I said quietly, lifting her to her feet. "You shall go too. I'll see Jack is safe." She gulped and nodded, then looked at Genesis, still straining against the men who held him. "Why did the horse buck like that?"
"I don't know."
"It's as though he were trying to get rid of the saddle." She caught her breath. "Look, sir, there's blood." My eyes widened as I saw a thin trickle of blood running from underneath the saddle, staining the horse's flank. "Tamsin," I said quietly, "help me get this off. Be careful, or he'll buck again." Watched by the curious group of lawyers, we lifted off the saddle. My eyes widened with horror. Underneath was a little thorny piece of branch from a rose bush, the thorns embedded now in my poor horse's flesh. "It was put here so the horse would rear when someone sat on it," I breathed. This was another attempt to kill me. Chapter 32. All the lawyers had seen us find the branch under Genesis's saddle, and word went round the courtyard like wildfire. I waited with Barak until a doctor from the royal household appeared and examined him. His ankle wasn't broken,
I was relieved to hear, but he'd damaged his ligaments.
The doctor bandaged up his foot and warned he would be unable to walk properly for some time. A crutch was improvised from the branch of a tree, and a servant was sent for to help him to one of the carts which were waiting in line at the camp. He would have to travel to home in it. The King and Queen had already ridden out, and the vast train of courtiers and officials was starting to move, one group after another riding under the gate of St. Mary's.
"Damn this," Barak said as the servant offered his arm. "I hate being laid up."
"You must rest your foot," Giles said. "I want to see you fit again soon. Thank you once more."
"I'm glad I saved you, sir."
Barak looked round the emptying courtyard at the horsemen riding out, the men on ladders removing the roofs from the pavilions, the big silent church.
"I'll not be sorry to leave here."
He hopped away with the servant. As he did so, I saw a large figure walking towards us. Malever. Beside him was Sir Richard Rich, resplendent in a black robe edged thickly with fur. They halted before us, and Malever put his hands on his hips.
"Well," he barked, "I hear you've had trouble again."
"That man can never keep out of it," Rich added waspishly. "What happened?"
I nodded to where the servant was still pruning the roses by the house. "Someone got hold of a pruning from a rose bush and put it under my horse's saddle." I raised the twig which I was still holding. Malever whistled.
"God's death, that's bold."
"Not really. There was such a melee in the church, no one would notice who was in a particular stall. With their high sides, someone could stand with their back to the open end and slip something under the saddle without being noticed." I thought Derham was in the stable, and Craig said he'd been in there early. It could have been any one of hundreds.
"Pox on it," Malever said. "This is a clever opportunist. So he's not given up and we're no nearer finding him."
He frowned, and I thought, yes, you're using me as bait. "Are you coming with the Progress, Sir William?"
"I'm coming all the way to London. I have business there." He smiled. "You're not rid of me yet." He looked at Genesis. "What about your horse?"
"He won't let anyone ride him today."
"We'd better find you another. Yours can be led behind. This'll delay everything. The carts can't start moving till the officials have taken their place at the head of the Progress."
He glared at me as though I'd sabotaged the arrangements on purpose.
"Wait there."
He strode off. Rich smiled at me.
"I hope nothing else happens to you, brother. What would they do without you at the Guildhall?"
He turned and followed Malever. Giles looked at me. He was pale, his brow furrowed with concern.
"Someone has been trying to kill you?"
he asked, aghast. I sighed. "For some time. This is their third attempt."
But why?"
"I don't know. It may be because they think I saw the papers in that damned casket we found at Oldroyd's house."
"You think it's the thief?"
He looked shocked. "Yes, and the irony is, I saw hardly any of the papers. Not enough to understand their import. Giles, I'm sorry I've put you in danger too."
"No wonder you've looked so strained," he said. "I had no idea."
A middle-aged soldier with an untidy brown beard appeared, leading a large grey horse.
"My name is Templeman," he said. "I've brought this horse for you, sir. I've been told to lead yours."
"Thank you." I suggested Wren take this animal while I mounted Suki. The soldier took Genesis's reins and followed us to the gate. I gave St. Mary's one last glance and rode out. We rode slowly through York, the King and Queen and their households in front, then the nobility, then the officials with us lawyers at the rear. Behind us rumbled the great train of carts. Lines of mounted soldiers rode 2 deep on either side of us. It felt strange to be part of the great concourse, like being washed along by a vast river. The Yorkers had got used to us. There were few faces at the windows today. Those that were there looked grimly pleased to see the progress leave at last. We took a road that headed east, travelling a little more than a walking pace, the sound of hooves all around and the rumble and creak of hundreds of carts behind. The countryside was flat and low-lying with ponds and water-meadows. A wind blew across the flatlands, ruffling the horses' manes and tails and making the banners the soldiers carried wave and snap. Occasionally, a man on horseback would ride along the grass verge between the road and the field, carrying messages between different sections of the progress. Towards noon, the great train slowed as it crossed a humpbacked bridge across a fast-flowing river. "The Derwent," Giles said. "It's full after all the rains." "So I see." I looked at him. He seemed to have rallied from his shock. There was colour in his cheeks again. We rode on through the afternoon along roads commanding a wide view of the flat, empty countryside. I studied the grey sky and the wide, misty horizon, realizing only now how crowded and claustrophobic St. Mary's had been. The country was scantily populated, with only a few poor villages through which we rode without stopping. The inhabitants gathered in their doorways to watch us pass, mothers holding children tightly to them, faces expressionless. Towards noon the order to halt for lunch was given. Everyone stopped but remained in their places while a procession of cooks brought baskets of bread and cold meat up from the rear. We were all hungry and glad of the food. As we sat eating, I heard hooves approaching from behind. Janet Marlin on her little grey horse drew to a halt beside us, followed by Tamsin on her palfrey. "There you are," Tamsin said. "I rode back to see Jack." "Where is he?" "Quarter of a mile back, in a cart full of waterproof coats. He says he feels a fool." She looked at me seriously. "Sir, please make sure he rests when we reach home." "I will, I promise." Just then the cry of "Fall to" sounded again. The king, it seemed, was indeed keen to move on. Tamsin and Mistress Marlin fell into place beside us. "I was shocked to hear what happened to you," Janet Marlin said. "They're saying someone put that thorny branch under your horse's saddle so it would throw you. Why would anyone do such a terrible thing?" "Someone thinks I know a secret, mistress." She turned in the saddle a moment and looked back over the great concourse. Then she turned back. "This concourse is full of evil. Can't you return straight to London?" "No, I'm not allowed." "I am sorry," she said. "Make way! Make way!" A messenger riding forward with some message for one of the officials came to a halt. Janet Marlin pulled ahead to let him pass. Tamsin leaned in close to me. "What did it mean?" she asked in a low voice. "Lady Rochford coming over to us like that when Jack fell?" "I don't know." She looked afraid. "And I have to go among them tonight. I hoped our troubles might end when we left York." "We must keep up our courage, Tamsin." Janet Marlin looked over her shoulder. "We had best return to the household." She looked at me. "Take care, sir." "Thank you." They rode away towards the front of the progress. I turned to find Giles looking at me quizzically. "Who can be doing this to you?" "I don't know. It'd be better if I said no more." We rode on in silence. The road was raised above the level of the fields now. We looked down on soggy water meadows. After a while, these gave way to uncultivated marshland, brown and dreary and spotted with dark, reedy pools. The gloomy surroundings seemed to affect the progress, the buzz of conversation dying away. "A miserable setting," I observed to Wren. "Aye, Spalding Moor was ever a dreary and dangerous spot. But see ahead, our destination." He smiled, then lifted a hand and pointed. Far ahead,
I saw a hill that rose unexpectedly high out of the marshland, crowned with an ancient church and thick with trees, their leaves red and gold. A straggle of houses lined the steep sides. "There it is. Home. You know it?" He smiled for the first time since we'd left York. "Oh, yes," he said. "I was born there." I'd wondered if the Progress would try to mount the steep hill. Getting all those carts up there would have been a mighty job. But we halted at the bottom where a large mansion stood in the midst of fields carved out of the marshland. Everyone dismounted and stood waiting. 4 huge carts containing the king's greyhounds in great cages rumbled past us, the animals barking and whining. "What happens now?" I asked Templeman, who was holding Genesis by the reins. "They'll come and tell us where we're billeted." He looked at the meadow next to us. "This is a damp place," he added gloomily. "I'll wager we'll wake in our tents with water seeping round our bedrolls. It won't be the first time." "I think I'll walk up to the village," Giles said. "Pay a last visit to my childhood haunts." "Is it long since you were here?" "Over 50 years. Since my mother died." He dismounted, taking his stick from where he'd tied it to the saddle, and looked up the steep hill. "There'll be none who remember me now, but I can visit my parents' grave." He turned to the soldier. "Would you mind my horse, fellow?" "Yes, sir." "Look for me later, Matthew, in camp. We can eat together, though what food we'll have in these fields, I don't know." "Till later, then." Giles walked away, weaving his way slowly among the crowd. I looked beyond the meadow to the mansion. There, in the distance, the royal household had gathered before the door, a shimmering parade of velvet and satin, steel and feathers. I glimpsed a figure around whom all seemed to be revolving, a man head and shoulders above the rest. The king. I turned away in time to see a little man in a party-coloured doublet of Tudor green and white shoving his way through the crowd towards me. He took off his cap and bowed. "Have you come from Sir William Mauleverer?" I asked. "No, sir," he said. "Your presence is required elsewhere." "Where? By whom?" I asked sharply, suddenly conscious that I no longer had Barak beside me. "I may not say, sir, but my orders come from a high authority." I frowned, but allowed the man to lead the way back through the crowd. I had to walk quickly to keep up. At least he was leading me away from the manor house. For an awful second I thought this might be a summons from the king. I caught up with him. "Who is it requires my presence?" I asked breathlessly. He dodged as a huge cart laden with sides of beef trundled by. "You'll see in a moment, sir." He led me into a field where some large tents had been set up. A number of women were going in and out, from which I deduced this must be where members of the Queen's household were billeted. He went over to the largest tent, held the flap open a little, and bowed for me to enter. The interior was richly appointed. Rash mats had been placed on the floor, and large beeswax candles gave the interior a warm yellow glow. To my astonishment, Barak was there too, leaning on a wooden crutch someone had found for him. Beside him stood Tamsin, her face tense. Opposite stood Lady Rochford, her expression stern and haughty. And beside her a small, plump figure I recognized, wearing a dress of silver satin and a black hood decorated with enormous pearls. At once I bowed low before Queen Catherine. "Get up, please." Her voice was soft, girlish. I stood and faced her, realizing I was shaking. The Queen looked at me. Close to, she looked younger than ever, scarce more than a child, though even with the troubled expression I saw in her hazel eyes, she had an aura of sexuality about her. Lady Rochford stepped forward. "That surprised him, Your Majesty," she said waspishly. "He was very bold when I met him before." I said nothing, waiting for the Queen to speak.
There was silence for a moment. Then she said, "Lady Rochford tells me Mistress Reedbourne and this man Barak are under your protection."
"Yes, Your Majesty."
"I saw you at Fulford," Queen Catherine said. "I was sorry for how you were treated there."
"It's of no matter." She took a deep breath.
"I have been told there was an attempt on your life today."
"Yes, Your Majesty. A thorn branch was placed under my horse's saddle. A friend was mounting the horse. He would have been killed had it not been for Master Barak's quick actions."
The Queen looked at Lady Rochford. For a moment she seemed tongue-tied, but she rallied. "Do you know why anyone would do such a thing, sir?"
I hesitated. "No, Your Majesty. But it's not the first such attack." I looked at Lady Rochford. "Sir William Mauleverer has the matter in hand."
"See, Your Majesty," Lady Rochford snapped. "You saw how he looked at me. He thinks I had something to do with it." "Do you?" the Queen asked me, a tremble in her voice.
I hesitated again. Then, "I don't know who may be responsible." She took a deep breath.
"I called you here, sir, to assure you it was nothing to do with my household."
"Thank you, Your Majesty. I believe it has to do with another matter than that which brought us into contact with Lady Rochford." A look of fear again. She glanced at Lady Rochford.
"What matter?"
Lady Rochford snapped. "It's to do with the conspiracy." She looked puzzled.
"I see."
The Queen raised her hands.
"Do not tell me," she said. "They tell me nothing of politics, and I don't wish to know."
I wondered if that was her survival strategy, keeping clear of factions. She looked at me again.
"As for what these people say at St. Mary's,"
she glanced at Barak and Tamsin, who so far had said not a word.
"You have all given Lady Rochford your word you would keep silent. I rely on that."
She drew herself up, trying to seem like a queen instead of a frightened girl. I bowed my head, for I could think of no reply.
"You have told no one what you saw," Lady Rochford said sharply.
"No one, I swear." Her tone changed, became lighter.
"It was a mischance you saw Culpeper that night. The Queen only desired a little company of her own age, as I told you. There was nothing improper. I was with them all the time." "That is the truth," Catherine Howard said quietly. "Will you believe the word of your Queen?"
I looked at her. "Yes, Your Majesty."
And I did believe her.
I felt surer than ever that whatever meeting she and Culpeper had had under Lady Rochford's eye, it had gone no further than that. She wouldn't dare. I felt sorry for her, married to King Henry and cast at her age and with little wit or intelligence among the pack of wolves that was the court. She smiled.
"Then I thank you. You may be sure you will be rewarded when we return to London."
"We seek no reward, Your Majesty."
"Then I thank you again. And I hope whoever has been making trouble for you is caught and dealt with as they deserve."
"Be sure you keep your word to us," Lady Rochford said.
"I took risks in arranging this meeting. The Queen is due at Home Manor. We said she was coming here to change."
The Queen turned away and Lady Rochford waved a hand in dismissal. We bowed again and Tamsin took Barak's arm and helped him from the tent. We walked to the edge of the field and stopped. "Fuck me," Barak said.
"Jack!"
Tamsin said reprovingly. "When I answered that summons and found the Queen in there, I nearly messed me pants." I looked at Tamsin. "Well?" I asked. "What did you think of that?"
"I think the Queen spoke the truth, sir."
"Yes, so do I. They have nothing to do with this, I'm more than ever certain." I shook my head. "The Queen is so young."
They say she was a saucy wench before the king's eyes lighted on her.
A silly flirt, perhaps. And Lady Rochford may get some perverse pleasure out of arranging secret meetings for her with young men, but she and the Queen are surely not so silly as to abandon all caution. They are frightened now. I looked over to where the hundreds of carts were being driven into the fields. "Come, we have to find our billets." Barak nudged me. "Look over there." I followed his gaze to where a little group of officials stood staring at us. Craik was there, and my heart sank as I saw Sir Richard Rich. He would have seen us come out of the Queen's tent. What would he have made of that? Chapter 33. We walked back to where the soldier Templeman still stood with horses on the grass verge by the road, eating an apple. Conical soldiers' tents were being set up in the field behind him. Barak found it hard to move among the barging, shoving crowd, and if Tamsin and I hadn't been there, he might have fallen. I'd relied on his strength and dexterity in many tight corners. It was disconcerting now to have to help him walk. I went up to Genesis. He seemed more at ease now, though with those ugly punctures on his back it would be a little time before he could be ridden again. "Do we know where we're berthed?" I asked the soldier. "No, sir. They'll be along to tell us when they're ready. We'll have to wait." A cart lumbered by so close we had to step up on the verge. Barak, leaning on the crutch, slithered and would have fallen had Tamsin not caught his arm. "Damn it to hell!" he exclaimed fiercely. "You shouldn't be walking among these crowds," I told him. "Listen, you and Tamsin stay here with Templeman till we know where we're to be put." "What are you going to do?" he asked. I felt an urgent need to get away from the roiling crowd. "I'm going to walk up to home," I said. "I'll find Master Wren, come back with him." "You should keep safe with us, sir," Tamsin ventured. "It'll be dark soon." "I need to get away for a while. And I'll be safer up there than in this tumult. Wren and I will find you later." To stop further argument, I turned brusquely away and began walking up the road to the village. All around, people were driving carts into fields under the supervision of green-coated officers of the household, some carrying little portable desks like Craik's. One of the carts had tipped over in the road, and some soldiers were trying to free the huge horses that lay on their sides in the traces, screaming and kicking out frantically. I saw that it contained weapons. Swords and crossbows and guns lay scattered all over the road. Soldiers were picking them up and taking them into the neighbouring fields, shoving passers-by away from the deadly weapons. In the next field on, I saw a carriage standing on its own, guarded by half a dozen soldiers. It was painted black and bore the royal arms. Recognizing Sergeant Leakin there, I went over to him, my boots squelching on the muddy grass. The carriage was windowless, the door shut. The sergeant bowed. "You had a safe journey?" I asked. "Aye, 'twas uneventful." He looked at me curiously. "I heard about the thorns under your horse's saddle." "Does everyone on the Progress know?" "It caused quite a stir." He jerked his head at the carriage behind him. "Is it something to do with Broderick?" "I think not," I sighed. "I came for a walk to get away from the crowds." He smiled. "I too found that great pack of people on the Progress oppressive at first when we left London. You get used to it." "I'm not sure I ever could. I thought I'd walk up to the village. A friend of mine has gone there. Perhaps you saw him pass? A tall old fellow with a stick, wearing a lawyer's robe?" "Aye, he went up a short while ago." He glanced at the carriage. "Sir, I don't like the look of the prisoner. He has a yellow colour. He's seemed sickly ever since he was poisoned. He should be allowed some air. It can't do him good to be locked up in there all the time with that man." "You're right. It will pity any man's heart to see the poor fellow, whatever he's done.
He looks and moves like an old man, though I'm told he's not yet 30.
Yes, I shook my head. And he will die horribly for his beliefs, like so many in these last years. Sergeant Leakin gave me a curious look.
He was prepared to kill for those beliefs as well. If the North had risen this spring as they planned, there would have been much bloodshed.
I nodded slowly. Yes, you're right, Sergeant. There would. Perhaps I have become over-sympathetic to our prisoner. Yet I have to watch for his welfare. I'll speak to Mauleverer, see if some arrangements can be made for him to have exercise. I looked at the black carriage. I can't face seeing Radwinter just now. I'll take my walk and call in on my way back to see how Broderick does.
Be careful, sir, if you have enemies about.
I will. I looked at the young soldier. Is there any more news of your parents' land case?
Only a letter from my uncle saying they're sore worried. He plans to bring him to London to see me when the Progress returns. I'll be billeted at the Tower then.
Bring them to see me, I said. I'm sorry for my part in their trouble.
Can you help them, do you think?
I can't say without seeing the papers in the case, but if I can, I shall. I promise. The sergeant gave me a long, searching look.
I hope so, sir. If they're turned off their land, they'll have nothing.
Feeling guilty, I left the field and began to mount the hill. The path was wide, bordered by oak woods, covered thickly in fallen leaves, so that I had to be careful not to slip. I felt a moment's nervousness at being thus alone, but reflected that if anyone else came up the hill I should see them. A chill breeze blew. The village, when I reached it, was but a single street of poor houses straddling the upward path. A few chickens and pigs rooted about, but apart from some children playing by a puddle, I saw no one. Most of the adults had probably been pressed into service to help settle the Progress for the night. Beyond the village, the hill grew steeper. At the summit, the path came out onto a stretch of open ground in front of the square-towered Norman church, the ancient churchyard to its left extending back to woods behind. I halted in front of the lich gate to get my breath. There was a stiff breeze up here, and the air felt clean. To my right, I saw an enormous beacon, 20 feet high, made of planks, secured in place by thick ropes. I went over to study it. It was one of the beacons Cromwell had ordered to be set on hills all over the country 3 years ago, when it looked as though the French and Spanish might invade England at the Pope's behest. From up here, I could see the camp as it spread itself out over the fields for the night. As when I first saw it approaching at Fulford, the Progress made me think of a great stain on the landscape. I looked across to the mansion where the king would have taken up residence now, a fine old building. Broderick said the king had stolen it from Robert Constable. He has stolen so much, I thought.
On a clear day, you can see York Minster.
A voice at my elbow made me jump. I turned to see Giles beside me.
"Jeez, sir, you startled me." "I'm sorry. I was over in the churchyard on my way to visit my parents' grave and saw you coming. My footsteps made no sound on these wet leaves. You look sad, Matthew."
"I needed to get away from the camp. I breathe easier up here."
"Aye, 'tis all din and mess down there."
His eye went to the misty horizon. The sun was low behind the milky clouds, tinges of red showing through. He leaned heavily on his stick.
"You know, the day it was decided I would go to law, I walked up here and looked over at the Minster. I thought, one day I shall work as a lawyer there."
"As you did."
"Aye," he shook his head. "So long ago, when man's relation to God seemed clear and settled." He sighed. "Since then the world has been turned upside down, and York and the North have ended on the bottom."
"Perhaps things will settle now in the North, after the Progress."
I don't think the king has done much to assuage the bitterness up here. Oh, he's bought the gentry, secured their allegiance with oaths, but you only need to look at the faces of ordinary people to see what their true feelings are." I laughed uneasily. "Giles, you sound like those who grudge all rich men and will pull them down." I smiled sadly. "Sometimes I wonder if they have not the right of it." "No, no," Giles shook his leonine head. "We must have kingship to have order. But it's unfortunate that England has the king it does." "Yes, it is." I looked out over the fields. They'd been carved out of the boggy ground at the foot of the hill and ended abruptly at the marshland, which I saw stretched away for miles. I decided to change the subject, realizing anew how strained old loyalties I'd once taken for granted had become. "Where was your parents' farm, Giles?" I asked. He pointed with his stick at a clutch of buildings. "There. My father drained the land himself. Home Marsh is quite trackless, you know. There's a hermitage some way off, where a couple of monks used to guide travellers who became lost. Gone now, of course. Even their poor hovel taken by the king." "Were you happy as a child?" I asked him. He smiled. "Oh, yes." "Your father didn't expect you to carry on the farm?" "No. I enjoyed my schoolwork, you see. They saw my taste lay with words and arguments rather than billocks and drainage ditches, and they thought I might raise myself up in the world. My tastes were bookish too, and I liked drawing. I used to paint for a pastime, though not recently. But I always knew my father would rather have had a strong son to carry on the farm than me. He should have accepted you as you were, rejoiced that you had brains. He tried, I think." I hesitated. "My mother died when I was 10. "No woman's softening influence on your father, then?" "No. He was harder after that." I was silent a moment. "I was on my way to my parents' grave and then the church. Would you like to see them?" "Yes. I must consider a design for a headstone for my father." He led me into the churchyard. Most of the gravestones were sandstone, weathered with the years, but he took me to a prominent stone in white marble. The inscription was simple. Edward Wren, 1421 to 1486, and his wife Agnes, 1439 to 1488. At rest. "They both died when I was a student," he said. "My mother was devoted to my father. She pined away and died 18 months after him. She was much younger." "Aye. My father had another wife before her, more his own age. They had no children. She died when they were in their 40s and is buried with her family. Then my father married my mother. I was the child of his old age." "My father's family lived round Lichfield for generations. I think that was partly why he was sorry I didn't carry on the farm. The line going out. My father came to home from beyond Wakefield when he was a young man, so there was less of a local tie." I nodded slowly. "Well, it's a fine memorial. Marble. That's good. I shall provide a marble headstone for my father." "Leave me a moment, Matthew," Giles said quietly. "I'll join you in the church in a minute. It's worth a visit." I turned and walked back to the church. I stopped. I'd heard a branch crack, a loud pop. I stared at the trees that shadowed the graveyard, but saw nothing. A deer, I thought, as I walked on to the little church. The interior was lit dimly by candles. There were pretty little vaulted arches and a new roof whose beams were decorated with Tudor roses. In a large side chapel, a candle winked redly in a lamp set before an image of the Virgin. King Henry wouldn't like that. I sat in a pew thinking about my father as the light coming through the high stained glass windows slowly faded. His face came into my mind,
grizzled, unmoving, unsmiling. Yes, he had been hard. In truth, that was why in adult life I had always been reluctant to go home. The door opened and Giles came in, his stick tapping on the floor. He went to the side chapel, crossed himself, then took a candle and lit it from the lamp. He came over, put the candle on the front of the pew and sat down heavily beside me. "This is a pretty place, is it not? I was an altar boy once." He laughed. "We were naughty children. We used to catch the mice that came to nibble the candles, set them between the shafts of tiny carts we made, and send them skittering down the aisles." I smiled. I was an altar boy too. I was obedient, though. I took it all seriously. He looked at me. "Till you transferred your allegiance to reform." Yes, I was hot-headed for reform once, believe it or not. Always questioning everything. I think perhaps you still do that. Perhaps. In a different way. Wren nodded at the side chapel. "That's the Constable chapel." "Sir Robert Constable's family?" "Yes, they've been landowners here for centuries. A chantry priest still says a daily mass for their souls. The priest of the church when I was a lad was a constable." "Were they good landlords?" "No. They were hard, grasping men. Robert Constable as much as any of them. Yet he died for his beliefs in the end." As I told Sergeant Leacon that Broderick would, I thought. "I hear his bones still hang over the gates of Hull." "Yes, we shall see them." He thought a moment. "I sold the farm to the constables after my father died. It made no sense to keep a farm so many miles from where I lived." "No more than it makes sense for you. You shouldn't feel guilty at selling your father's farm, Matthew." "No, you're right." He looked at me and shook his head. "You've had much to bear. First your father, now these attacks on you." "There have been others, you said?" I took a deep breath. "3, counting the thorn under Genesis's saddle, not counting the time when I was struck down and that damned casket of papers stolen. A week ago someone tried to ram a spit through me at the camp." His eyes widened. "Jeez, you. And then a bear was let loose in my path." "Dear God." "I fear the person who's after me may think I learned more than I did from the papers inside that box. I only had time to glance at a few of them." I paused. "One of them was the titulus." "Ah." "That was how I knew it was dangerous for you to have a copy." "I understand now. What others did you see?" he asked curiously. "When he questioned me, Maliver said you'd had no time to look." "Nothing of note." "Maliver must have been angry with you for that." "He and the Privy Council." "How have you borne it all?" he asked gently. "That and what happened at Fulford as well." "One bears things because there's no alternative." I looked at him. "As you have cause to know better than anyone." "Aye." He nodded his head slowly. "Aye. The Lord lays heavy burdens on us. Heavier than a man should have to bear, I think, in dark moments." I shifted in the narrow pew. My neck was becoming uncomfortable again. "I think we should go back now. It'll be getting dark." "Allow me a few minutes more," he said. "I'd like to say a prayer." "Of course. I'll wait for you by the beacon." I left the church. Outside, the sun was below the horizon now, the churchyard dim. I walked through the gate. I looked out over the camp. Torches and bonfires were alight across the fields. All the windows of the manor house were brightly lit. The king and queen would be there now. Master Craik would have made sure all was ready for their comfort. Giles was taking a long time at his prayers. I fingered the thick ropes holding the beacon upright, tied tightly to the top of an iron pole that protruded from the centre of the huge bonfire and secured to stakes in the ground at the bottom. I was conscious of pressure on my bladder. I looked round the churchyard and the trees that bordered the open space to make sure no one was there. I unlaced my hose and sighed with relief as I let out a jet of piss against the beacon. I finished and laced myself up again. I turned, then stood stock still, rigid with shock. Janet Marlin stood 10 feet from me. She wore a dark coat with a hood, and her mouth was set in its grimmest expression. She was holding a crossbow, and it was aimed at my heart. I stared at her, my mouth open. She shifted the weight of the crossbow slightly on her shoulder. I flinched, waiting for the bolt to thud into me. But though her hand was on the trigger, she didn't fire. "This time I have you," she said, her voice sharp as a file. I glanced over her shoulder at the church, a black shape against the evening sky, the light from the chapel outlining the windows in a dim red glow. She gave a rictus of a smile and shook her head. "Do not look for help from the old man," she said. What have you done to him?" She looked at me with those large eyes. They were afire with gloating anger. "I have secured the church door with a spar of wood through the handles. He's trapped, that's all. I don't take life unless it's necessary." "And mine?" I asked. "Is it necessary to take mine?" She didn't answer. I saw the crossbow tremble in her arms a moment. She was at a great pitch of tension. I prayed her hand didn't slip. I knew I had to keep her talking as long as I could, keep her from pressing that trigger. "It was you who tried to spit me at the camp? You who let the bear loose and put that thorn under my horse's saddle?" "Yes. Seeing you in the camp that first time was a lucky chance. I was walking down by the river." There was hatred in her look now. Why? What did she think I'd done? "As for the bear, I knew from Tamsin that you had gone into York, and I waited by the outbuildings for your return. I thought there would be a chance in the dark. You came back, and when you walked through the church, I ran along the side and got behind the bear's cage." "Oh, I have watched you for the last 2 weeks," she added with intensity. "From the windows of the manor, from the camp, from hidden places in the courtyard. When I saw you from the camp tonight walking up the hill, I knew this was my best opportunity." "You got that crossbow from the overturned cart?" "Yes." She seemed steadier now, eyeing me along the length of the weapon. "I thought someone was watching from the woods." Keep her talking, I thought. Keep her talking. "You killed Oldroyd?" I asked her. "Yes. Oldroyd had to die. He had that damned casket. He wouldn't give it up to me even though I told him I came from Bernard." "You're on a mission from your fiancé? So Bernard Locke was a conspirator?" "Yes, he was." "But I thought you were a reformer." "I am. Bernard regrets what he did. He wanted the contents of that box destroyed. They could endanger the throne, he told me. He has repented. Like me, he would save the king from treasonous conspiracies." I wonder whether Bernard Locke had truly repented. No, I thought, he's used this besotted woman as his cat's paw. Behind her I saw a movement, a big dim shape edging towards her. It was Giles. He'd got out of the church somehow and was approaching Janet Marlin slowly, his stick raised in both hands, his expression intent as he tried to get closer to her without making a sound. I forced my eyes back to Janet Marlin. "Bernard told me the papers were in the possession of Master Oldroyd of York, kept in a secret place at his house. He told me I would have to kill the glazier and take his keys from his body to get hold of them. He would never give them up,
You toppled that defenceless man off his ladder in cold blood. I had no choice. Her steely voice didn't waver. And was he not a conspirator deserving of a traitor's death? If it was not for his horse bolting when he fell, I would have had the keys to his house from his body, but that sounded the alarm. You heard us coming, and hid in the church? Yes. You and that lout Barak nearly had me there. It was as well I'd taken care to find keys. But then before I could get to Oldroyd's house, you appeared with that box, a jewel casket, just as Bernard had described to me. And so you made friends with me, planning all the time to kill me because you thought I knew the contents of that box? Giles was right behind her now. He'd lifted his stick high above her head with both arms, but he hesitated. He must fear that if he struck her, she would loose the bolt from the crossbow as she fell. Yes, to see what I could find out. As you pretended to be my friend, laughing in your sleeve all the time because you knew that some of those papers incriminated Bernard. It was harder to be civil than to try to kill you. Every time I saw your crooked form, I wanted to be sick. Now I saw the reason for her anger. Mistress, I said, I hardly saw the papers. I saw nothing about your fiancé. Nonsense! You don't trust Mauleverer with what you know, but when you get to London you'll reveal all to your master Cranmer. You must know— She never finished her sentence, for at that moment Giles brought his stick down on her head with all the force of his arms. There was a horrible sharp crack. Janet gave a little moan of surprise, then toppled to the ground. The crossbow clicked, and I threw myself to the right. There was a thud as the bolt buried itself in the wood next to me. I looked ahead again. Janet Marlin lay face down on the ground, her head hidden by the hood of her coat. Giles stood behind her, swaying slightly, eyes wide. I ran across to where she lay, the crossbow by her side. I grasped her arm. It felt floppy, lifeless. I turned her over. She was dead, her dark curls wet with blood, her wide eyes staring up lifelessly, like those of a fish, all that frantic emotion gone. I turned aside, bent over, and was violently sick. I felt an arm on my shoulder. I stood up. Giles's wide, staring eyes and a twitch in his cheek showed how shocked he was. "I have killed her?" he asked in a whisper. I nodded. "You saved my life. You heard all?" "Enough." He looked down at her body. "By God!" He took a long, deep breath. "How did you get out?" "I've known home church since I was a boy. When I couldn't open the main door, I got out another way. There's a side door." He looked at Janet Marlin's body. "I was so afraid she would loose the bolt." I picked up the crossbow and took Giles's arm. "Come," I said quietly. "We must go down to the camp. Mauleverer has to know about this at once." Chapter 34. On the way back down to the camp, I tried not to be impatient with Giles's slow pace. The old man walked carefully with his stick, feeling his way along the path, for it was dark now. I'd picked up the crossbow, and it hung from my hand. "Will Mauleverer be at Home Manor?" Giles asked. "I would think so. We should go there." "It's hard to credit that a woman could do what she did." "It can happen," I replied. At the foot of the hill we turned right and headed for the manor house. Giles looked very tired now. I put a hand on his arm. "Can you manage? Perhaps you should go back to the camp, find your tent and rest." "No, I'll come with you. Mauleverer will want to see both of us." We reached the high wall that enclosed the grounds.
The manor house was approached through a large gateway where soldiers stood guard. They wouldn't let us through, but I persuaded one of them to fetch Mauleverer. Giles sank down on a knoll beside the gate, folded his hands over the top of his cane and lowered his head. "Are you all right?" I asked. "Yes. I'm in a little pain. Don't fuss," he added with sudden asperity. I looked at him with concern, remembering how he'd collapsed at Fulford. There was a stir at the gate, and Mauleverer appeared. He loomed over us, frowning angrily. "God's death, what is it now? The king is here!" He looked at my face, then said sharply, "What's happened?" "I have been attacked again, Sir William." I held up the crossbow. "With this. It was Janet Marlin." "What? That woman?" He looked incredulous. "Where is she?" "Lying dead outside Home Church." He gave me a long, hard stare, then looked at Giles. "What's this old fellow doing here?" "Master Wren was with me. He saved me." Giles looked up. "I had to strike her down," he said. "It was the only way." Mauleverer held out a hand for the crossbow. "She stole it when that cart overturned," I told him. "Come inside," he snapped. "Both of you." He led the way up the path and into the great hall. There was no sign of the king, thank goodness. Mauleverer led us through to a downstairs room that had been converted into an office and sat behind his desk. We stood before him. In the candlelight that filled the room, Wren's face looked white and pouchy. "Might Master Wren sit, Sir William?" I asked. "He's had a shock." Mauleverer looked at him and grunted assent. I pulled out a chair for the old man. "Thank you. Well, what happened?" I told him what had taken place on the hill. Janet Marlin's revelation that it had been her trying to kill me. Her certainty I'd seen papers in the casket that incriminated her fiancé. He leaned back, thinking, then turned to Giles, who had sat silently throughout my narrative. He nodded at the stick he was holding between his knees. "You brained her with that?" "Yes." Giles looked down. He saw smears of blood on his hands and shuddered. "How much of what she said did you hear before you struck her?" I asked. "Only the end. I didn't mean to kill her. I've never killed another person." "Well, you did tonight." Mauleverer looked at him contemptuously. "What's the matter with you? You look as though you're about to faint away. Seems you've a weak stomach for a lawyer." He's unwell," I told Mauleverer. He frowned anxiously at the old man. "Then he should be got out of here. The king won't have illness in any house he's staying at. Guard!" he called. A soldier hurried in and Mauleverer gestured to Giles. "Assist him to his tent. Find out where it is and take him there." The soldier helped Giles to his feet. He looked at me. "I'm sorry," he said, then allowed himself to be helped out. There was a moment's silence. Mauleverer ran his fingers along the edge of his black beard, a rapid flick, flick. Then he reached down and pulled something out of a drawer in his desk. It was the jewel casket. He set it on the desk. I looked again upon the painting of Diana the huntress, dressed in the style of 100 years ago, aiming her bow at a stag. "I've kept this by me since St. Mary's. I've sat looking at it, pondering over who could be behind this." He gave a bark of laughter. "I've often wished it could speak, tell me what it contained." He shook his head. "I never thought of Mistress Marlin. I'll have them search her room. She may have those papers hidden there." I didn't suspect her either. But she was desperate to get her fiancé freed. It was all that mattered to her. And a desperate person can be more dangerous than the worst villain. You never know what they might do in their desperation, while a villain is always a villain. She was clever, too.
I expect she stole the keys of St. Mary's Church easily enough. Someone with a name as feared as Lady Rochford's behind her could go where she willed at King's Manor.
It was a cold cleverness. She pretended to be my friend. I smiled sadly. It softened me towards her. I wanted her friendship. He looked at me interrogatively.
Sweet on her, were you?
I sighed. No, Sir William, I was not. I always distrusted that obsessive quality about her. I think that obsessiveness enabled her to justify to herself what she was doing. Desperate people can think up reasons to justify almost anything, be they stupid or clever. I took a deep breath, then added, She thought you'd been responsible for Master Locke being put in the Tower, said you coveted his lands and hoped to see him attainted for treason. I braced myself for a storm, but Mauleverer only laughed. Insolent mare! I merely sent him south on the Privy Council's orders. Though if his lands are attainted, as they will be now, I might buy some of them. A covetous look came into his eyes, and in the midst of our talk of traitors and murderers, he gave a momentary smile at the thought of more profit. Perhaps soon he would have enough land to feel he'd redeemed his name enough to marry. He frowned at me. What's the matter with you? You still look worried. Some things still puzzle me. Why was she so certain I'd seen all the papers in the casket? When she knocked me down at St. Mary's, she must have seen I'd only pulled out the topmost ones. He shrugged. Perhaps she thought you'd already looked at them and put them back. She believed I'd seen them all, and was keeping my knowledge from you, perhaps to tell Cranmer. He looked at me hard. She wasn't right, was she? He tapped the casket with a finger. We've only your word for how much you saw. I spoke the truth, Sir William. He gave me another disdainful look. I'll have her quarters turned upside down, and if we don't find those papers in there, I'll have everyone associated with her questioned. Young Miss Reedbourne, Lady Rochford. Lady Rochford won't be pleased, I said, and Tamison will be terrified. Pox on her! I thought, if soldiers appear at her quarters, Lady Rochford and Tamison too will think the Queen and Culpeper have been found out, as perhaps they will be, if those papers still exist. If. I looked at Mauleverer. Sir William, her aim was to destroy those papers. I think she may have done that long since, after she first took them at St. Mary's. He nodded, running his fingers along the edge of his beard again. If there's no trace of the papers, we can assume that she got rid of them. She took them from Oldroyd, and he was in with the conspirators. Yes, Bernard Locke told her he'd repented. She told herself she was helping scotch the conspirators' plans, as well as destroying evidence that would incriminate him. Though I think Locke's main concern may well have been to save his own skin. Mauleverer nodded. Many held in the Tower come to see things that way, especially if they've been shown the rack and heard the screams. Not Broderick. He grunted. He's not there yet. Well, if she has destroyed the papers, she did us a favour, though the Privy Council would have preferred to see them. He got up. Locke will have some stiff questioning now. I'm going to start the search. I could almost feel the nervous energy coming from his big frame. And I'd better have that bitch's body fetched down before some villager stumbles over it. Until I come back, don't move from this room. Do you understand? He left the room, his robe whisking behind him. I sat down in the seat Wren had vacated. I thought, Mauleverer is not the cleverest of men. He gets his way by bullying. He despises me, but likes to pick my brain. I sighed and looked round the room. It might have been a study once.
An old tapestry of a hunting scene hung behind Malavra's desk. Had the executed Robert Constable sat gazing at it, as I did now? I turned away and looked out of the window at the dark night for some time, thinking. I thought of Janet Marlin. Even now I couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Her love for Bernard Locke must have been an obsession since childhood. She'd not been unattractive. She could have made another match had she not fixed her heart so desperately on Locke. What manner of man was he, I wondered? A charismatic rogue, perhaps, who could get women to do anything he asked? I had come across those in my career, usually when they'd bled some woman of all her money and she was trying to recover it at law. Had Locke used that obsessive love of Janet's to turn her into a murderess, to save him from execution? If so, he was worse than her. I shuddered as her face came to mind, her expression as she looked at me over the crossbow. I looked at the box. Who did you originally belong to? I wondered. Someone rich. I leaned forward and opened it, looking into the empty interior. There was still a faint smell of old, musty papers. Had Janet Marlin destroyed them all? If she had, anything there about the Queen and Culpeper was gone. How little I care about that, I thought. I have no loyalty left to Henry. Perhaps a false king. He'll be relieved indeed if that was what the Blaeborn papers said. I jumped violently as the door banged open and Malavra reappeared. He shut the door and frowned down at me. "What are you fiddling with that box for?" He threw himself down in his seat. "There's no sign of the papers in her quarters. Just letters from Bernard Locke in the tower tied up with ribbon. They say nothing, they just say how much they love each other. Like turtle doves." He snorted. "I'm having the ladies questioned to see if they remember anything that might help us, but I doubt they will. I think you were right. She destroyed those papers. Perhaps threw them onto one of the campfires in York. Go back to your tent now. I'll call you if need be. There's a soldier outside. He'll take you back." "Very well, Sir William." I rose, bowed, and left the room. A soldier waiting outside led me out of Home Manor. It was a relief to be back in the open air. "Is the king abed?" I asked a soldier to make conversation. "No, sir. He's playing chess with the gentleman of the bedchamber. He won't sleep for many hours, I think." The soldier led me into the camp. The cooking fires were dying down now, the soldiers and servants fed. Men sat before their tents talking or playing cards. "Is it far?" I asked. "I'm sore tired." "Not far. You have a tent by the fence. Your man and the old lawyer are next to you." He came to a halt where 3 small conical tents were set together in a corner of the field. There were others dotted around, some lit from within by flickering candlelight, the other lawyers, perhaps, whose status merited their own tent. I thanked the soldier, who walked away to the manor and opened the flap of the only tent of the 3 that was lit from within. Inside, Giles lay on a truckle bed which had been set on the bare grass. Barak sat on a box beside him, his injured leg up on another box, and his crutch beside him, drinking beer. "This is a homely scene," I said quietly. "How are you both?" "Master Wren's asleep," Barak answered. "He told me what happened. Is Janet Marlin truly dead?" "Aye, she is. I've been with Malavra. He searched her belongings for the papers, but found nothing." "She destroyed them, then?" "He thinks so." "How's your leg?" "All right, so long as I don't put any weight on it." Tammy had to go back to her quarters. "Malavra's going to question her about Janet Marlin. And the other ladies. Lady Rochford, too." "Tammy will be shocked," he said seriously. "She was fond of Mistress Marlin." He sighed. "Still no word from your friend in London about her father?" "Only a note to say he's following some leads."
Have you told her?
No. And if it's bad news in the end, as I suspect, I won't.
I nodded, then went over and looked at Giles. He seemed deeply asleep. He saved my life, I said. But I think it was all too much for him. He can only take so much. We must take care of him.
We will. Barak looked at me. So, it's all over?
I hope so.
You're not sure?
There's something. But I'm tired. I must go to my tent, sleep. I can't think straight now. I laughed suddenly.
What?
The soldier who brought me across told me the king is playing chess with his gentlemen. It struck me. This whole progress is like a great chessboard with the real king and queen trying to outmaneuver the people of the north. He looked at me seriously, eyes glinting in the candlelight.
A real king? He asked quietly. Or a cuckoo in the royal nest?
Either way, we three are the humblest of pawns, easily dispensable. Chapter 35. We were travelling down a long stretch of road. I was still on the horse I'd been given yesterday, for Genesis's cuts weren't healed sufficiently for me to ride him. He was at the back of the progress with the spare horses. Alongside me, Barak sat wearily in Suki's saddle. He'd insisted on riding today despite his leg. Giles wasn't with us. He'd wakened feeling ill and weak, his face grey. I suspected he was in pain and had begged a place for him to travel in one of the carts. I too was feeling the effects of the previous night. Although I was thickly swathed in my coat, I felt cold. We had an even longer ride today, to Leconfield Castle, 5 miles north of Hull. The country beyond home was less flat, with low round hills capped with trees, whose leaves glowed red and yellow this bright, cold autumn morning. It made a pretty picture. Away to the east, I could see a line of hills I heard someone call the Yorkshire Wolds. All around us, the progress thundered and clattered. Behind, the procession of carts disappeared out of sight beyond the bend in the road. Ahead, the feathers in the caps of the officials bobbed up and down, while on either side the soldiers in their bright uniforms rode with harnesses jangling, and the messengers ran up and down the verges. The picture of Janet Marlin with her head staved in kept coming into my mind. I guessed Giles's state of health this morning was at least partly a reaction to what he'd had to do. I recalled his shocked expression and his words, "I have never killed another person."
"Penny for 'em,"
Barak said. I was thinking of last night. Mistress Marlin lying dead on that hill.
I saw Tammy this morning, before we set off. She said Lady Rochford looked terrified when Maliver came to question her. He questioned Tammy too, but there was nothing she could tell him.
He glanced at me.
She was sore upset to learn the truth about Mistress Marlin. She was in tears when I saw her.
Upset that her mistress was a murderess?
And that she was dead.
Lady Rochford must have been scared the Queen's foolery had been discovered.
Aye, but none of the ladies knew anything. Mistress Marlin had no friends apart from Tamsin. She used to go for walks on her own sometimes, but no one knew where she went.
To spy on me, I said.
Barak lowered his voice. You were right all along not to tell Maliver about Culpeper. Cheer up. You're safe. It's over. And you could stop worrying about that family tree and who Blayborn was. He grinned. Stop moithering, as the Yorkers say.
I wonder, I said quietly.
What do you mean?
Janet Marlin never actually admitted to taking the papers.
What do you mean?
Surely she of all people would have made sure I was dead when I was struck down and the box stolen at King's Manor.
You mean she had a confederate?
I shook my head. No, she worked alone on her mission.
Then who else can have taken them?
Barak sounded exasperated. I don't know. But why didn't she kill me at once when she had the chance last night? She could have shot me in the back as I stood there pissing against that beacon. But she made me stand there. I shuddered. I think if she'd had the time, she might have asked me if I knew where the papers were.
You can't know that.
No, but if she thought I had them, it would explain why she was so sure I'd seen the papers incriminating Bernard Locke.
But she didn't try to question you before. The bitch just tried to kill you.
She didn't have the opportunity before. If one of her earlier attempts had succeeded, she might have somehow found the chance to go through my papers at the lodging house, bribed a servant to do it, perhaps. Barak shook his head.
I can't see it.
I've no proof. If it was someone else who struck me down at King's Manor, someone linked to the conspirators, the papers would probably have been dispatched to them long ago.
So they're gone, whatever they were.
Long gone, I'd say.
I sighed.
Maliver said they'd subject Bernard Locke to stiff questioning now. Perhaps they'll learn more from him.
Barak shrugged. I guess they'll rack him.
Yes, I shuddered. And what will he say? I hope the name Martin Dakin doesn't come up. That would just about finish the old man.
There's no reason it should, just because they share the same chambers.
I nodded thoughtfully. There's an age difference, too. Giles said Dakin was over 40, and Locke must be about 10 years younger if he was of an age with Janet Marlin.
There you are. Barristers with that much difference in experience wouldn't normally mix much.
Unless they have other things in common. I sighed again. I must visit Broderick when we arrive at Leconfield. I never went back to his carriage yesterday. Barak shifted his position to ease his leg.
You should tell Maliver what you've been thinking, that the papers might not have been destroyed.
I will, but he'll probably only scoff. He'll believe what he wants to believe, which is that it's all over. Barak looked round him at the crowds.
Who could it have been?
I followed his gaze. Anyone. Anyone at all. We passed through the little town of Market Weighton without stopping. The King and Queen were at the head of the progress, far out of sight. People stood in the streets and watched the progress as they had in the villages, with caps off, but generally stony faces. Though I heard some ragged cheers up ahead as the King and Queen went by. Towards evening, we came upon a wooded area where trees pressed upon the road, slowing our speed from the usual walking pace. As the sun was beginning to set, we came to a halt in a grassy space before an enormous mansion, enclosed by a moat in the old fashion. We got down from our horses. Grooms made their way down the progress, collecting the gentlemen's mounts. "Do you know where we're billeted?" I asked the groom who took our horses. "One of the steward's men will tell you, sir. You should wait here till then." I helped Barak. With his left leg useless, he couldn't dismount unaided. He cursed and grumbled. Giles appeared. He looked better, though he still leaned heavily on his stick. We sat on the grass and looked over the moat to the house and the procession of carts and people spreading out into the neighbouring fields. Already, tents were starting to go up. My attention was drawn by a familiar black carriage ringed by soldiers on horseback that had pulled into the next field. "Broderick," I said. Giles looked at me curiously. "Sir Edward Broderick, of Hallington?" I knew he was taken. "Is he being brought south?" "Aye." It was inevitable, now the progress was on the move again, that questions would be asked about that closed and guarded carriage. I looked at Giles. "Did you know him?" "Only by reputation, as a fine young man. A good landlord." He smiled sadly. "I'm responsible for seeing he's properly looked after, at the request of Archbishop Cranmer." "On top of everything else?"
Giles looked at me seriously. "You carry a heavy load, Matthew."
"Not for long. Now we're on the move again. I'd better go and see how he does, excuse me." I left the others sitting on the grass and walked across to the carriage. Sergeant Leakin, who was brushing his horse, bowed to me.
"I was expecting to see you last night, sir," he said.
"Something happened to detain me." I looked at the closed carriage. "How is the prisoner?"
"Listless."
"And Radwinter?"
He spat on the ground. "The same as usual."
"I'd best look in on them."
"Sir William Maliver was here last night, looking grim. He spent some time talking to the prisoner alone, made Radwinter wait outside, which didn't please him."
I wondered if he'd been trying to discover whether Broderick had any links with Janet Marlin. "Well, I'll see how he does," I said. I mounted the little step on the side of the carriage and knocked on the door. It opened, and Radwinter stared out at me. He appeared tired and a little unkempt, his hair untidy. He'd be unable to keep up his usual standards in there.
"I thought you'd forgotten us,"
he said sourly. He stood aside and I stepped into the dark, airless carriage. It stank of sweat and unwashed bodies. The carriage seats had been knocked out and a couple of straw mattresses laid on the floor for prisoner and guard. Broderick lay on one of them, his wrists and ankles secured by heavy chains. Though it was hard to see in the gloom, I thought he looked paler than ever. "Well, Broderick," I said. He stared up at me with his bright, angry eyes. I wondered what he might know of Janet Marlin and her fiancé. But even if he did know something, Maliver would have got nothing from him. "Where are we now?" he asked. "A place called Leconfield. We stay here tonight and go on to Hull tomorrow, I believe." "Leconfield. Ah." A look of sadness crossed his features. "You know it?" "Yes." Broderick looked at the open door of the carriage. "Are we at the castle?"
"Nearby. You can see it from here."
"I would like to see it. Just through the door, if I may."
"No," said Radwinter. "Yes," I countered.
I wanted to get a clearer look at the prisoner in the light. Radwinter shrugged angrily. Broderick tried to struggle to his feet, but the heavy chains impeded him. I gave him my arm. He took it reluctantly. Through his dirty shirt his arm felt like skin and bone. He shuffled to the open door and looked out at the castle. Courtiers were riding across the drawbridge, and a group of swans, disturbed by the noise, flew up from the still waters of the moat. The high brick walls shone red in the setting sun. All around, the trees in their bright autumn colours. I studied Broderick's face as he blinked in the unaccustomed light. He looked pitifully thin and pale. "I came here many times as a boy," he said, in softer tones than I'd ever heard him use. "This used to be the Yorkshire seat of the Percy family." He looked at me. "Once they were the greatest family in the north."
"Who owns it now?" I asked.
"Who owns everything?" he answered. "The king. He bullied the Earl of Northumberland into making him his heir. The king took everything when he died. And the Earl's brother, Sir Thomas, who was the rightful heir, took part in the Pilgrimage of Grace and was executed."
"Where do his bones hang?" Broderick gave me a sharp look. "Nowhere. The king had him burned at Smithfield. He's naught but ashes on the wind now." Broderick looked back at Radwinter. "I expect you saw it. You tell me you go to all the burnings." Radwinter frowned.
"'Tis everyone's duty to see the end of traitors."
"For you, it's entertainment. You're a fit servant for the mould warp."
Radwinter laughed. "I think you had best get back inside. Your traitorous face is not to be seen by Christian people."
He took Broderick's shoulder and shoved him back into the gloomy interior. Broderick lowered himself clumsily onto the mattress, his chains rattling.
"I could do with a little air myself," Radwinter said. "A word, Master Shardlake?"
He jumped lightly down onto the grass. I clambered down beside him. He took a deep breath of the cold evening air.
"'Tis good to be outside. Do you know whether we move on to Hull tomorrow?"
"I'm not sure. I assume so."
"I'll be glad to get out of that carriage. It jolts constantly. But at least it's safe. I hear someone tried to kill you," he added in the same light tone, "and was herself killed. A woman."
"Yes."
"Oliver told me when he came to question Broderick last night. Broderick denied any knowledge of the woman or her betrothed. Perhaps it was only someone you have annoyed with your nosy, priggish ways."
"Very probably," I replied flatly. I wasn't going to be provoked into telling him more than the little Maliver evidently had. "Broderick looks ill and weak to me. Sergeant Leakin says you spend your time telling him gruesome stories."
"Fit subjects for a traitor. But there's a reason I talk to Broderick thus." His eyes narrowed. "Tell me, Master Shardlake, do you frequent the cockfight or the bear-baiting?" "No, you wouldn't. You're of a weak nature."
"What has this to do with anything?"
"When I was a boy, I went to the bear pit as often as I could cozen a penny out of someone. And I would go to hangings with my father, and burnings too, though there were fewer in those days. I learned there's a great difference between animals and people when they're led in to be killed for spectacle."
I looked at him. Once I'd been afraid of this man with his strange, icy eyes, but increasingly, when I encountered him, now it was disgust I felt.
"The difference is anticipation. The dogs led into the pit don't think, 'Geez, I'm about to die in agony.' They go in, and they fight, and they die. But the people know, will have known for days what's coming to them. They anticipate the agony of slow strangling or having their flesh stripped from their bones by fire. For the condemned, of course, there's no release, but if a man may save himself by talking—"
He raised his eyebrows. "I've been telling Broderick of all that may come to him to try and frighten him. I've been forbidden to use physical methods, but I've always found words may serve just as well."
"Broderick will never talk," I said impatiently. "You know that." "Water wears away stone. I can't believe he doesn't lie awake at night and think with terror of what's to come in the tower."
"Do you know, Radwinter," I said, "I think you're mad, and grow madder by the day." And with that, I turned and walked away. My encounter left me ill at ease. Radwinter always made me feel as though something unclean had been crawling over me. I walked off in the direction of the manor, frowning. A number of officials were standing on the meadow in front of the moat, talking as they took the evening air. Among them I saw Master Crake, standing on his own, checking papers on his little desk. I hesitated, for I knew my presence embarrassed him now, but crossed over. I wanted to talk to Tamsin, and he might be able to tell me where she was billeted. "Good evening, sir," I greeted him. "Still at work?"
"Yes, I am very busy, I fear."
He took a step away, and although I knew the reason for his reluctance to talk to me, nevertheless his brusqueness annoyed me. "There is something I would ask you," I made my voice as coldly formal as his, "about the arrangements for tonight."
"Very well, but I am busy. I've just learned we are to be here 4 nights.
4?
"Yes. We don't go on to Hull till the 1st of October."
I set my lips. I wanted desperately to be on the boat to London, and here was more time lost. I turned back to Craik, remembering why I'd sought him out. "Do you know where the Queen's women servants are camped?" I asked. He looked at me narrowly. "Official business," I said. He pointed with his quill to a field where some tents were being set up a little way from the rest. "Over there." "Thank you," I said, then essayed a smile. "I hope all goes smoothly with the arrangements." But he'd already turned his back. I shook my head and began walking towards the field. As I approached, I saw Tamsin herself coming towards me from the tents, holding the hem of her skirts clear of the wet grass. As she approached, I saw her eyes were red from crying. "I came to find you," I said, "to tell you where we are."
"And I was about to come looking for you, sir."
She gave me a watery smile and fell into step beside me.
"How is Jack?"
she asked. "All right, so long as he doesn't put weight on that leg." "Grumpy."
"He will be."
I looked at her. "He told me Malavra questioned you last night." She gave a sardonic smile that sat ill on her feminine features.
"So now you come to question me about it?"
"I need to know what he said."
"He questioned all the Queen's servants, but neither they nor I could tell him anything. Janet talked to me of little beyond our duties and her fiancé in the Tower, and her early life. It was very sad. She was an unwanted orphan. Only Master Locke was ever kind to her. There was much to pity in her life, for all that she did."
"Forgive me if I find it hard to sympathize." Tamsin didn't reply. "What about Lady Rochford? Jack said you told him that she seemed afraid when questioned."
"I wasn't there. I only heard that she shouted at Malavra, and he shouted back."
She lowered her voice.
"I think she calmed when she realised it was nothing to do with the Queen and Culpeper. Culpeper hasn't been near for days."
I looked at her. "You've been crying. Were you afraid too?" She met my gaze.
"I've been crying for Janet. I can't help it. She was kind to me. She treated me almost like a daughter."
She hesitated.
"What will happen to her body?"
"I have no idea. Left behind for burial at home, probably." "She tried to kill me, Tamsin." The girl gave a heartfelt sigh.
"I know. I don't understand any of it."
"She acted at her fiancé's bidding. She admitted it herself. Her motive was love," I added starkly. "Love turned to obsession, excluding all other feelings."
"Yes, she loved that man. It consumed her. What will happen to him now?"
"He'll be questioned about this."
"Harshly?"
"Yes."
"That love could drive someone to do such evil. It's hard to believe."
"It's what can happen when one gives oneself over entirely to feeling." She looked at me curiously.
"Is that what you believe?"
"Yes."
"Then I'm sorry for you, sir."
I gave her a stern look. "You know, Tamsin, some would say that trick you played with Jack the day we came to York was a sign of, not obsession, but a lack of proportion."
"We make our way in life by action, sir," she said. "Not endless talk."
"Do we? Are you turned instructress now, to teach me?" Tamsin turned her head away. "So Janet told you nothing that could help us fathom her plans?"
"No."
She kept her head averted. "You must have talked with her about those stolen papers, after Malavra questioned both of you at King's Manor."
"We didn't. She wasn't interested, or so it seemed."
I looked at the side of her averted head. She was angry with me.
I felt my old irritation against the girl rise again. We reached the place where Giles and Barak were sitting on the grass. Barak heard us, looked up and waved at Tamsin. "Jack!" she called eagerly, and ran towards him. Chapter 36. We stayed at Leconfield 3 days, in tents in the meadow beyond the moat. The king had business to conduct, we heard. The Scots were raiding the border villages. A sure sign James wasn't interested in a rapprochement with England. Perhaps the strengthening of the defences at Hull was no bad idea at all. Those on the Progress were forbidden to wander beyond the fields that surrounded the camp, but I didn't even go that far. I stayed in my tent, resting. It did me good, and I felt myself relaxing, able to distance myself a little from my brush with death at home. My only exercise was my daily visit to Broderick's carriage, which stood closely guarded in a neighbouring field. Broderick seemed to have retreated into himself, lying silently on his pallet and barely acknowledging my presence. Radwinter said little either. He was surly, and there was none of his usual verbal sparring. Perhaps my accusation of madness had finally struck a nerve. On my first morning at Leconfield, I nerved myself to go and see Mauleverer again. The guards directed me to an inner courtyard of the castle. As I entered, my heart sank, for he was walking and talking with Richard Rich. They looked at me in surprise. I took off my cap and bowed. "Master Shardlake again," Rich said, a smile on his narrow face. I remembered he had seen me coming out of the Queen's tent at home when Lady Rochford had summoned me, and wondered if he would refer to that. But he only said, "I hear you have escaped assassination. By a woman. God's death, it would have made my life easier had she got you. I wouldn't be put to the trouble of sorting out the Belknap case." He laughed, Mauleverer joining in sycophantically. I was so used to Rich's mockery that it made no impact on me now. I looked at Mauleverer. "It was about Mistress Marlin that I wished to speak to you, Sir William." Mauleverer turned to Rich. "He's a clever fellow, this. Sometimes he has good ideas. He delved out the truth about Broderick's poisoning." "He delves too much," Rich growled. "I will leave you, Sir William. We can talk about that piece of business later." He walked away. Mauleverer gave me an irritated look. "Well, Brother Shardlake?" I told him I'd been puzzling over Janet Marlin's behaviour to me at the Beacon. "I've wondered whether it was she who attacked me at King's Manor. She never actually said so, and it's strange that I was left alive only to be hunted by her later." I looked at him. "Perhaps to keep from you and show to Cranmer." He frowned a bit at one of his long yellow fingernails. "That would mean those papers are in the hands of the conspirators after all." "Yes, Sir William, it would." "You've been thinking too much. If the conspirators had the papers, they'd have used them by now." "They might be waiting for the right opportunity." He looked at me narrowly. "Have you told anyone else about this notion of yours?" "Only Barak." Mauleverer grunted. "And what does he say?" I hesitated. "He too thinks it's speculation." "There you are, then. Forget about it. Do you hear? Forget it." He frowned mightily. I thought if he passed this on to the Privy Council and they thought the papers might be in the conspirators' hands after all, it would harm his reputation just when he thought all was mended. "Very well, Sir William." I bowed and turned to go. As I reached the gateway, he called me back. "Master Shardlake!" "Yes, Sir William?" His face was angry, troubled. "Sir Richard Rich is right. You are a bothersome man." Over the next couple of days the weather remained fine, if a little colder each day. Leconfield was a pretty place, the castle and the surrounding meadows enclosed by woodland, bright with autumn colour. Nonetheless, the time passed slowly.
Barak and Giles and I spent hours in my tent playing cards, swathed in coats. When we'd lost all our money to Barak, we switched to chess, and Giles and I taught him the game using chess pieces I drew on scraps of paper. We didn't see Tamsin, for it wouldn't have been proper for her to come to our tents. Barak met her most evenings, stumping round the camp with her. He'd progressed to a stick now. Tamsin had been avoiding me since our quarrel in the field. She must have told Barak, for he'd been a little uncomfortable with me since then. On the morning of the third day, I stood with Giles in front of my tent looking at the woods in their autumn colours. I thought he seemed noticeably thinner now, less a solid oak of a man. "How are you?" I asked. "I have some pain," he said quietly. "But the cold in these tents is the worst thing. It saps my energy." He looked at his big hands, adjusting his emerald ring. "I'm losing weight. This ring will fall off if I'm not careful. I would be sorry to lose it. It was my father's. Perhaps in Hull we'll have brick walls around us again and a fire. 'Tis a large town, I believe." "I've already taken care of that." He winked at me. "Some gold has passed from me to one of Master Crake's underlings. It's secured me a room at an inn. You and Barak too." "That is generous, Giles." "No," he smiled wryly. "I might as well put my money to good use. Soon enough I will have no need of it. Jeez, you, but I miss my fire and Madge to wait on me." He looked at me. "I have left her well provided for in my will. She'll end her old age in comfort. And you will have my library." "Me?" I was taken aback. "You're the only man I know who will appreciate it. But give those old law books to Gray's Inn Library. I should like my old inn to have them." "But your nephew—" "Martin will have my house and everything else. I made a new will before I left York. But I want to see him, to tell him." I put a hand on his arm. "You will." For a moment he looked sad. Then we both jumped at the blast of a hunting horn. We saw, some way off, a procession of brightly robed riders heading for the woods, a huge pack of greyhounds loping along beside the horses. "The king is going hunting," Giles said. "I hear he walks and rides so badly now he has to stand in a hide with his bow and arrow and shoot at the stags as the hounds and keepers drive them by. He that was called the greatest athlete in Europe in his youth. The king. The true king?" I wondered again. Next afternoon we were told to make ready. We would be moving on to Hull the following day, the 1st of October. The new month came in with winds and heavy rain from the east, making it a miserable business getting the progress together in the early morning, finding our horses and our place in the cavalcade. The fields had turned to mud. All the cart wheels and even the hems of the senior officials' robes were spattered with it. Barak was better able to ride now. The enforced rest had helped his leg. He probably wished he was back in his covered cart, though, as we rode slowly along with our heads bent against the driving rain. Mercifully, it stopped later that morning as we approached the town of Beverley. We passed through quickly, then went on through more flat countryside, white church steeples marking the occasional villages. The road began descending slowly past fields of rich black soil, and late in the afternoon we saw a wide grey estuary in the distance, broader than the Thames at London, and dotted with sails. "Nearly there," Giles, riding beside me, spoke with relief. "Just the boat home now," I said. My own heart lifted at the thought. "That's the Humber, then?" "'Tis wide." "It is. We'll sail down there, past Spurn Head, and into the German Ocean." "Have you visited Hull before?" "Once or twice, on legal business. The last time near 20 years ago. See, there are the walls." I followed his pointing finger, and saw, bounded by the grey estuary and a smaller river running into it at right angles, a walled town. It was smaller than I'd expected, not half the size of York. "The walls are an odd colour," I said. "Reddish." "They're brick," Wren said. "All the bricks in Yorkshire come through Hull." As we approached the city, I saw a large group of dignitaries standing outside the walls, waiting to greet the king on this, his second visit. The progress drew to a halt, and we sat waiting for some time as the royal party was welcomed in. Because of the press of people ahead, I couldn't see them. I was glad, for even the sight of the assembled dignitaries had brought Fulford back to me, the thought of which still made me hot with shame and anger. I glimpsed Derham and Culpeper sitting on horseback among the courtiers. At length officials began moving to and fro among us, directing people where they were to spend the night. I saw Master Craik among them, checking queries against papers on his portable desk. It was as well they were held down with a clip, for the wind was ruffling them. He came over to where we sat. "Master Shardlake," he said, "you are to have accommodation at an inn. You and Master Wren and your man Barak. It seems someone has approved it." He gave us a suspicious look, and I wondered if he smelt bribery. Some of the other lawyers nearby, who would be sleeping in tents in the fields again, looked on enviously. "I am to escort those with town lodgings into Hull now, if you would walk along. Your horses will be taken and stabled." So Giles and Barak and I walked into the city with Craik. We were among a fortunate group of officials, mostly far more senior than us, who had billets in Hull. As we approached the red brick walls, I saw another skeleton hanging in chains from the ramparts. Sir Robert Constable, I guessed, in whose mansion the king had stayed at home. Wren averted his eyes, distaste clear on his face. We walked under the gate, and down along Main Street Craik told me was named Lowgate. The building seemed in better repair than in York, the people a little more prosperous. They looked at us with a lack of interest as they stepped out of the way. This was the king's second visit. They'd seen it all before. "How long do we stay here?" I asked Craik. "I don't know. The king wants to make plans for the new defences." "Where is he staying?" Craik pointed to our left, where a clutch of tall chimneys overtopped the red-roofed houses. "His manor house here. It used to belong to the de la Pole family." Yet another house he's taken, I thought. Craik seemed reluctant to converse, but I persisted. "We have to get back to London by boat. Will many return that way?" "No. After Hull, the Progress will cross the river and ride to Lincoln. It breaks up there." "We have to return to London as soon as possible." Craik flattened his papers with a plump hand as the wind lifted them again. He looked up at the sky where grey clouds were scudding along. "Then I hope the weather allows you to sail." He stopped before the door of an inn. "Well, here you are." Inside, a number of gentlemen were already waiting. They looked down their noses at our lawyers' robes. Craik bowed to us. "I must get back. My staff will doubtless have messed up the allocations. It's a nightmare." He turned and left. "Not the friendliest of men," Wren observed. Barak, leaning on his crutch, grinned wickedly. "He has things on his mind." Barak and I had a pleasant room at the back of the inn, Wren the one next to us. There was a fire and a view over red-roofed houses sloping down to the muddy banks of the smaller river. The rain had started again, large drops streaking the little diamond-paned window. Barak sat down on the bed with relief. I looked at my panniers, unsure how much to unpack. Then I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. The door opened without a knock, and Maliver strode in. He looked around the room. "You've done well for yourself," he said sardonically. "I came to tell you Broderick's in Hull jail, with Radwinter. One wing has been cleared of prisoners." He ran his hand along the edge of his coal-black beard in that habitual gesture of his. "I have new orders about him from the Privy Council. We don't know when we'll get back to London with this weather.
There may be delay? I asked. There may. So the King has ordered that Broderick is to be groped here in Hull. There's a rack at Hull jail. I'm supervising the racking myself. I'd hoped all this time that somehow Broderick might escape what was coming to him, and now it would be done tomorrow. He's weak, I said. Maliver shrugged. It has to be done. We don't think he knows exactly what was in that damn box of papers, but he may. And he may know the names of the London conspirators. We always knew there were London lawyers at the heart of the conspiracy, but we'd not been able to lay them by the heels. Maliver cracked his fingers noisily. So, we'll see what could be got out of him tomorrow. And meanwhile, they'll be getting information about Mistress Marlin's mission from Bernard Lock in the Tower. I looked into his heavy, heartless face. For him, it was just a task, another job. He gave me another quick, harsh smile, then left. Barak looked at the closed door. Geez, you, he's a hard one. Hard as Lord Cromwell. I slept little that night. I lay awake thinking of what was coming to Broderick, remembering his mocking accusations that I was keeping him alive for the torturer. And for Bernard Lock it would have come already. Maliver's heartlessness made me shudder. In the small hours I got up quietly so as not to wake Barak, who was snoring gently, and crossed to the window. The night was pitch dark, a high wind hammering raindrops against the panes. I wondered if Broderick was awake in his cell, perhaps trying to steel himself for the rack. A wet beech leaf blew against the glass. Curled up on itself, it looked like an accusing finger. Maliver came to the inn again after lunch. Once again Barak and Giles and I were playing cards. We were all in gloomy mood, for it was raining and blowing hard as ever, a real autumn gale. The innkeeper had said it was unusual for the wind to blow strongly from the southeast in October, but as long as it did, we couldn't set sail. "Leave us," he said curtly to the others. "I would speak with Brother Shardlake alone." They went out. Maliver threw himself into Barak's chair. It creaked loudly. He gave me that cold smile. "You were right about Broderick," he said without preliminaries. "How?" "He was in a weak state. I could see that when they brought him in. I had a room set up in the jail, the rack in a corner and irons heating in the fire so he could see what was coming." He spoke as though he were describing preparations for a dinner. "Radwinter brought him eagerly, yet Broderick hardly looked at the implements, and when I said he'd feel their bite and singe unless he talked, he only urged me to get it over. He's not short of courage." Maliver compressed his lips. "So I did. I put him on the rack, and because I couldn't trust any of the jailers to hear what he might spill, I sent them out, and Radwinter and I turned the wheels ourselves. Broderick was silent for a good minute, then he screamed and passed out, fainted clean away." Maliver shook his head. "It took us several minutes to rouse him. I was worried, and Radwinter suddenly turned nervous. He said we should stop." "He had a prisoner die from his attentions once," I said. "Archbishop Cranmer wasn't pleased with him." "If Broderick died under my care before he talked, the king would have my balls." Maliver looked at me hard. "What do you think's the matter with him?" "Weakness and exhaustion. From his imprisonment, the poisoning, the being stuck in that carriage for days." He grunted. "You were supposed to make sure he was in good health." "I did all I could." "Well, I'll take care of him myself now, so he's in a better state when we get to the Tower. Feed him up. Radwinter won't dare defy me. Your job there's over." "Archbishop Cranmer—" "My orders come from the Privy Council." "I see." So that was it.
My duties were over. I could wash my hands of Broderick, like Pontius Pilate. "Sir William," I ventured, "do you know how long we'll be in Hull?" For answer, he nodded at the window. "There's a boat waiting, and as well as Broderick, there's several officials who need to get back to London faster than they can ride. We must wait till the weather clears, though, for we'd be no faster on the roads in this rain, especially with Broderick in a carriage." He glowered at the rain-spattered window. "May I still go on the boat?" Now my escort duties were over, there was no need for me to return to London quickly, but I desperately wanted to go home. And there were Giles and Barak to think of. I thought he would refuse, and was surprised when he nodded. "Yes." "I wonder, sir, when we go, might Master Wren go with us?" I hesitated, as I remembered an earlier promise. "And Mistress Reedbourne?" He shrugged. "I care not. Talk to the Chamberlain's office if you want. There are places, but the officials will want paying." "Thank you." "Don't thank me till you're safe in London," he said. There was something secret and mocking in his look as he went out. He left me feeling uneasy. Chapter 37. The bad weather continued. Often it was raining hard, and even when it was dry a strong wind blew, sending clouds scudding across the sky, always from the southeast. No boat could set out. We heard the king was visiting the mud flats on the other side of Hull River in pursuit of his idea of fortifying the city. He would be wet and windblown. He can't command the weather, after all, I thought sourly. We became bored for all that the inn was comfortable. It was worst for Barak. Still limited in how far he could walk, he was morose and irritable, only cheering up when Tamsin called. Then, from tact, I would leave the room and sit with Giles a while. Since our talk in Leconfield, Tamsin had been cold with me, and with Giles too. She seemed to blame us for Janet Marlin's death, murderess though the woman had been. When Giles and I went to the Chamberlain's office, he had paid a great deal of money to secure places on the boat for Tamsin and Barak as well as ourselves, but although Barak had been effusively grateful, Tamsin had only thanked us in a cold voice. Giles had taken to going for little walks around the town on the rare occasions when the weather was dry, and one evening, as we sat in his room, he told me what he'd been doing. He'd seemed well for some time now. The restful life here was good for him, for all it bored us. "I have been getting to know some of the local lawyers," he said. "They live in a district down by the river. They even have a little library there." I looked up with interest. These last few days I'd often wished I'd had something to read. "It isn't up to much," Giles continued, "but they have a lot of old case books. I've been looking through them to pass the time. It's in one of the barristers' houses. Other lawyers may use it for a small fee." "Even the barristers' opponents?" "Aye. They must make such shift as they can up here, far from London. It's strange. I'll never practice again, and now I can read cases with interest and even amusement at the fumes and scratchings men make between each other." "It is hard," I said gently, "what you must face." He looked at me seriously. "Not so hard now. I raged when I first realized what was wrong with me, but I've had months to come to terms with what must be. I'll be content so long as I can resolve matters in London, mend that old quarrel with Martin, ensure that when I die my name and family won't be forgotten, that I can leave a legacy to my kin." Unconsciously he clenched a big fist, his emerald ring glinting. "We'll find Martin Dakin," I said soothingly, although I was uncomfortably reminded of what Maliver had said. Giles nodded. "Thank you." He looked out of the window. "The rain has stopped. Come, put on your lawyer's robe, and I'll take you to the library." "Geez, I hope the weather will change soon. How I want to leave." He looked at me curiously. "You'll see that prisoner again on the boat, Broderick?" "Aye." I told Giles that Maliver had relieved me of my duties there,
I hope he's not in too bad a state. And then in London he goes to the Tower.
Aye. Well, let's not think of that. We went outside. It was a relief to smell fresh air. Many others from the Progress had taken advantage of the break in the endless bad weather to take a walk, and I saw a group of the lawyer's clerks coming towards us, including the fellow who'd mocked me at the lodging-house. I frowned and averted my face as they passed.
"Master Shardlake!"
I jerked round at the sound of my name. If they dared to call after me in the street. But my brow cleared as I saw it was Sergeant Leacon who had addressed me. He was dressed in civilian clothes, a blue doublet and hose. With his blonde hair and athletic frame, he looked a handsome fellow.
"Sergeant, how are you? You remember Master Wren?"
"I do, sir." He bowed to Giles.
"You're out of uniform, Sergeant?"
"Aye, I'm off duty. I've come out for a walk, since for once it's not pissing with rain."
"We too. Walk with us,"
I added, for I saw that he wished to speak to me. "Any news on your parents' case?"
"Nothing good, sir. My uncle, that was helping my parents with their paperwork, he's had a stroke."
"I'm sorry to hear it."
"Sir, will you still help us when we return to London, if I can get my parents to come there?"
There was a look of desperate appeal in his blue eyes.
"I will. Bring them to Lincoln's Inn. They fret, for I don't know when we'll get back. I have a place on the boat." "Have you?"
"Aye, to help guard Broderick, but heaven knows when it will leave."
"Have you seen him?" I asked. "How is he?"
Leacon shook his head.
"The castle jailers have charge of him now. I know he was racked, but they had to stop because he was so weak. Perhaps Radwinter did him a good turn, keeping him locked up and in ill health in that carriage all the way to Hull."
"Aye, maybe."
We'd been walking through the narrow streets leading down to the Hull River. It was tidal, and seabirds foraged among the town rubbish on the mudflats, struggling to keep their balance in the wind. "I'd best get back," Sergeant Leacon said. "Tell your parents not to despair. I will help them if I can." I watched as he turned a corner.
"I got them into this mess in the first place," I said to Giles.
"How was that?"
I told him.
"Don't blame yourself," he said. "Blame the greedy men of spoil who descended on the monks' lands like vultures." "The monks could be hard landlords too." "Not up here."
I didn't reply.
"Come," he said. "The library is this way." He led me to a street of well-kept four-story houses and knocked at a door. A servant admitted us into a well-appointed hall, then to a large room filled with shelves where 3 or 4 black-robed lawyers sat reading case-books and making notes at tables. One, a little middle-aged fellow, rose from his place and came to greet us. "Brother Wren, is this the lawyer from London thou told me of?" "It is indeed. Brother Shardlake. Matthew, this is Brother Hal Davies, whose house this is, and who had the splendid idea of turning this room into a library. And his fees to use as a light. He makes no profit. It all goes to the upkeep." "I got a medal from the city for it," Brother Davies said cheerfully. I liked his looks. He had an open face for a lawyer. "You must come and visit the library while you're stuck here." "I would like to." "I fear you may be in Hull some while. This strong southeasterly is unusual in October. Even the Hansa merchants are wary of crossing the German Ocean just now." "How long do you think it might last?" He inclined his head. "It's hard to say with these autumn gales. It could end tomorrow or go on another fortnight. But divert yourselves here when you will. And for now, will you take a glass of wine with me?" We passed a pleasant hour with Brother Davies. At the end of it, Wren was looking tired and readily agreed to my suggestion that we return to the inn. The rain had held off, and I wondered whether the weather might be about to change. Yet I'd been disappointed in that hope many times these last few days. As we turned into Lowgate, I saw a group of young courtiers ambling along. They were walking down the middle of the street, making the locals step aside.
My heart sank a little as I recognized Master Derham and a little behind him Culpepper. Culpepper met my eye, and then without a word left the group and vanished up a side street. Derham saw it, looked at me, and frowned. I took Wren's arm and hurried him past the group, but a voice called after me, "Hey there! You, the crookback lawyer!" A couple of the courtiers laughed. I turned slowly. Master Derham had left the group and was strolling towards me, hands on hips in an arrogant gesture. He stopped and waved me over. Reluctantly, I crossed to where he stood. He looked me over coldly. "You again? I'm surprised you dare show your face about town after the arse you made of yourself at Fulford." "Have you business with me, sir?" I asked. He spoke quietly. "What have you done to Master Culpepper, lawyer, that he flees at the sight of you?" "Who is Master Culpepper?" I asked calmly, though my heart was thudding fast. He narrowed his eyes. "And who was it coming out of the Queen's tent at home? You, sir. And a young man and woman. Take care whom you meddle with, sir." I'd not realized he'd been there too. "We had official business," I said. "Had you now?" I stared back at him. He was naught but a young jackanapes for all his finery. He might be the Queen's secretary, but she wouldn't like him asking these questions of me. It worried me, though, the link he made between us, Culpepper, the Queen, and I. He gave me a long stare, then turned away. I blew out my cheeks with relief as I stepped back to where Wren was. "Come," I said, then added, "Oh, no," beneath my breath, for now I saw Sir Richard Rich walking up the road, attended by a little gaggle of armed servants. He motioned me over with an imperious gesture. I felt suddenly angry at these people who could make me walk to and fro with a wave of their hands. What insults would Rich have for me in his turn? He wore his cold little smile. "Master Shardlake, the pies you have your fingers in. What business have you with the Queen's secretary?" "Nothing of importance, Sir Richard. He just wanted to remind me of what happened at Fulford." Rich's smile broadened. "Ah, yes, that." Then his face went cold and hard. "There is one pie I still want you to take your finger out of." "The Belknap case?" "Yes." His cold grey eyes fixed mine. "This will be my last civil request." "No, Sir Richard," I told him. He set his lips, took a deep breath. "All right. I will give you £50 to advise the London Guildhall to drop it. I know you're in need of money. Your father's estate." "No, Sir Richard." "Very well." He nodded twice, then smiled again. "In that case you may soon find that your life takes a nasty turn." "Do you threaten me with violence, sir?" I made myself speak boldly. His cruel, knowing smile reminded me of the one Malevola had given me. "It's not violence I threaten, but there are other things I can do." "Persuade clients to leave me as you did before?" "Not that, no. Master Shardlake, you know what powers I have. I do not threaten lightly. Now, will you drop the Belknap case?" "No, Sir Richard." "Very well." He nodded, smiled again, and turned away. That evening Wren and I sat together over a glass of wine. Tamsin had come to visit Barak, and I had made myself scarce. Faint moans and thuds came through the walls. Wren smiled. "I suppose what they're doing should be called sinful, and you should tell Barak so as his employer." I laughed. "Then I should hear his fine collection of oaths." There was another thump. "He'll do himself a mischief." Wren looked at me seriously.
You risk mischief for yourself, Matthew.
What do you mean, Giles? That case against this man Belknap. I could not hear all Rich said to you, but I heard enough. I sighed. He tried to bribe me, then threatened me with nameless woes if I didn't desist. You don't have to accept his bribes, but why not drop it? You said yourself the case was weak. To drop it under duress would be wrong. Many lawyers would. You're obstinate, Matthew. And will you be doing your clients a service advising them to pursue this case if you can't win? Because you dislike this man, Belknap, and the corruption he stands for. The law has always been corrupt, and always will be. I looked at him. But don't you see, Rich's desperation for me to drop the case means I may win. He's been unable to find a corrupt judge in Chancery. That must mean the judges think we do have a case, and they don't want to risk a ruling that's obviously corrupt. Perhaps. But if the council win this case, you know the king could just get Parliament to pass an act reversing the law. He gets everything he wants by fair means or foul, you know that. If he does, he does. I looked up at him. I shall go to that library tomorrow, look over some of the relevant case law again. After all this time away from the matter, some new angle may strike me. He shook his head. Something will strike you, if you're not careful. That's what I fear. I will not give in to them, I said. I will not. A little later I left Giles to go to the Jakes. As I stepped out, I saw Tamsin walking up the hallway, perhaps from a visit to the same place. She looked at me coldly for a moment, then suddenly composed her features into a sweet smile, but I'd seen the cold look. "Master Shardlake," she said, "I've not thanked you properly for getting me a place on the boat. The sooner I'm away from the Queen's household, the happier I shall be." "You should thank Master Wren," I said. "He paid for it." "Will you thank him for me?" she asked. She put a hand on the door of my and Barak's room. Shameless creature, I thought. Her that thinks she might be of good birth. "Yes," I answered curtly. She bit her lip. "Don't be angry with me, sir," she said in a small voice. "I'm sorry if I've been ill-mannered with you recently. Only Mistress Marlin's death was a blow. I couldn't quite believe she'd done what she did." "Well, she did. I'm lucky to be here to tell the tale." "I'll see that now. I'm sorry." "Very well," I said, "but now you must excuse me." I stepped past her quickly, making her move aside, more quickly than I'd intended, for she lost her balance, slipped and fell against the wall. Something fell from her dress to the floor. "I'm sorry," I said quickly, for I'd not meant to cause her to hurt herself. "Let me—" I bent to pick up the object that had fallen on the floor. I looked at it, then held it up with a puzzled frown. It was a rosary, a cheap thing of wooden beads on a string, the beads smooth with long use. I looked up at her. Her face had gone scarlet. "You have found my secret, sir," she said quietly. I handed it to her. She quickly enclosed it in her little fist. She must have worn it on a belt round her underskirt, I thought, hidden. I looked up and down the corridor. "Does Barak know you're a papist?" I asked her quietly. "He told me once you had no strong views on religion." She met my hard gaze. "I am not a papist, sir. But my grandmother was brought up long before reform was heard of, and she was always ticking at her beads. She said they calmed her when she was worried. It's a comfort to poor folks still." "A comfort that's disapproved of now, as you know, for you keep it hidden." Her voice rose defiantly. "Saying the words in your head, sir, ticking the beads, what harm does it do? It calms me." She looked at me and I saw the strain in her face. "I'm worried what we saw may come out. I'm afraid. And I'm more'n Janet." I looked at her fist closed round the rosary. I saw the nails were bitten to the quick.
That is truly all the beads are? Something to calm you? Yes, that's all. I think I'd better stop this habit, she added bitterly. I will follow whatever forms of religion are required by the king, even though they change from year to year. It's a puzzle to me, and perhaps a puzzle to God. But common folk must leave God and the king to resolve it between them, must they not? That is wisest. She turned away then. She didn't go back to our room where Barak waited, but marched off down the corridor. Her footsteps sounded down the inn stairs. I followed more slowly. I wondered, had she told the truth about why she ticked the beads, or had she invented that tale about her grandmother with her usual quickness? I felt more than ever that I didn't really know Tamsin, that she was a woman who kept much secret. The next morning found me at the little library once more, for all that it was raining again. As the servant took my wet coat in the hall, Brother Davies came clattering busily down the stairs, a leather bag under his arm. "Brother Shardlake, back so soon? I have to go now, a case before the City Council, but look at anything that interests you in the library." "Thank you. How much?" He waved a hand. "No fee for visitors." But a little word of warning. He lowered his voice. "Old Brother Swan is in this morning. He's over 80, the oldest lawyer in Hull by many years. Long retired. He says he comes here to keep up to date with the law, but really he comes to talk." "Ah, I see. I looked in a moment ago. He's asleep before the fire. Don't wake him if you want to study." "Thank you." He nodded, took his coat from the servant, and went out into the pelting rain. I opened the library door quietly. Within, it was warm and peaceful. A good fire lit in the grate, the embossed lettering on the spines of the large old books glinting in the flames. The only occupant was an old man in a shiny lawyer's robe, fast asleep by the fire. His face was a mass of lines and wrinkles, the pink skull showing through sparse white hair. I tiptoed over to the shelves, took a couple of books containing cases relevant to the Belknap case, and sat down at a table. I found it hard to concentrate, though. I'd been away from my books too long. I reflected on Giles's words. I had not liked that look Rich had given me as we parted. Yet every instinct told me Rich wouldn't have gone to so much trouble unless he feared he might lose the case. I had to go on. I had to try to win. Fighting for my clients was my life's work. If I gave in, what was left for me? I looked up to find the old man had woken and was looking at me with surprisingly bright blue eyes. He smiled, multiplying the wrinkles in his face. "Not in the mood for work today, brother?" I laughed. "No, I fear not." "I don't think I've seen you before. Are you new to Hull?" "I'm here with the King's Progress." "Ah, yes, that." "My name is Matthew Shardlake." I rose in my place and bowed. "Forgive me if I don't rise. I'm 86. My name is Alan Swan, barrister at law. Retired," he added with a chuckle. "So then, the bad weather keeps you here." "I fear so." "I remember the great gale of 1460, the year of the Battle of Wakefield." "You remember that?" I asked in surprise. "I recalled the messenger coming to Hull saying the Duke of York was slain, his head set over the gates of York wearing a paper crown. My father cheered, for we all supported the House of Lancaster then. It was later the county went over to the Yorkists." "I know. I have a friend in York who's told me stories of the striving between the Roses." "Hard times," he said. "Hard times." A thought struck me. "You will remember Richard III's seizure of the throne after King Edward V died. The disappearance of the princes in the Tower?" He nodded. "Ah, yes."
When Richard took the throne, rumours were put about that his brother Edward IV's marriage was invalid. I hesitated. And was there not something about King Edward's own legitimacy? I looked at Brother Swan keenly. Giles had been little more than a boy in 1483, but this ancient would already have been a man of almost 30. Brother Swan was silent, turning to look into the fire. The wind drew the yellow flames up the chimney with a faint roar. I wondered if he'd forgotten me, but then he turned back to me with a smile. "That is a matter no one has spoken of for many years. Many years. I'm something of an antiquarian, like my friend from York. He was telling me about the rumours about King Edward." I felt guilty, lying to the old man, but I wanted to know what he remembered. Brother Swan smiled. "It was an interesting story. How much of it was true no one knows, nor ever will, for the king's father suppressed all talk of it." "Yes, I heard." He looked at me. "Edward's mother, Cecily Neville, she made the claim after Edward died. She said in public that Edward IV's father hadn't been the late Duke of York, her husband. She said Edward was illegitimate, the son of a liaison she had with an archer when they were in France during the wars." My heart started beating fast. "That made a mighty stir," the old man said softly. He paused and wrapped his cloak around himself. "There is a bitter draught from that window. The wind nearly blew me off my feet on my way here. I remember the gale of 1460. I controlled my impatience. "Yes, you told me. But you were talking of Cecily Neville." "Ah, yeah. Cecily Neville stood up outside St. Paul's, I think it was St. Paul's, and told the world that Edward IV was the offspring of a liaison between her and an archer. A lawyer came up here from London on a case shortly after. He told me all about it." "Do you remember the archer's name?" "Blabourne. Edward Blabourne, a Kentish archer." The blood was thudding in my ears. "What happened to him?" "I think he must have been dead by the time of Richard III's usurpation. The liaison had been made 40 years before, after all." He looked at me seriously. "Perhaps he was done away with." "So there was no real evidence for the story?" "Not that I know of. As I said, it was hushed up after the Tudors came to the throne. For Henry VII married Edward IV's daughter, the present king's mother. There was an act of Richard's." "The Titulus Regulus." "You know of that?" He looked at me with sudden concern. "I'm not sure we should be talking of such things even now. I have not thought of it for years." "You must be one of the few who remember it." "Yes, not many reach 86, he said proudly. "But it was only rumour, even then." I got up suddenly. "Sir, I've just remembered something. I was so interested in our talk, I forgot I have an appointment." Brother Swan looked disappointed. "Must you go so soon?" "I fear so." "Well, perhaps I shall see you again. I'm often here in the mornings by Brother Davy's good fire." He looked at me, sudden sadness in his eyes. "He indulges me. I know I talk too much and distract people, but you see, sir, all my contemporaries are dead." I took his hand, thin and light as a bird's claw, and pressed it. "You have a store of memories to be proud of, brother. Thank you." And with that, I went out. My head was in a mighty whirl. Chapter 38. I walked rapidly back through Hull, my head down against the buffeting wind. My mind was racing, making calculations, connections. So I'd been right all along when I hazarded to Barak that Edward IV might have been illegitimate and Blabourne his father. But Blayborn hadn't been done away with as old Brother Swan surmised. He had survived to write a confession on his deathbed. I remember those few words I'd read in that rough, uneducated hand. "This is the true confession of me, Edward Blayborn, that I make in contemplation of death, that the world may know of my great sin." He must have died before 1483, when old Cecily Neville made her announcement, or, as Brother Swan had said, surely she would have produced him as evidence of her claim. And in the Tower, back in April after the conspiracy was discovered, someone had confessed on the rack to the existence of those papers, but hadn't known where they were, nor who had them. The conspirators' policy of limiting information to those who needed to know had served them well. Bernard Locke, taken to the Tower, did know that Oldroyd had the papers, but ironically they had feared to torture him because he had connections, and because the evidence against him was thin. Meanwhile, they'd arrested Broderick. My guess was that he did know something about the papers, but they'd been unable to get him to talk in York and decided to bring him south. And what of the other documents in that box? Probably more evidence about Blayborn to support his claim, like the titulus. And that family tree was a sort of aide-memoire. I asked myself who knew about the Blayborn story now. The King and the Privy Council would have known for months. When I told Mauleverer that Oldroyd had spoken the name of Blayborn before he died, he had taken it to the Duke of Suffolk. The Duke knew what the name meant. He would have told Mauleverer then. That explained his saying that it all went back to Cecily Neville. I remembered the rest of Oldroyd's words. "No child of Henry and Catherine Howard can ever be true heir. She knows." I stopped dead in the street. Of course. He meant no child of theirs could be true heir, not because a child of Catherine Howard's might be Culpeper's, but because Henry was the grandson of an archer. And when he said, "she knows," he had meant Janet Marlin, who had just knocked him off his ladder. "This is not about Catherine Howard at all," I said aloud. In our room at the inn, Barak was stumping around. He'd abandoned his stick too soon, in my opinion, and was limping around the chamber, wincing as he put his foot to the floor. "Be careful," I said. "It's all right if I put only a little weight on it." He took a step forward, winced again, and sat down heavily on the bed. "Fuck it!" "Jack," I said, sitting on my own bed next to his, "I have found something out." "What?" There was irritation in his tone, but when I told him what Brother Swan had told me and of what I had deduced on the way back, he whistled. "Jesu." He was silent a moment, letting it all sink in. Then he looked at me. "So it's true. The king is truly the grandson of a Kentish archer." "That's how it looks." His eyes were wide. "And the king knows. He'll have known since the existence of these papers came out, and will have been told I found the papers and lost them. No wonder he wanted to hurt me at Fulford. And no wonder the rebels were desperate to get those documents if Blayborn's confession is in there. Yet Bernard Locke wanted Janet Marlin to destroy them to save his skin. Yes, it's an irony. But how the hell did that confession get from Blayborn in Kent, assuming that's where he went back to, into the hands of the Yorkshire rebels? And if it's, what, over 60 years old, why only use it now? Why not during the Pilgrimage of Grace 5 years ago? I stroked my chin. Robert Aske and the Commons didn't want to overthrow the king then, only Cromwell and Cranmer. And maybe they didn't have the papers then. He looked at me keenly. "So you think this has nothing to do with Catherine Howard and Culpeper at all?" "No. The fact that Janet Marlin killed him certainly puts a new light on Oldroyd's words. When he said she knows, I think he meant Janet Marlin." He heaved a sigh of relief. "Then we're in the clear.
Tammy'll be mightily relieved when I tell her." He thought a moment. "Will you tell Maliver what the old lawyer said?" "There's no point. He knows about Blayborn already. No, there's no reason to do anything. We can forget about it. And about Catherine Howard, and go home." I shook my head. Taking 2 dangerous secrets with us about Blayborn and the Queen, but we must keep our mouths shut. I wonder if the conspirators have those papers now. Who knows? I waved a hand. If so, let them do what they will. Let them print 1,000 copies of Blayborn's confession and post them round the streets of York and London. I don't care any more. "You could perhaps tell Cranmer what you suspect about Janet Marlin never having the papers," he mused. "It might be of some help to them in unravelling the conspiracy." "I'll think about it." "You should do it." "I'll think on it," I repeated irritably. I realised that despite the fact they were mostly papists, part of me was with the conspirators. "Anyway, Jesu knows when we'll get back," I added, nodding at the window. It had started raining again, a high wind blowing big drops against the pane. "We'll get there eventually, I suppose. Back to Lincoln's Inn." I looked at him. "You're still coming back to work with me? You haven't changed your mind?" He nodded. "I still want to come back. It's time to settle down. I shall be seeing Tammy," he added, giving me a challenging look. I hesitated. "I know she still blames me in some way for that woman's death." "Oh, she's making herself friendly again. It wouldn't do to make an enemy of the man who employs you, but I can see she still blames me. It's not fair." Barak looked uncomfortable. "Tammy finds it hard to accept Janet Marlin's dead. She knows you're not to blame, but women are illogical." I grunted. "Tamsin can be clever enough when it suits her, like faking that robbery, like making up to me now because she knows on which side her bread is buttered." I wondered whether to tell him about the rosary, but thought he'll only believe the story that she has it because it was her grandmother's. True or not, he'll take her side, for that's what people in love do. He was frowning at me. "Tammy's been in tears many nights since Janet Marlin died. I wish she'd curse the woman as she deserved, but she won't. Between that and her worry over the Queen and Culpeper, she's finding things hard." "Well," I said, "it seems when we return to London, I must get used to her ways." "Yes," he answered boldly. Then added quietly, "You know what your trouble is." "What?" "You don't understand women. Normal women, ordinary feminine women. When you do like a woman, it's some fierce malapert creature like Lady Honour last year." I stood up. "I wonder how much you understand. Tamsin seems to have you wrapped round her little finger, which is a thing I thought I would never see." I wished as soon as I said it that I'd not spoken. Apart from anything else, we were both fractious from being cooped up together. Barak's eyes narrowed. "You know what your other problem is? You're jealous. Jealous of what Tammy and I have. Perhaps you need to find another fine lady to moon over." I stood up. "You have said enough." "Hit a nerve, have I?" he asked sardonically. "I am going to see Master Wren." I walked out, slamming the door like a silly child. Relations between Barak and me remained strained over the following days. The weather continued windy, with hard, blustery showers. The wind still from the southeast, so there was no question of setting sail. The innkeeper grumbled that if this went on, Hull would be ruined for lack of trade. Tamsin was cool with me again. Barak had probably told her of our quarrel. I wondered if she'd told him about the rosary. I was glad, though, that under this regime of enforced rest, Giles's health had remained stable, though sometimes I sensed from his drawn expression that he was in pain.
I spent much time with him, exchanging stories of our time in the law, and he told me much of life in York and the town's decline during his lifetime. I understood more and more how the North had been neglected and oppressed under the Tudors. I knew that, short as our acquaintance had been when Giles died, it would be like the loss of my father over again. But I would be with him at the end, I had decided, even if it meant coming back to York with him after he'd visited London. The Progress, meanwhile, had left Hull. On the 4th of October there'd been a break in the weather, even some watery sunshine, the first we'd seen in that place. Word went round that the Progress would be crossing the Humber next day on the first leg of the long journey home. Giles and I walked down to the shore of the great estuary and watched as hundreds of boats ferried the vast retinue across the river to Barton on the Lincolnshire shore. It went on for hours. Boats must have been brought from all over Yorkshire. The water was thick with white sails. As we walked back to the town, it felt strange, empty. The Progress seemed to have been the centre of my life for so long that it was hard to realise that, as far as I was concerned, it was over. I felt a great relief, an uplifting of my heart, not the least because every day that passed took King Henry and Queen Catherine another few miles further away. And Derham and Culpeper and Lady Rochford too. I would never have to see any of them again. The Queen's secret would probably not be discovered now. She and Culpeper had had a nasty scare, and I doubted she would see him again. That just left Rich to deal with in London over the Belknap case. But I was feeling more confident about that, almost looking forward to it. The rain and gales returned the evening the Progress left, and the weather didn't change for another 10 days. Not until the 15th of October, when we'd been there a fortnight, did I realise, walking back from Brother Davy's library, that there had been no wind or rain to speak of for 2 days. I'd spent much of my time talking with, or rather listening to, old Brother Swan. Perhaps now at last we might set sail. I thought of Broderick. He'd been 2 weeks in Hull jail, and I wondered how he fared. That night when I returned to the inn, I found a message to go to the King's house where Mauleverer wished to see me. So he had not returned to York yet. Wondering anxiously what he wanted now, I went round at once. The old de la Pole family mansion was an enormous courtyard house, the finest building in the city. I was led to Mauleverer's latest office at the back of the building. As always, his room was dominated by a large desk covered with documents. The image he set forth was ever that of the indispensable official. He studied me with that heavy, stony look of his, twirling a quill in his big hand. "Well, Master Shardlake," he said abruptly, "the waiting is over. We set sail tomorrow. The sea has been pronounced safe at last. The way things have turned out, we might have been better riding after all, but we never knew when the weather would end." "And you said you're going to London too, Sir William?" "Yes. I have to account for what happened in York as well as deal with certain property purchases." "I see." And Rich blackmailed Craig so you could have them cheaply, I thought. "Be at the dock tomorrow at 10. You and Barak, the Reedbourne girl, and that old man who goes with you, your little entourage." "We shall be there. I may need to call you for questioning in London about Mistress Marlin. Your horses will be taken back to London by road." So maybe it's not over yet, I thought. "How long will the voyage take, Sir William?" "Depends on the weather. Less than a week, if it holds. We'll still be home before the King." "How is Broderick?" I asked hesitantly. "Well enough. I've had some good fare taken to him and told him if he didn't eat, he'd be fed forcibly with a tube down his throat. He's fattening up nicely, like a Christmas fowl." He smiled, a slash of white in his black beard. "By the way, I've had a letter by fast rider from London. Bernard Locke has confessed. He confirmed Janet Marlin was working on his instructions." How did he get her to do it? I asked quietly. Mauleverer shrugged his heavy shoulders. Apparently she was besotted with him. It was as she told you. He knew there was a box containing papers that could do damage to the king. He told her to find it, if need be, kill anyone who stood in the way. He admitted he told her to get the box but to destroy it, not bring it back to London to give to a conspirator there, which is what Locke had been instructed to do if the Northern Rising failed. He told her he'd repented, but he admitted in the Tower that it was to save his own skin. I see, I said neutrally. Apparently, there was a letter among the papers authorising Oldroyd to give them up to Locke if he called, giving a description of him. To Locke, not a woman. That was why Janet Marlin had to kill Oldroyd to get the box, and that was why the box incriminated Locke. Did he... The question stuck in my throat for a moment as I thought of how the answer would have been obtained. Did he give the names of any other conspirators? No. That's where the bastards have been clever. I told you before how well they were organised. In cells. No one person knowing more names than he needed. And Locke wasn't told what else was in the box either, only that it contained important papers. His contact in London was one of the rebels who escaped. He's probably in Scotland now helping King James plan trouble for us. Locke was supposed to have given the box to someone else, a fellow barrister, who would make himself known to him. From Gray's Inn? He didn't know who. I believe him. He set his mouth hard. But we'll find him if we have to have every lawyer from the north brought to the Tower. Wren's nephew, I thought with sudden alarm. How did Bernard Locke react when he learned Janet Marlin was dead? I asked quietly. He shrugged. Didn't believe it, till the Tower warden waved his engagement ring, which I prized off her finger and sent down there, in his face. Was he sorry? I don't know. Who cares? He walked across to me, standing close so that he looked down on me from his great height, and I could smell his rank breath. You'll keep this quiet, you understand. You work for Lord Cromwell. You know the value of a shut mouth and the penalties for opening it. Yes, I will. I thought Martin Dakin is in trouble now if he wasn't before. They'll have Garden Court inside out. Mauleverer was looking at me narrowly. He smiled his cold, knowing smile. Another acquaintance of yours will be on the boat, by the way. Sir Richard Rich. He didn't go back with the Progress? No, he has a place on the boat. He wanted to return to London as soon as he could. He smiled again. Have you given up that case against him? No, Sir William. He smiled again. I hope you know what you're doing. We were at the docks early. The first sunny day since we got to Hull. The water calm, seabirds wheeling and crying. Our ship dominated the harbour, a 70-foot caravel with big square sails adapted for speed. The huge stern rose 20 feet above the waterline. The Dauntless was painted in white letters on its side. Blocked-off gun ports showed it had once been a warship. I guess the lower decks would have been partitioned into rooms and fitted out comfortably, for I could see by their expensive clothes that the half-dozen or so officials waiting to go aboard, each attended by a servant, were senior people. Rich was among them talking to Mauleverer, but neither gave us a glance. We stood in a little group waiting to go aboard, myself and Giles leaning on his stick and eyeing the boat keenly, Barak and Tamsin next to Giles. I'd still not told Giles his nephew might be in danger. I feared the shock it might be to him. Soon be off, Giles said to Barak and Tamsin. Barak nodded and Tamsin smiled tightly. She stood by Barak's side, ready to give assistance should he fall, for he still limped heavily. My attention was drawn by a carriage that trundled over the docks to the water's edge. Curious heads turned everywhere as the door opened and Sergeant Leekins stepped out, accompanied by 2 red-coated soldiers. They were followed by Radwinter, who stood on the dockside looking around him. Then the 2 soldiers helped Broderick from the carriage. A coat had been thrown over his shirt. He pulled it round him as he felt the keen wind from the sea. I saw he cradled his left arm in his right and winced with pain as he moved. Even a few minutes on the rack, I knew, could leave a man with a dislocated limb. He looked at the little crowd on the dockside. His eyes fixed on my little group, and he stared straight at us for a long moment, his face set hard. Then he nodded slowly as though to say, "Here, see what has become of me." The soldiers nudged him towards the planks that led from the docks to the ship. I saw his feet were still shackled, the chains rattling as they guided him onto the boat, Radwinter following. They crossed the deck and went below. "So, that is Broderick," Wren said quietly. He looked at me intently. "He will die in London?" "Yes," I answered bleakly. "If he survives his torture, he'll die a traitor's death, disemboweled at Tyburn." I had not realized he was so young. The clerk in charge of the arrangements spoke to one of the courtiers. They began going aboard, several getting their servants to help them across the planks, looking down nervously at the water. Then the clerk came over to us. He was a plump, bustling fellow. He reminded me of Master Craik, well on his way back to London with the Progress by now. He'd not said good-bye before he went. "If you would go aboard, sirs." Giles stepped forward. I turned to Barak, essayed a smile. "Well, here we go at last." "Aye, good-bye to Yorkshire. And good riddance," he added, as Tamsin led him aboard by the hand. Chapter 39. The 4 of us, me, Barak, Tamsin and Giles, each had tiny cabins in the stern no bigger than cupboards, with space only for a narrow bunk nailed to the floor. Across the way I caught a glimpse of a servant unpacking his master's bag in a larger cabin. A little further down, the 2 soldiers that had brought Broderick aboard stood guard outside a heavy door. The ship's lock-up, no doubt. I wondered if Radwinter was in there with the prisoner. We 4 went back on deck. It was cold, even with the sea calm and the skies clear. I dreaded to think what it would be like in rough weather. The crew were busy with the sails under the eye of the mate, a stocky man with a weather-beaten face. Satisfied, he marched off, boots ringing on the planks. There was a bump, a creak, and the ship began moving away from the wharf. Giles, who was wearing a cap, doffed it at the Yorkshire shore as we moved away. "I should keep that off," I said, "or you'll lose it in the wind. You should really be below." "I'll manage." But as he pulled his coat tightly round him, I noticed his face seemed drawn. He went to sit down on a bench nailed to the deck, while Barak, Tamsin and I watched as Hull faded slowly from view, a light swell in the Humber estuary making the ship rise and fall. I felt a little sick, and recalling what someone had told me once, I fixed my eyes on the mud banks on the horizon. I heard a murmur behind me. "That was him, at Fulford. The king made him bare his back to the crowd." I turned to see a pair of clerks looking over their shoulders at me. I frowned at them, and they turned away. So the story of what had happened at Fulford Cross was already growing in the telling, I thought bitterly, as stories do. Would I never be allowed to forget my humiliation by King Henry? I wondered what they would say if they knew he might be no more than a Kentish archer's grandson. "Oh, God!" Barak lurched abruptly, then bent forward and vomited on the deck. He lost his balance, pitched forward and fell with a thud on the boards. There was a burst of laughter from the clerks, and the sailors working at the mast looked over and grinned. I helped him to his feet. Tamsin took his other arm, and we led him to sit down next to Giles. The acid smell of vomit made my own stomach heave. Barak's face was white as paper. He put his head between his knees and groaned, then lifted it and looked at me. "I hate being ill, and having only one fucking leg that works properly," he burst out. "I hate it." He glared at the clerks. "I'd make those arseholes laugh if I was fit." "You'll be back to normal soon."
"You can rest when you get back to London, Jack," Tamsin said. She looked at me appealingly behind Barak's back. "Perhaps Master Shardlake will let you stay at his house for a while so his housekeeper can look after you. Speed your recovery."
"Yes," I said awkwardly. "Yes, we can do that." "I don't want any favours." "Oh, God!" He put his head between his knees again. I walked the rail to escape the smell of vomit. I felt annoyed at Tamsin's request. The calculating little piece had made it when I could least refuse. But she was right. He couldn't yet cope on his own. He would try to do too much and injure himself again. After a few minutes I went to where Barak still sat with his head between his knees, Tamsin's arm round him. On his other side, Giles was slumped heavily on the bench. His stillness sent a momentary chill down my spine until I touched him and his eyes opened. "Giles," I asked gently, "are you all right?" He winced with pain. "I must have fallen asleep." "Barak has been sick. He fell over. Didn't you hear?" He looked tired to death. He essayed a smile. "Not a good sailor, eh? It's a long time since I was at sea, but fortunately I've never got sick." He looked over to the mud banks in the distance. "We're still in sight of Yorkshire, then?" "I gather it will be many hours before we're out of the estuary." "I wonder how Madge is coping, without me to fuss over." "When we get to London, Giles, my first task will be to help you find your nephew. Barak will help too." Giles lowered his voice. "How are things between you and him?" "Ah, you've noticed something was amiss." "It has been hard not to these last days. Something to do with the girl?" "In a roundabout way." I looked at the coastline a little further off now. "But don't worry about that. We'll be all right once all this is over, once we're back in our routine at Lincoln's Inn." I smiled at him. "And then we'll find your nephew." He looked at me thoughtfully. "How will you go about it, finding Martin?" "We can go to Garden Court, and if he's not there, the inn treasurer can tell us where he practices." He nodded. "So it should be quite simple." "Yes," I said, hoping to God it would be. For the next 3 days the weather stayed calm and bright, and though it was uncomfortable sitting around on deck or cramped in those tiny cabins, it could have been a great deal worse. We saw nothing of Rich or Malavra. Doubtless they were in comfortable quarters below decks. Giles, too, spent most of his time in his cabin in his tiny bunk. He lay quietly, seeming withdrawn. I suspected he was in much pain and worried about him. Although the weather made life easier for the passengers, we heard the captain was unhappy, for in place of the gale there was now only the lightest of winds, and the ship had to tack endlessly. On the 4th day the news went round that we would have to pull in at Great Yarmouth on the Norfolk coast, for we hadn't enough supplies left to complete the voyage. I saw Malavra arguing fiercely with the captain, saying enough time had been lost, but the captain stood his ground. We were at Great Yarmouth 2 days, taking on supplies. We learned the Progress had now dissolved at Lincoln. The king was hurrying south as fast as possible, for he'd had word that Prince Edward was ill. "The life on which the Tudor dynasty depends," Giles said, as we sat together on the deck watching as the ship pulled away from Great Yarmouth. He had come up for some air, saying he felt better, though to me he still looked ill and frequently made those little winces of pain that cut me to the heart. Barak, who had found his sea legs, was standing at the rail with Tamsin. We'd spoken little in the last few days. "Unless Queen Catherine becomes pregnant," Giles ruminated. "But they've been married over a year now and nothing. Perhaps the king can father no more children." "Perhaps," I said hesitantly. Knowing what I knew about the Queen, I didn't want to get involved in a discussion along those lines. "If the prince dies," Giles continued, "who then will be heir to the throne? The Countess of Salisbury's family wiped out, both the king's daughters disinherited. What confusion King Henry would leave us then." He gave a bitter little laugh. I got up. "I must stretch my legs, Giles. They're stiff." He wrapped the rug he had brought up more tightly around his big frame. "It will get cold now we're out at sea," I told him. "Perhaps you should go down again," I added hesitantly, for I knew how he disliked being treated like an invalid. But he said, "Yes, I will go below. Help me, would you?" I saw him down to his cabin and returned to the deck. Tamsin and Barak were still talking at the rail, laughing. I felt excluded. I saw Barak incline his head to where a sailor was walking along the deck. To my astonishment, 6 rats swung by their tails from one hand, their long black bodies dripping blood onto the deck. "The ship's rat-catcher," Barak said to Tamsin with a grin. She screwed up her pretty face and turned her head away. He nudged her. "Do you know what the main perk of his job is?" "No, I don't want to." "He gets to eat the rats." "Sometimes you are disgusting," she said. "Better than the weevilly old biscuits they get." He laughed. Just then the 2 soldiers climbed out of the hatchway leading below deck. They waited as Broderick followed them up, his hands and feet chained, a scrawny, pitiful figure beside the 2 big men. He was followed up by Sergeant Leakin, and then Radwinter. The soldiers led Broderick across to the rail. He stood there looking out to sea, a man on either side in case he thought to jump over the rail. Sergeant Leakin looked out over the deck, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Radwinter, seeing me, came over. "Master Shardlake." His face had a tired, pinched look, and his hair and beard were longer, unkempt. He must have been below decks with Broderick nearly all the time since we left Hull. It struck me it was a long time since he'd been as neat and dapper as when I first saw him at York Castle. "Well, Radwinter," I said. "Not long now to London, let us hope." "No." He looked up at the sails. "I fancy there's more of a wind. I heard the captain say this was an unlucky voyage." "Superstition." "Yes. We'll be in London in a few days." He smiled his old wicked smile. "Then, Sir Edward, we'll have a merry time in the Tower." "Is he well?" "Well enough. Do you know he cried like a woman when I told him we had left Spurn Head behind? Said it was because he would never see Yorkshire again. I told him they may nail his quarters over the York gates once they're done with him." I shook my head. "You have no pity for him, have you?" Radwinter shrugged. "In my work it doesn't do to have pity. You said I was mad once." His eyes glinted, and I saw that indeed he hadn't forgotten that. "But to be a jailer of traitors and heretics and be soft-hearted with them, that would be madness. Nor would it be God's will." "God's will is torture and bloodshed." "Where necessary, to preserve true religion." He looked at me with contemptuous pity. "Haven't you read your Testament? All the blood and battles? The world God made is full of violence, and we must work in that world. The king knows that. He's not afraid of harshness." "Doesn't it say somewhere the meek shall inherit the earth?" "Not until the strong have made it safe." "When will that be? When the quarters of the last papist are nailed above York's gates?" "Perhaps.
You have to be strong to do right in this world, Master Shardlake. You have to be ruthless as our enemies.
I turned away. Sergeant Leacom was walking towards me. He gave Radwinter a look of distaste, then turned to me. "Master Shardlake, good day." "Good day, Sergeant." "I called Radwinter mad once," I said in a low voice. "He seems more so every time I see him." Leacom nodded. "I have been put over him now by Sir William." He looked at Radwinter, who had gone over to the rail and stood looking out to sea. "I think Sir William has lost trust in him. He didn't deal well with what happened in York." "No, it was outside his experience, I think." "He hates losing his authority. I see him looking at me sometimes, and I think he'd like to kill me." "Not long now till we reach home with luck. How is Broderick? Radwinter said he cried when he heard we were out of sight of Yorkshire." "Aye, he's been quiet since then." He hesitated. "When he saw you, he asked to talk to you for a minute." I glanced to where Broderick stood looking out to sea, ignoring the soldiers. I sighed. "Very well, for a minute." Leacom looked over at his men. "Move away there, and stand up straight, can't you?" He turned to me as they stepped away from Broderick. "Maliver gave me two of the surliest idiots in the troop to guard Broderick. I've already had to dock the pay of one for being drunk." Broderick turned to me as I approached. His thin face was drawn with pain above his yellow, unkempt beard, which, like his long hair, glinted with spray. He looked more like a little old man than a young one. As he turned to me, he winced as he moved his left arm. "What ails your arm?"
"The rack."
He looked at me. The wildness had gone from his eyes. He seemed strangely calm. There had been some change in his state of mind since I saw him last.
"I hear you were nearly killed at home," he said quietly. "By Bernard Locke's fiancée?"
"Yes."
"I knew Locke a little. He's a man to get a woman to do his bidding. I wanted you to know it was nothing to do with me. Maliver questioned me about it. He used forceful methods."
"I'm sorry for it. And I know Janet Marlin acted alone." I hesitated. "We never found the papers she took. If it was she that took them—" He didn't answer. "I wonder if it was someone else who stole them, whether perhaps they're in the hands of the conspirators now. Maliver thinks I'm a fool." He met my gaze evenly, but still said nothing.
"I am right, aren't I?"
"You know." Again, no reply. I sighed and changed the subject. "So you're sorry Janet Marlin tried to kill me?"
"Yes. I wouldn't have you die. You've shown me kindness in your way."
I looked at him. "Yet, if it served your purposes, you would kill me, would you not?"
"Not with pleasure,"
he said in an oddly matter-of-fact way.
"I view no one's death with pleasure, even where it may be necessary. Nor would you, I think."
"Mistress Marlin spoke of necessary deaths. I don't like the idea that anyone's death is necessary."
"Mine is."
He gave his old sardonic smile.
"You accepted that, or you wouldn't have taken the mission from Cranmer to look after my welfare."
I sighed.
"Why did you do it? You don't belong with the company of brutes like Maliver and Radwinter."
I let myself become obligated to the Archbishop. He nodded, then said,
"They won't make me talk in London."
"They will, Broderick," I answered quietly.
"No."
A faint smile, one that chilled me, the smile of one who has secret knowledge. He lowered his voice to a whisper. "They will not. And remember, Master Shardlake, what I told you once. The time of the mould warp is almost over." He looked at me sadly. "You know, I think you could have been one of us. You may be yet." I turned away. Sergeant Leakin was standing nearby. "I've never seen him so calm," I told him. "He's in a strange mood. Did he say anything of importance?" "He said they won't break him." "They will." "I know." I walked away to the hatch. Radwinter was still leaning over the rail, staring out to sea. That evening, after supper eaten from bowls on the deck, I sat on the bench as the sun sank below the horizon. The sea was quiet, only a little swell. A red sun in a sky that had begun to fill with clouds. I hoped more bad weather wasn't coming. Tamsin had gone to her cabin and Barak was talking to a group of servants a little way off. There was more of a wind now, enough to make some headway. I was glad, for I was increasingly worried about Giles, who still spent most of his time asleep in his cabin. All around, dim forms huddled against the evening cold, dozed or spoke quietly or played at cards or chess. The moon rose, a silvery line on the sea. A man swathed in furs came up the stair-ladder from below to take the air. Beneath a jewelled cap, I recognized the thin features of Richard Rich. He walked down the deck, head sunk on his chin, thinking. The sailors working on deck moved quickly out of his way as he passed. Then he walked up the deck again. As he reached the bench where I sat, his eyes held mine for a second. Then he gave his little smile, turned, and walked away again. He descended the steps, his footsteps fading away. When he'd gone, I rose. Barak came over to me. "That arsehole." Aye. I was pleased by his concern. "Did he say anything?" "No, just gave me an evil look. I think I'll go down." "All right, it's getting cold." I feel colder still for seeing Rich. Below decks all was quiet. As I passed Broderick's cell, though, I noticed with surprise that the two soldiers standing outside were drinking beer from a flagon they were passing between them. Seeing me, the one holding it tried to hide it behind his back. I frowned and went on to my room. As I was settling onto my bunk, I heard raised voices outside. I rose and quickly opened the door. Other doors were opening, people looking out. "What in God's name do you think you're doing?" It was Sergeant Leakin's voice, furious. The two soldiers stood red-faced, one holding the flagon at his side. The sergeant kicked it out of his hand and it crashed to the floor, the beer spilling out. The soldier staggered. "God's wounds, you'll suffer for this! You'll both come with me to Malaver, now!" The soldiers paled. The door to the cell opened and Radwinter looked out. "What in hell is going on?" he snapped. Leakin turned to him, red-faced. "These churls are drinking on duty. I'm taking them to Malaver." And with that he grabbed the two men by the collars and marched them away. Radwinter watched him go, smiling at his rival's discomfiture. I shut my door before he saw me. A rough hand shaking me hard. I opened my eyes, blinking. Someone holding a lamp. My cabin door was open. Outside, voices were murmuring excitedly. I sat up and found myself looking into Malaver's grim face. In the shadows behind him I saw Barak, in his shirt, his hair tousled. "Wake up!" Malaver snapped his fingers angrily in my face. "Come on, get up!" I rose to my feet. In the doorway I saw Giles clutching blankets around his big form and looking bemused, and Tamsin with Barak's coat draped round her. Malaver turned and shouted at them and the other people who had awakened and come into the corridor. "Get back to bed!" he bawled. "I'll have the lot of you arrested." "What is this commotion?" Giles asked, a new querulousness in his voice. "Come back to bed, Master Wren," Tamsin said. She took his arm and led him away. Other doors closed. Barak alone stayed in the doorway. Malever turned back to me.
"You spoke to Broderick yesterday?" he rasped. "What did he say to you?"
My heart jumped as I remembered Broderick's words. You could have been one of us. I think you may be yet. Nothing of note, I said. I tried to question him about Janet Marlin, but he made no answer as usual. What's happened?
"I'll show you. Come with me."
He shouldered his way out of the cabin. I got up. Fortunately, I'd gone to bed in my shirt and hose. What is it? I asked Barak.
"I don't know. I was woken up by voices and footsteps down there."
He nodded down the corridor to Broderick's cell. To my surprise, the door was ajar. Radwinter sat slumped on the floor outside, his head in his hands, Sergeant Leakin standing over him.
"Here!"
Malever called. I followed him reluctantly down the corridor. He threw open the door of Broderick's cell and stood aside. Barak had followed me. I felt warmed by the fact he was still loyal. The cell was one of the larger rooms, a bunk against each wall and some space between. In that space, Broderick hung from the ceiling. He was bare to the waist. His shirt had been twisted into a thick length of material and one end slung over a large beam. The other end had gone round his neck. He was dead, his body swinging in the light swell, the chains that bound his arms and legs making a slight rattle. His feet hung 2 or 3 inches above the floor. If he'd been any taller, he couldn't have done it in the low cabin. His eyes were closed and his head was bent over at a sickening angle. I looked away from his emaciated, lacerated chest. Dear God! I looked at Malever.
"How the soldiers got drunk. Leakin brought them to me and I sent them to sleep it off. They'll suffer later." He and Radwinter were left alone to guard Broderick. Later, Leakin came to me to discuss what was to be done with the soldiers. When he came back, Radwinter was lying on the ground by the bench. Radwinter says someone knocked on the door. When he stepped out, he saw no one there. Then someone struck him from behind, knocked him out, stole his keys, then unlocked the chains and killed Broderick. He stepped over to Radwinter, who looked up at him. He seemed stunned, confused. Ironically, that made him look normal, human, for the first time since I'd known him. Couldn't he have killed himself? I asked. "No!"
Malever almost snarled. He had lost his prisoner. This would go hard for him.
"Look at his wrists. They're manacled together behind him. There's only 6 inches of chain between them. Broderick was manacled if ever he was left alone, precisely so he couldn't harm himself. Someone helped him to this. They tied the rope to the rafter, helped Broderick to stand on the bed, got the rope round his neck. Then he jumped."
I nodded. Yes. I made myself look at the body again. And his helper pulled on his feet when he was dangling to break his neck and stop him from strangling slowly. They were merciful. They helped him kill himself. He did it after all. I looked at Broderick's face again. It was turned slightly away, his expression oddly peaceful. At last, he had shut us all out. Forever.
"Radwinter's story doesn't add up to me," Malever said, glowering down at the jailer. "He says he was hit on the head from behind, but I see no mark of a blow."
He addressed Radwinter.
"I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of your prisoner. And by God, when we get to London, we'll find out why, one way or another."
Radwinter stared up at him, then let out a terrible sound, somewhere between a screech and a moan.
Malever nodded to Leakin. "Lock him up, then take the body down. And by Jesu, you and your men will have to make answer too for this mess."
Malever turned to me.
"So that's it," he hissed. "The last chance of finding out more about the conspirators. Gone."
But it hadn't been Radwinter, I was sure. Maliver merely needed a culprit, and he'd found one. I realized something that set my heart hammering against my ribs. I'd been right that it wasn't Janet Marlin who had knocked me out at King's Manor. It was someone else. They were on this ship, and now they'd helped Broderick die. Chapter 40. Bad weather hit us next morning, rain and wind and heavy seas that had the passengers retching all over the ship. After lunch the rain stopped, and I came up and sat alone on the bench on deck, looking out at the heaving grey wastes of the German Ocean. Mountainous seas heaved and rolled, giant waves capped with white foam, the sky only slightly less dark than the sea. I watched a herring gull swoop above the water. How did they survive out here, I wondered. I'd felt a need to be alone, to get away from the shocked, anxious atmosphere that Broderick's death and Radwinter's arrest had created below decks. I couldn't rid myself of the memory of Broderick's face, turned away as he swung gently. I wondered how God would judge him. Suicide was a great sin, but Broderick had only anticipated and eased his passage to death. And I had been, however reluctantly, an agent of those who had abused him, so that killing himself with another's help was the only way left. I'd come to admire him, for all that his intensity had sometimes frightened me. I looked down the deck, beyond the billowing sails, to where the captain was running between the sailors, shouting and looking over the side. I wondered if something was wrong. I turned as the hatch to the lower decks banged open, and Barak, swathed like me in a heavy coat, emerged and came over, grasping at the rails as the ship bucked and heaved. He sat beside me. "How's Master Wren?" he asked. "Still in bed. He says he's all right, but he looks weak to me. I worry this voyage may be too much for him." Barak sighed. "He'll make it or he won't. There's not much we can do. Poor old arsehole." We were silent a moment as he looked down the deck to where the captain was still pacing. "There's a problem with the rudder. They think they've broken a pintail. It's some sort of a bolt." I looked at him. "Serious? It needs attending to. We're putting in at Ipswich now. We'll be later than ever, just when we've got a favourable wind. The sailors are even more convinced this voyage is cursed." Sailors are a superstitious lot. "What day is it? I lose track." "October 23rd. We've been out 7 days already. The sailor said Rich is furious. He's going to leave the ship at Ipswich and ride back to London." "The king will be back before us at this rate. Though with Broderick dead, I suppose that matters little now." He nodded, screwing up his eyes against the spray as a large wave crashed over the side of the boat. I looked at him. "Thank you for standing by last night," I said. "That's all right." I hesitated. "How's Tamsin?" "Fine." He looked down a moment, then back at me. "But I've told her she must stop mourning for Janet Marlin. That however kind she was to Tamsin, the woman was a murderess. But she can't blame you for resenting her sorrow for her. Geez, you. Janet Marlin would have killed Tamsin if she'd got in her way." "Yes, she would." He smiled sadly. "Tamsin has so little security in her life, she cleaved to Janet Marlin, as she cleaved to the idea of her father having good blood. If it turns out he hasn't, I'll say nothing." "Even if he has, he probably wouldn't want to know her." "No." He looked at his feet for a moment. "It's a pickle." He looked up again. "But I care for her. I'm sorry, though, for what I said to you in Hull." "It's all right. We've been cooped up together too long." I thought of the rosary, but our reconciliation was too fragile to mention that now. "I suppose Radwinter will go to the Tower when we land," Barak said. "Yes, to be questioned." The way Broderick would have been questioned? Probably. I shook my head. I don't believe Radwinter killed him. Maliver's wrong. He's so bull-headed he sees only what's straight ahead, like a blinkered horse. Yet it all points to Radwinter. He was the only one with Broderick at the time. He said he was knocked on the head, but there was no sign of a blow. You know, it's possible to knock someone out without leaving a mark. Then there's motive. Why on earth would Radwinter do it? Maliver thinks he's gone mad, doesn't he? Yes, that was partly my fault, I sighed. Maliver had questioned me after Broderick's body had been taken away, railing with furious anger against Radwinter. Leeken had told him I'd said Radwinter was mad, and Maliver had seized on that, believing the erosion of his authority had sent the jailer out of his wits until he went berserk and killed Broderick. I'd protested that I'd not meant I thought Radwinter would kill his prisoner, but Maliver had been in no mood to listen. Maliver has more reason than just what you said to think Radwinter mad, Barak said. I'm told he's collapsed since he was locked up in the cell, shrieking and crying and calling down plagues on Maliver. And who can tell what goes on in a man's mind when it runs mad? It still doesn't add up to me. How could he have done it alone? Perhaps he knocked Broderick out, then hanged him. I can't see him taking Broderick unawares. I paused. You know what I think happened? Go on. When I last saw him, Broderick seemed calm, almost resigned. What if someone had already been to see him, to offer him this way out if he still wanted to kill himself? Barak whistled. Then when Leeken sent those drunken soldiers away and went to report to Maliver, that someone was waiting in his cabin. You can hear what's going on outside. He knocked Radwinter out, took his keys, strung Broderick up, then pulled on his feet and broke his neck. Yes. Barak looked out at the heaving, bitterly cold sea. It's an awful way to choose to die. Broderick must have had some courage. Oh, we knew that. I followed his gaze. Broderick's body was under those heaving waves now. The captain had refused to take a dead body back to London, fearing even more bad luck. He had said the burial service over the corpse, and then it had been thrown overboard, tied in a sheet, landing with a splash among the grey waves, then disappearing forever. So someone here on board killed him? Oh, I think so. Someone he knew already, I would guess. The person who knocked you out at King's Manor? Yes. I told Barak what Broderick had said the day before. I'm sure he knew who knocked me out at King's Manor and took the papers. If he hadn't, he would have denied it. He was different yesterday, quieter, no longer afraid of the tower, which I think he always was before, however he tried to hide it. I think he'd already made arrangements. But how? He was guarded all the time. That's the one thing I can't work out. Have you told Maliver what you suspect? Aye, he dismissed it, and me too, with oaths. He believes he's got his man. He needs to, for he'll be in disfavour now. First letting those papers be stolen, now letting Broderick be killed. I smiled bitterly. I doubt he'll have the great career he was looking for after this. Nor does he deserve it. He's all brute force, no time for thought, no subtlety. Unlike Lord Cromwell. Oh, yes, he could see round corners. I glanced at Barak. You think I'm wrong? I don't know. If you're right, whoever helped Broderick die could be anyone on this ship, even a crewman. Yes, I hesitated. Last night before Broderick died, I was sitting here and Rich came up and walked the deck. He saw me, gave me one of his nasty smiles. Why would Rich kill Broderick? Deprive his master, the king, of his pet prisoner? I don't know. Well, at least we can exclude Lady Rochford this time. Yes, I bit my lip. There's one other possibility. There's one person who had the perfect opportunity to plan with Broderick and then help him die. A man from Kent.
Sergeant Leakin?
Barak's voice was astonished. Perhaps there's more to him than meets the eye. Since I spoke to the old lawyer in Hull, I've been wondering what of the Archer Blaborne's family. Presumably he must have returned to them in Kent when he came back from France. How much did they know? The confession could have been made to a relative down in the south, kept in the family, brought to London, and then up to York when the rebellion was planned. Barak shook his head.
I can't see Sergeant Leakin as a killer.
He doesn't have to be. Whoever knocked me out at King's Manor might have meant not to kill me, only take the papers. And he didn't kill Broderick, he helped him kill himself. Leakin could have knocked out Radwinter and helped Broderick die before he went to make his report to Malavra. He could even have given those soldiers access to drink. Barak blew out his cheeks.
It fits.
And yet, I know, he seems so unlikely a candidate. I already feel bad about my part in his parents' problems. I've offered to try and help them. Barak pondered a moment.
He's guarding Radwinter now, isn't he?
Yes.
Perhaps you ought to tell Malavra.
I shook my head. He wouldn't listen. There's no point.
You ought to.
I sighed. One day I'll provoke that man too far and I'll be in trouble. But you're right. We looked round as another big wave hit the deck amidships, splashing water over the crewmen working the sails. There came a shout from the crow's nest high above us. Land! We were 4 days in Ipswich, a pretty little town. Getting the ship into dock and repairing the rudder was no easy task. It was simple enough to find an inn, though. Giles ceased to try and hide that he felt exhausted. He took to bed and lay there, his face drawn with pain, disinclined for conversation. I decided to follow Barak's advice and went to seek out Malavra. He had turned a room in the best inn in town into yet another office, got a table from somewhere and covered it with papers. He was sitting writing. He looked tired, his high colour turned to a greyish pallor. He greeted me, as usual, with a frown.
I'm busy, Master Shardlake. I have a long report to prepare for the council.
There was something that occurred to me, Sir William, about Broderick's death. He sighed, but put down his pen.
Well?
I told him my thoughts about Leakin. He looked at me impatiently.
Leakin could have killed Broderick any time these past few weeks, he answered.
I doubt there was another time when there were no other soldiers around. This may have been the perfect opportunity.
He was careless letting those men get drunk. That's in my report, and he'll suffer for it. But why in God's name would he kill Broderick?
I don't know, Sir William. It was just he had the opportunity, and, well, he comes from Kent. You remember what I told you about Blaborne?
For God's sake, don't mention that name! These walls are thin. Are you still ferreting about in your head over that?
I wondered about Blaborne's family, whether that confession I glimpsed had been passed down.
You love long shots, don't you?
He pointed his pen at me.
Most of the soldiers with the Progress came from Kent, as you well know. Leakin has been with the gentlemen pensioners for 5 years. He's always been solid until this mistake.
Is that not itself a cause for concern, that he should be careless now of all times?
You want to be careful. Those attempts on your life have made you willing to suspect anyone, blacken anyone's name on no good evidence. He motioned me away. Get out! I don't want to see you again. Go.
After we left Ipswich, the ship's bad luck seemed to evaporate. A fair wind set in behind us, and we reached the Thames in 4 days on the 1st of November. I watched from the rail as the ship sailed up the broad estuary between the mudbanks. The water was calm, and there were fingers of mist drifting along the shore. Like everyone else on board, I was cold and exhausted. The first buildings began to appear and the boat tacked to the shore, heading for Billingsgate Dock. On the north bank, the Tower of London loomed above us. Barak and Tamsin appeared and stood beside me. Tamsin gave me an uncertain look. I smiled at her. There was no point in an open quarrel. "What are those for?" Barak asked. Everywhere in the city, church bells were ringing loudly.
"Someone said it's for Queen Catherine," Tamsin replied. "The king has ordered services in all the churches to express his thanks for having found such a good wife at last."
"If he knew," Barak said softly. "Well, he doesn't," I said quietly, "and mustn't. We forget all about that now. Disappear back into London."
Tamsin sighed. "That sounds wonderful after these last 6 weeks."
"Yes, I must go and fetch Master Wren," I added awkwardly. "Tell him we're nearly home." I went below decks to Giles's tiny cabin. All this last week he had lain in bed, sleeping mostly. He was awake when I entered, though, lying there looking sad. "We're almost here," I said. "Yes, I heard the sailors calling." He gave a little smile. "So, I made it. How are you?" "Better," he sighed. "I must get up. When we get to my house, you must rest a few days. Barak and I can make inquiries at Gray's Inn." "Would you wait a few days before you do, till I feel able to come with you?" He laughed awkwardly. "I would like to meet my nephew standing on my feet, not have him brought to me in bed." "Very well, Giles. By all means wait a few days. I'll get my friend Guy to come and see you. He's an apothecary, but a trained doctor too." "The old Spanish Moor you told me of?" "Aye. At the least, I'm sure he can ease your pains. And you'll like my house. My housekeeper Joan is a good old body. She'll take care of you." My heart lifted at the thought of home. The first thing I would do was try to get the Belknap case set down as soon as possible. "You've been so good to me," Giles said quietly. "Like a son." I said nothing, only laid a hand on his arm. "I'll leave you to get ready. We'll be on deck." When I returned, the boat was pulling up to the dock. It bumped against the wharf. I saw 6 soldiers there carrying pikes, the escort for Radwinter. The boat tied up. Giles joined us, grasping the rail. "London," he said. "It seems huge." "It is," Barak said. 1,000 more come each year, they say."
"Jack will guide you round the town, sir," Tamsin said.
"You too, I hope, mistress. It'll be fine to walk the streets of London with a pretty girl." We watched as the courtiers got off, a bedraggled-looking crew now. Maliver was there. I saw Sergeant Leakin emerge with the 2 soldiers, and between them, Radwinter. The jailer's once neat clothes were crumpled, his face dirty and unshaven, hair and beard unkempt. His arms and legs were chained, as Broderick's had been. There was no sign of violence about him now. His head hung low. Leakin and the soldiers led him across the planks and over to the other waiting soldiers. A sailor waved to the remaining passengers, and we descended the plank. When we reached the wharf, I almost lost my balance, unused to dry land. Tamsin and Barak each gave me an arm. "Careful now," Barak said. "You'll have us all over. I'm unsteady too." Another hand was laid on my arm. I turned round, thinking someone else had come to my aid. "I'm all right." I broke off. The hand had gripped me tight, and now I saw it was Sergeant Leakin's. 3 of the soldiers had come over, and now they surrounded us, their pikes raised. Sergeant Leakin looked at me sternly. "You are to come with the soldiers, Master Shardlake." I frowned at him. "But what is this?" "You're under arrest, sir. You're suspected of treason." Giles stepped forward. "Treason?" There was a shocked quaver in his voice. "What do you mean? There's some mistake." "No mistake, sir.
The soldiers who came for Radwinter brought a warrant for Master Shardlake's arrest also." "Let me see," Giles snapped authoritatively. "I am a lawyer." He held out a hand. Leakin produced a paper from his pocket and handed it to him. He studied it, eyes wide, then passed it to me with a trembling hand. It was a warrant for my arrest, signed by Archbishop Cranmer. What am I supposed to have done? My lips felt thick, bruised. My heart was jumping wildly. "You'll be told in the Tower." "No!" Barak thrust himself forward, grabbing at Leakin's arm. "This is all wrong. It's a mistake. Archbishop Cranmer—" A soldier reached out and grabbed his arm. Barak lost his balance and toppled over with a cry on the muddy cobbles. I was manhandled away. "Find out what's happening, Jack!" I called out. Tamsin was helping him to his feet. "We will!" she called after me. Wren was standing watching, his face aghast. A little distance away I saw the courtiers watching me. Malavra caught my eye. He inclined his head, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. He had known. Chapter 41. They took us to a big rowing boat a little further down the dock. Sergeant Leakin didn't accompany us, and oddly it affected me greatly that I was left entirely in strange hands. The soldiers made me climb down steps encrusted with green slime, and I slipped. If one of them hadn't grasped me, I would have fallen into the filthy Thames. They sat me beside Radwinter and rowed out into the broad river. Looking back at the wharf, I saw 3 receding figures watching, still as stones, Barak and Tamsin and Giles, helpless. Other craft on the river pulled aside at the sight of the boat full of red uniforms. We passed close to a wherry. Its passenger, a plump alderman, gave Radwinter and me a look in which fear was mixed with sympathy. I could imagine his thoughts. Taken to the Tower. That could be me. It was the fear that lurked in the back of every mind, and now, out of the blue, it had happened to me. Yet, I thought with terror, perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. My head was full of forbidden knowledge, of Blayborn and the king's legitimacy. Not that I'd ever wanted any of it, but now they'd have that knowledge out of my head one way or another. Who was it that had informed against me? I furrowed my brow. Surely the old man Swan in Hull couldn't have done so. And other than him, only Barak knew the full extent of what I'd discovered about Blayborn. But he would have told Tamsin. Surely it couldn't be her. I swallowed. My throat was dry as paper. Beside me, Radwinter sat staring bleakly ahead, still no sign of the frantic madness Barak had described. It began to rain. It was a short journey. Suddenly the walls of the tower were above us, wet with slime where they met the water, for the tide was low. My heart began thumping frantically. We stopped at a portcullis gate that gave onto the river. The water gate. I thought, Anne Boleyn came in here. Anne Boleyn, Anne Boleyn. I found myself repeating the name over and over in my mind. It was to stop my thoughts moving on to the end of that story, for I'd been made by Cromwell to attend the Queen's execution, seen her head fly out from the block on Tower Green, that fine spring day 5 years before. "Out!" The boat had bumped against stone stairs. The soldiers took our arms and hauled us up. I looked through a stone archway at the top of the steps and saw Tower Green, where ravens pecked the great square bulk of the White Tower beyond. The rain grew heavier. "Let me go!" Beside me, Radwinter had come to life. "I've done nothing! I'm innocent!" He tried to struggle, but the soldiers held him fast. They didn't bother to reply. Innocent, I thought. So was Anne Boleyn. So was Margaret of Salisbury they'd killed here last spring,
Being innocent was no help in this place.
"Up you go!"
The soldiers spoke to us only in clipped phrases. They led us up the steps, and I almost slipped again, for I'd still not fully found my land legs.
"Wait here."
We stood on a path. The soldiers surrounded us, pikes held straight, water bouncing off their breastplates and helmets. An official came along, head bent against the rain. He looked at us as he passed, a look of mild interest, as though thinking, who is it now? Here they'd be used to it. I felt a terrible shame to have come to this. For a moment the shame was stronger than my fear. What if my father could see this from heaven? A man walked towards us from the White Tower. He wore a fur robe and a wide cap, and he came slowly, heedless of the rain. The soldiers saluted as he halted before us. He was in his late 30s, tall and thin, with a neat sandy beard. A soldier handed him a couple of papers, the warrants, no doubt. He studied Radwinter and me. His eyes were keen, calculating. "Which is which?" he asked quietly. The soldier inclined his head at me.
"This one is Shardlake, Sir Jacob. The other is Radwinter."
Sir Jacob nodded. "Bring them both." He turned away, the soldiers surrounded us, and we followed Sir Jacob across the green to the tower. The ravens hopped away. We were led up the main stairs of the White Tower, through the high-vaulted inner hall where the men of the garrison sat playing cards and talking. They stopped to stare as we passed. Many of them would be newly returned from the progress. Perhaps some had even seen me at Fulford. I'd visited the tower before on official business, and my heart sank into my belly with a lurch that made me feel sick, as I realized we were being led to the dungeons. Down a spiral staircase lit with torches, down and down, the walls glistening with damp as we passed below river level to a door with a barred window at the bottom. I'd come this way 4 years previously on a mission to get information from a jailer. I'd had a glimpse then of what went on down here, yet had given it little attention, for my mind had been on my mission. Sir Jacob banged on the door. There was a clink of keys, the door opened, and we were led through. The door slammed behind us. Now I felt more helpless than ever, utterly cut off from the world above. We were in a dimly lit space, stone walls and stone flags on the floor. It was cold and very damp. Heavy barred doors were set in the stone walls. In the centre of the floor, oddly domestic, was a desk with a fat beeswax candle on it, casting its yellow light over a strew of papers. The turnkey who had let us in, a fat man with short greasy hair, came and stood beside us. Sir Jacob took up a paper, studied it, and nodded. "Ah, he's ready, I see. Put Radwinter in number 9. He said quietly. "Chain him, then come back. Is Caffrey up there?" "Yes, Sir Jacob." "Bring him back with you." He nodded at the soldiers. "You can go." They left, boots clattering noisily as they mounted the stairs. The turnkey let them out, then returned, took Radwinter's arm and led him away. He was unresisting. He seemed utterly shocked. They disappeared round a corner at the far end, the keys at the fat man's belt jingling. The official looked at me. "I am Sir Jacob Rawling, Deputy Warden of the Tower, in charge of this side of things." He gave a wintry smile as he waved his hand around. "Yes, sir." I shivered. The cold was eating through my soaked clothes into my bones. "It is sad when someone of your rank comes to this." There was something oddly schoolmasterly in the way he shook his head, as though I were a pupil about to be punished for some serious misdemeanour. "I don't know why I'm arrested, sir," I ventured. He studied me, pursing his lips, then said, "The matter touches the Queen." I blinked in surprise. So it wasn't about Blaeborn at all. But if so, why had I been taken, not Barak or Tamazin? I thought with horror, She's been discovered. They'll say I've concealed evidence of her adultery with Culpeper. Maliver must have known all along.
Had you not enough to trouble you on the progress? Sir Jacob gave me another schoolmasterly smile, as though reluctantly amused by something in a pupil's misbehaviour, perhaps his stupidity in thinking he could get away with it. He studied me with interest. Your name has been heard in this place before, only a little time ago, when we racked Bernard Locke. They wanted to find out his role in attempts on your life. He said the word racked, not with pleasure, as Radwinter would have, nor with cold determination like Maliver, but without any emphasis at all. And suddenly I was very afraid of him.
I know, sir.
I know you know. Sir William mentioned it in his report accusing you.
Then he is my accuser?
Yes, of concealing certain matters between Francis Derham and the Queen.
Derham?
I stared at him in amazement. He narrowed his eyes. Master Derham is suspected of dalliance with Queen Catherine. It's believed you knew of this and kept quiet. I remembered now. Rich had seen me come from the Queen's tent at home. He had seen Derham stop and question me in the street at Hull. Derham must have been under suspicion, perhaps watched by Maliver. Rich had told Maliver, and they'd taken me. With all I knew, they'd arrested me for something of which I knew nothing.
Derham?
I asked again. It would be better if you didn't dissemble, Shardlake. Sir Jacob spoke reasonably, the schoolmaster trying to persuade the obstinate pupil. I will show you what awaits you if you do. But he made no move, just stood there looking at me. That unnerved me more than ever. I shivered again. There was a jingling of keys. The fat turnkey had returned with a stocky young man in a stained leather jerkin. My eyes narrowed as I peered at it in the gloom. Were those stains blood? Sir Jacob nodded at them. Search him. I flinched as the men seized me, ran rough hands over my clothes. They took my dagger, purse, and Cranmer's seal and laid them on the table. Sir Jacob picked up the seal, looked at it, and grunted. "Bring out Bernard Locke," he told them. "He's to be put in the execution cell." The pair opened the door of one of the cells and went in. I waited to see Janet Marlin's fiancé step out, the man who had set her on her mission of murder. They carried him out in a chair. He was unchained, and I realized he'd been racked so badly he couldn't walk. His legs hung uselessly down, as did one arm, while the other twitched and shook as it held the seat of the chair to try and keep his balance.
"Here we go, matey,"
the fat turnkey said pleasantly as they carried him across the central area. I tried to look at Locke's face, but his head hung down, hidden by long rat's tails of hair. He was making little whines of pain. Sir Jacob called out, "One moment." The sweating turnkey stopped. The deputy warden went and lifted Locke's head by the hair. He whimpered. I saw the weeping sore of a burn running across his forehead, and I was surprised to see that he must always have been an ugly man. His features were heavy and lumpy, and his eyes, staring wildly round him now, were large and bulbous. "Well, Master Locke," Sir Jacob said, "here you are, almost at the end of your road. I thought you should see Master Shardlake. Another lawyer come to grief, the man your fiancé tried to kill. Have you aught to say to him?" Bernard Locke looked at me for a moment. Turning his head made him wince. "Nothing," he whispered. "Why did you do it?" I asked him. "Why did you use that wretched woman so? Get her to take an innocent life, put her in such danger her own life was lost." Locke didn't answer, only looked at me without interest, as though he was already in another world. "You betrayed the conspirators. You betrayed her." Still he didn't respond. "If you'd succeeded,
Would you have married Janet? For some reason I had to know. He ran a swollen tongue across cracked lips. "Perhaps," he said in a high, croaking voice. "What does it matter now?" Another question came into my mind. "Do you know a barrister of Lincoln's Inn named Martin Dakin?" I knew the question couldn't place Dakin in danger. Anything incriminating Locke knew about anyone, he would have told his torturers already. A flicker of interest in the hollow eyes. I knew Martin." Already he was talking of himself in the past tense, as though he were already dead. His mouth twitched in a half-smile. "He wasn't involved. He's safe." "Who is this Dakin?" Sir Jacob asked. I sighed. "Only the nephew of an old lawyer I know, a barrister of Gray's Inn. I was trying to help the old man find him." Sir Jacob frowned at me. "You have other things to worry about now, Master Shardlake, believe me." He nodded to the turnkeys, and they bore Locke away, the fat one grunting with the effort. He had a hard time unlocking the door while trying to hold the chair, but he managed it, and they carried Locke through. "We'll have a job getting up these stairs," the younger one said. "Aye," the fat man gasped. "You're a nuisance, you are, matey," he told Locke. They carried him upstairs. I heard him groan at the jolting of the chair. Sir Jacob inclined his head. "Often by the end they're in such pain they can't think of anything beyond that. Well, he'll be out of it tomorrow. His head will be off." "There's to be no trial?" Sir Jacob gave me a long sideways look as though I'd committed an impertinence. "I think you need some time to reflect on where you are," he said. "Yes, that would be best. We shall talk again later." He sat down at the desk and began writing notes on a paper, ignoring me again, while he waited for the jailers to return. I stood there, my legs shaking, thinking frantically. Had the Queen had dalliance with Derham as well as Culpeper? It seemed incredible, yet it was the only explanation for Cranmer's signature on the warrant, and they knew nothing about Culpeper. I could deny knowledge of Derham truthfully, but would they believe me? Would they try other means? And I knew that if they tortured me, I will tell them anything to get them to stop, tell them about Culpeper or what I suspected of the King's ancestry, anything. I could bear less than Locke had. I knew that. Less than Broderick would have. My head reeled with sudden terror, and I hid my face in my hands and groaned. With a puffing and blowing, the turnkeys came back down the stairs. I pulled my trembling hands from my face. Sir Jacob was looking at me with what seemed like quiet satisfaction. "All right," he said. "I think the penny's dropped. Put him in with Radwinter." Chapter 42. The fat turnkey took me up a flight of stairs to a narrow, torch-lit corridor lined with sturdy wooden doors. He opened one and thrust me in with a twist of his arm so forceful I nearly fell. The cell was a long chamber with a low roof. The bricks had been whitewashed, but were disfigured with patches of mould. Through a small, high-barred window at the other end of the room I could see a patch of dark sky and hear the hiss of rain hitting the river. We must be right by the water. The only furniture was a pair of rickety truckle beds opposite each other by the door. On one of them Radwinter sat, head in his hands. They were chained together, as were his feet. He didn't look up as the turnkey led me over to the other bed. "Sit down," the fat man said. I collapsed rather than sat on the thin, filthy mattress stinking of damp. There was no blanket. "Stretch out your arms," he ordered. "Come on, I haven't got all day." His tone was still quiet, but when I looked up, his hard little eyes told me he meant business. I reached out my arms.
So quickly and dexterously that I hardly had time to realize what he was doing, he took a chain with a manacle on each end from under the bed and slipped the manacles round my wrists. There was a double click, and I was pinioned. He bent down, pulled out another length of chain, and secured my feet. He stood back and inspected his handiwork with a nod. "There, that'll do." "Is this necessary?" I asked, my voice rising with fear. "Is this necessary?" he repeated with a grin, imitating my educated tones. "It's the rules, matey. This is the least of it, you'll see." He glanced at Radwinter, who still sat with head bent, then left the cell. The key rattled in the lock. I sat there rigid with terror. The chains were long. I could move my arms and no doubt walk, but they were heavy, and one of the gyves was tight, not enough to stop the blood, but sufficient to scrape my wrist painfully when I moved it. I looked up to see Radwinter staring at me. He was filthy, eyes wild and bloodshot in his dirty face. How different from the neat, confident figure who had greeted me at York Castle. "What have you done?" he asked in a cracked, hoarse voice. "Not what I'm accused of." "You lie!" he shouted suddenly. I didn't reply. I thought, what if he leaps at me? He went on, talking fast in bitter, intense tones. "You were always a weakling, and weaklings are dangerous, can be prevailed upon by the sinful, like Broderick. Wrongdoers must be punished. That's right, my father said when he beat me that it was God's law, and he was right, it is. It is!" he shouted, as though I'd contradicted him. "But I didn't kill Broderick. I made mistakes, but mistakes aren't disloyalty. They should be punished, but not with this." His voice rose, and he looked at me with frantic, glaring eyes. "Perhaps they'll only question you," I said soothingly, "then let you go when they realize you weren't responsible for Broderick's death. I don't believe you killed him." What I said didn't seem to register. "Mistakes must be punished," he frowned, "but not so severely. It's deliberate wrongdoing that must be dealt with harshly. My father taught me. To forget my bedtime, only 3 strokes of the switch. To stay out playing deliberately, 12. The scars remind me, that's why he put them there, to remind me." I didn't reply. I didn't need to, for his eyes were unfocused, looking inward. He was talking to himself rather than to me. Sometimes he would make me kneel and look at the switch for half an hour before he used it. It was part of the punishment. He told me that doesn't work with animals. He looked up at me then. "Do you remember?" he said with a smile. "I told you that." Yes, I thought. Maliver was right. His wits have gone. This has been too much for him. They've locked me in here with a madman. He told me about that when we went to the bull baiting, when he held my hand so tight the blood stopped flowing. Waiting. It frightens a boy, and I knew it would frighten a man, too. He smiled suddenly, a leer the like of which I hope to see on no man's face again. I moved down the bed in an involuntary effort to get further away from him. He seemed to come to himself and glared at me, the old icy stare. "You will feel the switch. I mean the instruments. You will, and I won't because I'm innocent. I'm righteous in God's eyes. The king, who is God's representative on earth, he won't allow it." He began to shout, suddenly full of mad fury. I cowered away. "You weak, bent-backed creature! The king gave you what you deserved at Fulford Cross." He laughed, suddenly full of wicked glee like an evil imp in a morality play. He was in a world of his own, or perhaps he always had been. He stopped abruptly. "Maliver accuses me?"
he said, accuses me falsely. When I'm out of here, he will feel the switch. I shall lay it on him. He shook his head. No, I mean the irons, the fire. Why does my head fizz and burn? Why can I hold nothing in it straight any more? He gave me a look of desperate appeal. You should see a priest, Radwinter, I said. They would send me a papist, a damned papist that should be burned. His voice lowered, and his muttering became incomprehensible, a mad babbling to himself. I stood up and crossed to the window. The chains clanked and rattled and made movement difficult. I thought again how this was the fear of everyone in London, to stand in a cell in the Tower, limbs chained, accused of treason, awaiting questioning by Jesu knew what terrible methods. And I was cold, chilled to the bone. I closed my eyes and put my hands over my face, listening to Radwinter's demented whisperings and the hiss of the rain on the river outside. It sounded closer now. The tide must be rising. I'd never been so afraid in my life. I went back and lay on my bed, shivering with cold. Hours passed. Radwinter had lain down too and gone quiet. We both jumped up when a key turned in the lock, but it was only the young turnkey bringing food. A thin pottage that smelt bad, little lumps of gristle floating on the scummy surface. He laid the bowls on the floor. "If you want better," he said, "you'll have to pay." He gave us a mercenary look. "You're both gentlemen. Will you be having visitors?" "Are they allowed?" I asked. He looked at me as though I was stupid. "Aye, or how would you get money to pay for things? Will someone come?" "I hope so," I said with a sigh, realizing how desperate I was to see a friendly face. "Archbishop Cranmer will come for me," Radwinter said with sudden haughtiness. "Then you and the Tower Constable will be the ones that pay." "Will he bring the king with him?" The turnkey laughed and closed the door. Radwinter gave it a baleful look, then took up a bowl and began slurping at the pottage. I ate the filthy stuff too, adding more discomfort to my already churning stomach. More hours passed. It began to get dark. Outside, the hissing of the rain went on and on. Was this part of the plan, keeping us waiting, like Radwinter's father had, to anticipate all that might come? I lay down. Barak and Wren would help me, I told myself. They would come. As the hours passed, the cold drove everything else from my mind. My clothes were wet from the rain on the river crossing. They would never dry in here. Still the rain pelted down outside. I heard the hissing grow louder, and then quieter as the river rose and fell with the tide. In the end, I lay on the bare planks of the bed, wrapping the filthy mattress round me as best I could to try and get a little warmth. It was a difficult task in the dark, chained as I was. The mattress stank of piss and old sweat, and things crawled into my clothes, making me itch. There was no sound from Radwinter. I could just make out his form on the bed. I hoped he was asleep. I didn't like the thought of him lying awake in the darkness. Heaven knew what mad thoughts churning through his brain. The mattress provided little warmth. I would doze for a while and wake, shivering. I watched the sky lighten from black to grey, outlined by the thick bars on the window. Still the rain hissed down. After that I slept a while, tormented by vivid, horrible dreams. In one I was led in my chains into the king's presence. He lay in an ornately decorated bed in the room at the pavilion at King's Manor where we'd met Lady Rochford. He wore a nightshirt, which showed how truly fat he was, rolls of flesh heaving like the sea as he struggled to sit up.
I saw he was nearly bald, only a fringe of reddish-grey hair above his ears. He glared at me.
"Look what you have done,"
he said, and pulled aside his coverlet. On one of his tree-trunk legs was a great black patch, and out of it a yellow fungus like the stuff Broderick had used to poison himself was growing.
"You will pay for this, Blayborn,"
he said, fixing me with those eyes that were so like Radwinter's.
"I am not Blayborn."
I stretched out my arms and entreated, but the soldiers holding me pulled on the chains binding them. They rattled, and the tight gyve cut into my wrist. I awoke with a gasp. The pain in my wrist was real. I'd flung my arm outward, and it was biting hard. The metallic rattle was real, too. A key was turning in the door. Both turnkeys, the fat one and the young one, entered without food and with set faces. My heart banged with fear and my bowels churned. They gave me only a glance, though, before turning to Radwinter, who likewise had jumped up. From his groggy look, he must have been sleeping after all. The fat turnkey heaved him to his feet.
"Right, matey. Sir Jacob wants you questioned."
He tried to struggle.
"No, I've done nothing. It's Maliver who should be here. I am Archbishop Cranmer's jailer. Let me loose."
He began to struggle. The fat turnkey slapped his face hard, then grabbed his head and looked into his eyes.
"Don't make trouble, or we drag you along by your feet."
Radwinter said nothing, shocked by the blow, and allowed himself to be manhandled from the cell. He recovered himself outside, though. I heard him screaming as he was dragged away, calling out to God for vengeance on Maliver, yelling that he would have the turnkey in his own jail. I sat down on the bed, my legs shaking. When would they come for me? More hours passed. The tide was rising once again, the hissing of the rain getting louder. I'd heard of cells in the riverside jails flooding at high tides, prisoners drowning. I half hoped that would happen. Watched with a mixture of fear and anticipation for water to start lapping over the window. I started at the sound of the key in the lock again, whirling round with a gasp of fear. Was it my turn now? Barak stood in the doorway, the young jailer behind him. He looked exhausted. I jumped up and ran to him, grasping his arms, all reserve forgotten. "Jack! Jack! Thank God!" He reddened with embarrassment at this unprecedented show of affection. He reddened further as he saw my chains. He took my arm gently. "Come, sir. Sit down." He led me to my bed and turned to the jailer. "Half an hour, yes?"
"Aye, half an hour for sixpence. Let me know if you're bringing anything in and I'll tell you the tariff."
He went out, locking us in. Barak sat on Radwinter's bed. I knew from his weary, anxious face that he had no good news for me.
"That's Radwinter's bed,"
I said with a hysterical little laugh. "Radwinter? They've kept him with you?" "Aye. He's out of his wits, Jack, and I'll be out of mine if I'm here much longer. They've taken him away. Jesu knows what they're doing to him. I don't have the stomach for this." "What man has? God's wounds, you look rough. Is there anything I can bring you?" "Blankets and dry clothes. I need them desperately." My voice caught on the words, and I felt tears welling up in my eyes. "And some decent food. I'll pay you later." "I'll sort it out." "Thank you. Jesu, it is good to see you. Talk to me, help me remind myself there's still a world beyond here. Have you gone to my house?" "Aye, I thought it best for us all to stay there. Tamsin is helping look after Master Wren." He hesitated. "Sir, he's not well at all, poor old fellow. He almost collapsed when we reached Chancery Lane. He had to be put to bed." I feared he was in a bad way. I looked at Barak. "Is this the end for him?" "I think he just needs rest. The voyage was too much for him."
Does Joan know where I am? We thought it best not to tell her. We said you had business at Whitehall, and told us to stay at Chancery Lane and look after Master Wren till you returned.
Good. We sat silent for a moment. Listen to that rain, I said.
Aye, apparently the weather's been bad in London, hasn't stopped raining for a fortnight. You know the orchard behind your house that the inn authorities have pulled up for a new building?
Yes.
Now the trees have gone, it's a sea of mud. You know it slopes down towards the wall of your garden. Well, it's flooding. There's a little pond built up by the far wall. Hasn't come under the wall yet, but it could flood the garden. Joan showed me.
I didn't reply. I couldn't focus on what he was saying. He was silent for a moment, then said,
I spent yesterday and this morning trying to find out what this is about. I've been round my old contacts at Whitehall, but they don't know anything. The King's been back at Hampton Court some days. He's not been to London. They say there's something going on down there, something big. All the chief men are there, including Cranmer.
The Prince's illness?
No, he's better, they say. I'm thinking of trying to get a pass to Hampton Court. What have they told you?
I looked at the door, then leaned forward. Speak quiet now. I think they may listen at the door. It's about the Queen. I told him what Sir Jacob had said about Dereham.
Dereham? That makes no sense.
I looked at him seriously. If they use harsh methods, I don't think I can hold out, Jack. They've taken Radwinter for questioning. When I heard the key in the lock, I thought it was my turn. I groaned. I've even been tempted to call the turnkey and spill everything about the Queen and Culpeper and about Blaybourne for good measure. But that means danger for you and Tamsin too. I looked at him bleakly. He nodded, slowly, bit his lip.
I don't understand this, he said quietly. What do they think connects you to Dereham?
I told him how Rich had seen us leave the Queen's tent, seen Dereham accost me later in Hull.
This is Rich's doing. Hear Malavra.
I was thinking quickly now. There must have been some suspicion of Dereham already. Maybe they've got the wrong man, or maybe the Queen has been even more stupid than we thought.
Dereham too?
Yes. I think Rich got Malavra to tell Cranmer, got me put here for questioning.
That's a strange way to proceed. Surely it would make more sense just to have you taken before Cranmer for questioning, especially as you're under his patronage.
I think they've told him some lie. Said there's more against me than there is. I pondered. My mind was growing rational again now Barak was there. If I'm shut up in here with my reputation ruined, the Guildhall are more likely to drop the Belknap case. I think that's what's behind all this. It fits with Rich's threats and Malavra's sly grins.
Maybe.
Listen, go to the Guildhall and ask for Master Vervey. He's one of the Common Council attorneys and a good fellow. Find if there's been any approach made by Rich's men about the Belknap case. If I'm right, and Rich is behind this, there will have been.
All right.
Then get that information to Cranmer. Get to Hampton Court. Bribe anyone you need to. You know where my money is kept. If Cranmer's being used, he won't like it. Put in a word for Radwinter, too. Say he's out of his wits, and I don't think he killed Broderick. Barak smiled and shook his head.
You'd help that rogue?
I'll help anyone wrongly accused, even him. He essayed a joke.
Without a fee?
Aye, poor man's plea, pro bono for the common good. I laughed again, bitterly.
Who did kill Broderick?
Someone on that ship's manifest who was at home when Janet Marlin died. Tell Cranmer that as well if you get the chance.
Do you still suspect Leakin? He came up to me after you were taken, said he was sorry to have to arrest you, but he had his orders.
Perhaps.
I wonder if that story of his parents' land was even true. I paused, and when I spoke again my voice shook. Get me out of here, Jack, for pity's sake. They showed me what they did to Bernard Locke. He was broken. I gave a shuddering sigh. He was executed this morning. Barak got up, looking resolute now he had a clear course of action. I'll go straight to the Common Council, then I'll cozen an entry into Hampton Court. There's a man at Whitehall owes me a favour from when I worked for Lord Cromwell. And I'll get Tamsin to fetch the things you need. She's waiting outside the Tower gates. He hesitated. I didn't want her to see inside this place. No, of course not. That's good of her. She sends her prayers. Give her my thanks. You were right, I continued, when you warned me not to take Rich's threats over the Belknap case lightly. But I thought I'd gained the advantage as a lawyer. I couldn't drop it. And so he put me here. I gave Barak a doleful smile. Will you say, I told you so? No. Yours was the path of integrity. He rose suddenly and took my hand in both of his. "'Tis unbearable to see you like this," he burst out. "Then we are truly friends again?" "Aye." He made an essay at another joke. "Though you didn't need to go to these lengths to win me round." He gripped my hand harder. I winced. "Careful," I said. "That manacle is tight, the skin's rubbed raw." "Sorry." He stepped away, looking at the jive with distaste. "You're still limping," I said. "I manage." I looked at him. "Get to Hampton Court, Jack. For Jesu's sake, get to Cranmer. But be careful." Chapter 43. All the rest of that long day I waited in the cell hoping for further news, though I knew the tasks I'd set Barak would take time. I remembered the bells we'd heard along the river yesterday. Was it only yesterday? That Tamsin told me were ringing as part of special services the king had ordered to celebrate the happiness of his 5th marriage. He mustn't yet know the suspicions about Catherine. Cranmer would need strong evidence before he dared tell the king. Radwinter returned early in the afternoon. I was relieved to see that he didn't seem to have been hurt. He was in a filthy temper, though. He sat on his bed muttering to himself so furiously that spittle gathered at the edges of his mouth. I shuddered at the sight. At one point he looked up, glared at me, and said, "The torture! They've promised me the torture tomorrow, though I've told them all. They can see it's the truth. See, father, they break the rules. You were wrong. The rules may be made by God, but men put them into action, and they break them." He stopped then and gave that strange, impish giggle I'd heard yesterday. "You're not my father. I know that. You're the soft, hunchback lawyer. You don't understand anything." Then he turned his head away. As the light began to fail, our door was unlocked again, and the young turnkey appeared. He carried 3 clean blankets and a neatly folded set of clothes, on top of which was some bread and cheese and fruit. He laid them down on the bed. "A girl left these for you." He gave me a lascivious grin. "Tasty little blonde. She your doxy?" "No." He looked at Radwinter, who'd turned to stare at the wall when he saw the turnkey hadn't come for him. "He isn't well," I said quietly. "In his mind." "Aye, we've had a laugh with him, saying he'll fetch the king and Cranmer down on us. But when he sees what's in store for him tomorrow, that'll shock him back into his wits soon enough. Always does. Good night then, matey." He slammed the door shut. I tore a hunk off the bread and a lump of cheese. They tasted good. I hadn't realized how hungry I was. "Radwinter," I called, Do you want some?" He turned round, and I saw he'd been weeping. "No," he said, and looked at me. "They still say I killed Broderick." "I believe you did not." "Who did then?" "I don't know, but I don't think it was you." He looked at me hard. Something seemed to change in his eyes, the madness returning.
"Who cares what you think?"
He spat out with renewed viciousness. "No one."
"Soft hunchback fool."
He turned away again. "Dear Jesu," I muttered under my breath. "Save us both from this." A second night in the cell, less cold under the blankets Tamsin had brought, but no less full of terror. Radwinter muttered and cried out in his sleep. The rain stopped, then began again, harder than ever, hissing like some furious animal. Another grey dawn took shape outside, and I got up wincing at the stiffness in my limbs, making the chains clank. I ate the last of the food. Where was Barak? Had he found anything out at the Guildhall? Had he made it to Hampton Court? They came early that morning, their keys rattling in the lock, both turnkeys.
"Come on,"
the fat one said cheerfully to Radwinter.
"You're wanted."
They came back for me 2 hours later.
"Time to see Sir Jacob," the fat one said. "Now you're not going to be any trouble, are you?" he coaxed ominously. "It's just questions this time."
I let them lead me out to the central area where the desk was. Beyond, I could see the barred door that led up to the White Tower. A soldier was waiting there. The young turnkey nodded to him.
"This one for the deputy warden," he said.
The soldier took my arm as the turnkey opened the door to the staircase. The soldier indicated I should walk ahead. I stumbled and clanked my way up the narrow staircase. I heard a murmur of male voices ahead and felt shame and horror at the prospect of being marched past the soldiers in the great hall again, limping, in chains, unwashed. But the soldier led me past the entrance to the hall, up a further flight to another floor with large unbarred windows and fresh rushes on the floor. He stopped before a door and knocked. Sir Jacob's voice called, "Come in." It was a light chamber, the walls painted yellow. Tables were covered with papers organised in neat piles. Maliver's offices, I remembered, had always looked chaotic. A window streaked with rain showed Tower Green, where people walked to and fro. Sir Jacob, wearing a black doublet and white shirt, sat behind a desk. He looked at me seriously. "This is your one chance to answer my questions truthfully." He spoke quietly. "If you fail to satisfy me, what's being done to Radwinter now will be done to you. Do you understand?" "Yes, Sir Jacob." My heart was beating fast, and again I suppressed the urge to blurt out everything I knew about the Queen. But I wouldn't betray Barak and Tamsin, not while there was still a chance Barak could get to Cranmer, get me out of here. "The Queen was placed under confinement yesterday," Sir Jacob said, "following information received by Archbishop Cranmer that before her marriage she had dalliance with Francis Derham, who she appointed her secretary in York. There may be a pre-contract of marriage between them, and as a lawyer you know what difficulties that may cause in her marriage to the King." I was silent for a moment, shocked. Then I said, "I know nothing of this, sir. I scarce know Derham. Sir, I believe I may know how this has come about." He nodded. I spoke rapidly, telling him of Rich's animus against me over the Belknap case, how he had seen me leave the Queen's tent and later seen Derham speak to me. I repeated the lie I'd told Rich when he saw Derham talking to me in Hull, that Derham had seen me at Fulford and used our meeting in the street to make further mock of me. I hesitated before saying that, and from a quick, intense flicker of Sir Jacob's eyes, I saw he'd noticed. He was an experienced interrogator. He consulted a paper on his desk, then rapped. What was your business with the Queen at home? It was as well I worked in a profession where you needed to think on your feet. It concerned one of her servants, Tamsin Reedborn. She has a relationship with my assistant, Master Barak. She was in some trouble with Lady Rochford over it. He frowned, then laughed again, the schoolmaster who has caught out an errant pupil. The Queen was concerned with the morals of one of her servants? He asked incredulously. Sir Jacob, I said quickly, those are the only things Sir Richard Rich could have knowledge of. I can't believe I've been brought here solely on those grounds. This matter couldn't be more serious. I have a report from Sir William Malavra that a senior official servant overheard you in the refectory telling Francis Derham that if he could get into the Queen's drawers it would serve the King right for the way he treated you at Fulford. That is a complete lie! I almost shouted my denial, and I would guess the official who employs the servant is Sir Richard Rich. That knowing smile again. It is not. He's a clerk for Master Simon Crake of the Harbinger's office. Crake is in Rich's pay. Question the servant, sir. I beg you. Archbishop Cranmer has been fed false information by Rich. I told you. The report was from Sir William Malavra. I believe he's in league with Rich. Please, sir. I begged, please question the servant of Crake's. How Crake had betrayed me. Rich must have put the pressure on. Sir Jacob referred quickly to another paper. Master Barak and Mistress Reedborn, they brought you food and clothes yesterday. The turnkey reports you and Barak spoke quietly as though you didn't wish to be overheard. Would not you, sir, in my position? I'm hardly likely to be. Sir, could you not inquire of the servant? It would take just a little time. I've already been here 2 days. Another day? Sir Jacob sat and thought, tapping a fingernail against his thin lips. I felt hope rising in my breast. Then he shook his head. No, I'm not satisfied. You're keeping things back. I feel it. Sir Jacob, no! He spoke sharply, waved an angry hand at me. You have had your chance. You will go back to your cell. There you will see what has happened to Radwinter, and perhaps tomorrow, when you are taken to where he has been, you will have the sense to speak the truth before they really start work. My jaw dropped in horror. Sir Jacob, please, a day. No! When it comes to making a recalcitrant man spill the truth, there's no better means than the torture. I was marched down the stairs again, past the hall where the soldiers talked and laughed, and lights spilled into the dark stairway. Down again to the darkness and damp, through the barred door again, and back into the hands of the young turnkey. The fat turnkey was there too. He smiled and shook his head. Down to the chamber tomorrow, is it? I see it in your face. My advice is to spill all you know as soon as you get in. Your pal Radwinter didn't, and he's in a sorry state. See his mouth, Ted? The young man said cheerily. Aye, they must have used the vice on his teeth. He won't be doing any chewing for a while. The fat turnkey shook his head again. Come on, matey, back in the cell you go. He grasped my arm. Has there been any word for me? I asked. From my friend? No, nothing. He began leading me away. There's no point hoping, he said as we approached the cell. Best just resolve to make a clean breast before they get properly started tomorrow. He turned the key in the lock. Take my word for it. I've seen... Oh, fuck! He yelled suddenly, letting go my arm. I stared past him into the cell. At first I could make no sense of what I saw. It seemed that a gigantic pendulum had been brought to the cell and set swinging under the window. Then I saw it was Radwinter. He'd taken the 2 beds and set them one on top of the other.
He'd removed his shirt and, like Broderick, had twisted it into a noose, tied one end to the window and the other round his neck. Then he jumped from the bed. He'd broken his neck. His head was bent at an unnatural angle. His face was hideous, his mouth open and smeared with blood, half his teeth gone. I fell back against the door jamb. My legs gave way and I slid to the floor. The fat turnkey had run across to the window. Now he ran back to the door. "Billy!" he yelled. "Billy!" Running feet, and a moment later the other turnkey joined him in the doorway. "Oh, hell!" he cried. "We'll be in the shit for this!" He went over and looked at Radwinter, then turned back to the fat man. "You know the bed should be fixed to the floor where there's a high window." "I've been trying to get the workman in for months. How the fuck did he get the beds across with his hands in that state?" I saw Radwinter's hands, dangling at his side, were torn and bloody, his fingernails gone. I shuddered and looked away. "They should have given him the rack," young Billy said, "instead of pissing about with his teeth. He couldn't have done it then. Fuck, he's still swinging. He can only just have jumped." He grabbed one of Radwinter's legs, bringing the body to a halt. "Why did he do it?" the fat man said in a tone of outrage. "They were taking him back for another go tomorrow." "He did it for shame," I said quietly. For him this would have been the ultimate shame. So much for torture bringing the truth. The deputy warden came, watched Radwinter cut down and his body taken away. "And we got nothing out of him," he muttered angrily. But then he'd had nothing to give, I thought. He'd not killed Broderick. Broderick, Janet Marlin, Old Royd, now Radwinter. What a harvest of lives that box of documents had reaped. And how many would Catherine Howard's dalliance cost? I sat alone in the cell through another day, another night. Outside the rain slashed down, hissing, dripping. When it grew dark, I found myself looking nervously into corners as though Radwinter's tormented spirit might appear there. But there was nothing, no sense of him. As the hours passed, my hopes ebbed and flowed with the tide on the river outside. I thought, Barak will come, or there will be some message to give me hope. Surely he could have got to Hampton Court and back by now on the river. If he didn't come, what would they do to me tomorrow? My head swam as I thought of all the abominable things I'd heard they used in the tower, the rack, the vice, hot irons. I'd been a fool to think for a moment I could lie to Sir Jacob. I thought of Radwinter's bloodied mouth. In a bleak moment at the darkest hour of the night, I wondered wildly whether Barak and Tamsin might have fled to avoid questioning about the Queen. I cursed myself for such stupidity. Barak wouldn't let me down. Then the dawn came again, light at the window from which a piece of Radwinter's shirt still hung. The turnkeys came for me early in the afternoon. They watched me carefully lest I might struggle, but I knew there was no point, and let them lead me away without resistance. I felt light-headed, as though my spirit might fly from my body. They took me down a flight of stairs, then along a dark passage. They halted before a wide, solid door. The fat turnkey knocked. I looked at the dark old wood. My heart was thumping hard now, making me feel more faint than ever. The door was opened, and they led me inside. The turnkeys released my arms and quickly stepped outside again. It was a big windowless room, with smoke-blackened walls. A large brazier in an alcove put me momentarily in mind of a blacksmith's forge, as did the big bull of a man in a leather apron standing looking at me, hands on hips. A heavy-set boy in his late teens was tending the brazier's coals. Then I saw the rack, with its straps and wooden wheels in the corner. The row of instruments. Pincers, pokers, knives, hanging on hooks. and I felt my head spin. Beside me was a big metal bin, and on top, among the ashes of old coals, small white objects gleaming. I realized these were Radwinter's teeth, and my legs gave way. The big man grabbed me as I fell and set me in a wooden chair. He sighed as I might at the sight of a badly copied document. "Take deep breaths," he said. "Just sit there and breathe slowly." I did as commanded, staring at him dumbly. His expression was frowning. I saw his apron was smeared with old blood. "Got the thin knife heated, Tom?" he asked over his shoulder.
"Yes, Father, coming along nicely."
Over the big man's shoulder the boy gave me a nasty smile. "Got your breath back?" the big man asked. "Yes." "Listen, please, Over here then, Tom." And before I could react, the big man pulled me up and held me while the boy tore off the new doublet Tamsin had brought and then my white shirt. The big man stepped away and studied me. There was no mockery at my shape, only a cold professional interest. "All right," he said. "Chains." And again, before I had time to react, they grabbed the irons holding my wrists together and hauled my arms up, looping the chain through a hook in the low ceiling. I was left dangling, my toes only just touching the floor. The gyves bit into my wrists, the one that had already rubbed my right wrist raw, causing excruciating pain. I shouted out. The big man stood looking at me. He had an impatient expression on his heavy features now. "Right," he said. "We're not going to piss about. We want answers quickly. What do you know of relations between Francis Derham and the Queen?" "Nothing!" I shouted out. I thought I could stop this if I mentioned Culpepper's name, tell what I knew of him and the Queen. Or could I? Might that just goad them on? "Come on," the big man growled. "You know better than that." "Torture is illegal in England," I cried out. It made the torturer's face crack into a grin. "Hear that, Tom?" he said. "The soft-skinned fool thinks this is the torture." "Oh, no. That's just the hanging up, to put you in position." "Show him, Tom." The boy came forward. In one hand he held a thin knife, the point red-hot. In the other, a tiny vice with a screw to turn it. He held them up for me to see. "We'll have some teeth out with the vice," his father said. "Break the mind, not pull 'em out by the roots. That's worse. Then we'll have that knife under your fingernails." My head was clear now, horribly clear. The earlier faintness gone, though it was hard to breathe with my arms stretched above me. "Once more," the torturer said in tones of heavy impatience, "what do you know of the Queen and Francis Derham?" "Nothing. Please, listen, I hadn't learned yet. I hadn't learned how speedily they moved. The big man grabbed my head between meaty hands and nodded to the boy. My mouth was forced open. I tasted the boy's sweaty hands, then felt metal in my mouth. There was a sharp crack, and a terrible pain coursed through every nerve in my head. I felt blood seep onto my tongue. The pain went on and on, receding and returning in crashing waves. The boy held up the vice, and I saw a gleam of white. "Now," the big man said again. "Derham, or it's the knife under the nails. We'll do nails and teeth turn about." I was gurgling, half mad with pain. "I don't—" The father nodded, and the son raised the knife to my pinioned hands. Chapter 44. He stopped. A fraction of an inch away, the heat searing my finger. A high-pitched creak told me the door had opened, and through waves of pain and terror I heard voices, recognized a harsh mutter, Sir Jacob Rawling's voice. The door closed again. I looked wildly round, groaning and spitting blood. The fat turnkey had come in and was standing by the torturer, looking at me with mild interest. The big man nodded to his son and the hot knife was pulled away. I felt myself lifted up, and wondered if this was the start of some new horror, but they only pulled the chain holding my arms off the hook, then lowered me to the floor. I stood unsteadily. The big man looked at me, a faint smile on his meaty face. "Your lucky day. We've to stop. You ought to go back to your cell." I staggered and spat out blood and a fragment of tooth. The boy had broken off a big molar in the side of my lower jaw. The fat turnkey reached out a hand to steady me. "Come on," he said. "Let's get you back. Here's your shirt and doublet." He helped me pull the torn clothes round my shoulders, then led me half-dazed from the chamber. "What happened?" I asked as he walked me back. My voice sounded thick, my mouth was still bleeding. I'd been proud of my teeth. I had had nearly a full set. "You're to be taken to Archbishop Cranmer at Hampton Court. I don't know where he'll keep you because he hasn't a jailer any more, has he? Billy and I are in trouble about that," he added lugubriously. We turned the corner into the central area, and there, standing by the desk with young Billy, I saw Barak. My heart leapt. His manner was quite different from the day before. He looked confident and energetic, at least till he saw me. Then his jaw dropped. "Jeez, you!" he shouted. "What have you done to him, you fucking arseholes?" "No, none of that," the fat turnkey admonished. "He was taken to the torture on Sir Jacob's orders. My advice to you is to get him out of here before the Archbishop changes his mind." "There's a whole boatload of new captives coming in soon," Billy told him. "Just as well we'll have the cell, then." Barak took my arm. "How many teeth did the arseholes pull?" "Just one." "Let's get out. We've a long boat journey. It's raining, but I've got your coat and a blanket, and your things." He took out my dagger and purse and Cranmer's seal that had been taken off me when I arrived. He handed them to me, then looked at the turnkeys. "Can you get these irons off?" "All right." The fat man selected a key from his ring and, bending down, released my feet and left wrist. When he came to the manacle on my right wrist, though, the tight one, the key wouldn't turn. "Damn thing! It's stiff!" "Try spitting on the key," Barak said. The turnkey did as he suggested, but with no result. "Looks like you'll have to keep it on, matey." Barak bent and studied the manacle. "It's rusty. I could probably get that off with tools at home." He turned to the jailer. "But he can't go before the Archbishop dragging a 3-foot length of chain. Can you get the padlock off?" The round jibe was connected to the chain by a stout little padlock. The jailer grunted and went over to a bundle of little keys hanging from the wall. He opened the padlock, the chain falling to the floor. All the time, I'd been looking on dumbly, licking my cracked and swollen lips, but now I burst out weeping uncontrollably, my sobs echoing round that terrible chamber. Barak took my arm and led me gently through the barred door, up the stairs, and through the great hall. I was past caring whether the soldiers saw my wretched state. I asked no questions. It was all I could do to stumble along. We descended the steps of the White Tower, then I felt grass under my feet, rain on my head. We stopped walking at last, and I looked up. We were by the Watergate again. A wherry stood there, a soldier and a boatman in Cranmer's livery sheltering under the arch. Beyond, the heavy rain made the Thames water hiss and boil. "He's hurt. Take care," Barak told the boatman. They helped me in, and the boatman took the oars. Barak wrapped a blanket round me as we pulled out into the water. A hand to my throbbing jaw, I looked at the wide river. A large barge swept past us, sculling into the Watergate. Sitting inside was a cargo of bedraggled gentlemen and ladies, their fine clothes streaming water, surrounded by soldiers. My eyes widened as I saw Francis Derham, no longer proud and arrogant, but shrinking against the side of the boat, his face white as chalk. I also recognized some of the Queen's ladies, and then I saw Lady Rochford in the midst of them, staring at me with wide, terrified eyes. Seeing my blooded face, she began screaming and tried to stand up. Someone pulled her back down. The shrill sound faded away as the barge passed under the arch. I sat staring after it. "Why is Lady Rochford there? Has she been arrested?" "Looks like it. Perhaps they know about Culpeper." "If they don't now," I said grimly, "they will soon." "This means we're safe," Barak said eagerly. "Yes, Culpeper's doings will come out now anyway. What we know ceases to matter." "What will happen to the Queen?" "The axe, I'd think." "Poor silly girl." The tears welled up again, and I wiped at my face with my sleeve, wincing as I brushed my damaged jaw. Barak looked at me anxiously. "Are you fit to go before Cranmer?" "I must know what he wants." I took a deep breath. "You did it then? You got to him?" He nodded, droplets flying from his soaking hair. "I went to the Guildhall first and saw your friend Master Vervey. You were right. The day you were taken, one of Rich's men came and told the council you were under arrest. They'd be advised to drop the case and drop you. They were scared silly to hear their lawyer was in the Tower. They've agreed to drop the case against Belknap on the basis each side pay their own costs. I'm sorry. I'm past caring," I sighed. "You were right after all about that. I have paid for my obstinacy." Then I went back to Whitehall, tried to get permission to visit Cranmer at Hampton Court. But there was no chance. The place is sealed off. My Whitehall contact told me the Queen's under arrest there, though that's not generally known yet. I didn't think I could have got there but for an old friend of yours." "Who?" He smiled. "Master Simon Crake." "Crake?" "I was hanging about the corridors, looking in an ill humour, no doubt, when he came up and asked what the matter was. I told him about your arrest, and what you suspected about Rich. He was horrified. He said he hated Rich, and he owed you one, and wrote me out a letter to take to the Chamberlain's office at Hampton Court. But the deputy warden told me a servant of Crake's said he'd overheard me telling Derham to bed the Queen." Barak laughed. "I could just see you saying that." "So Rich set that up, without reference to Crake?" "He's not such a bad old arsehole, even if he does like to have women beating him. He said to tell you how sorry he was for everything." "So Crake came right in the end. And you saw Cranmer?" "His secretary. Geez, you things are buzzing at Hampton Court. I had soldiers with me all the time. I told him the story. He went in to see the Archbishop, then came back with an authority to fetch you from the Tower." He looked at my face again. "I worked as quick as I could. I had no sleep last night." "I'll never forget this, Jack." My voice shook. "Thank you." The boat rode steadily on through the rain. I huddled inside my blankets as we passed Westminster and Lambeth Palace. I looked up at the Lollards' Tower. "Radwinter is dead," I said. "He hanged himself yesterday, in the cell." "Good riddance," Barak said bluntly. I felt sorry for him at the end. "You feel sorry for too many folk. That's your trouble." "Perhaps. How's Master Wren?" "Better. I've had the old Moor up to see him." "Guy?" My face lightened at the thought of my old friend. "He looked at my leg, says it's nearly mended. He says Master Wren was exhausted, but he should be up again in a few days with rest and good food." His face became serious. I asked him how long Master Wren might have. He said only months, and his pain and weariness would get worse. I pray we find his nephew.
Why shouldn't we?
He's a northerner and a religious conservative. You remember I said they showed me Bernard Locke before they executed him?
Aye.
I asked him if he knew Martin Dakin, and he said he did, and he was safe. There was something strange, mocking in the way he said it.
I heard the Privy Council have had men around the inns questioning people, mainly Gray's Inn.
Anyone arrested?
Not that I heard. I told the old Moor where you were, by the way. I had a job to stop him coming straight down to the tower.
He's a good man. I smiled.
There's a bit of competition going on at your house, I'm afraid. Joan doesn't approve of Tamsin very much.
You don't have her in your room, I hope?
He shrugged. It's the competition for nursing old Wren Joan doesn't like. 2 women in one house never works. But she's kind to him. She is kind.
I suppressed a frown. I didn't like the idea of Tamsin having the freedom of my house.
She will domesticate you in the end, I said.
He smiled.
She can try. By the way, I'm going to see my old mate tomorrow. He has some news. I've had a message.
About Tamsin's father? What does he say?
Only that he's got a good lead.
We rode on in silence, my jaw throbbing painfully, the gyve cold against my wrist. At length, the towers of Hampton Court appeared in the distance, and my heart began thumping again. There were soldiers at the wharf, checking everyone's documents. Barak showed them Cranmer's letter, the one he'd brought to the tower. We were told to wait, and escorted to a little wooden shelter with other arrivals, water dripping onto the boards. I put my torn shirt and doublet on properly, and pulled down the cuffs of my shirt to cover the damned manacle. I winced at the chafing and the throbbing from my jaw. The soldier from the boat waited with us. I'm still a prisoner, I thought. A clerk arrived, the same soft-footed little fellow who had taken me to see Cranmer at that first meeting more than 2 months before. His eyes widened at the sight of my swollen, bloody face. The soldier following, he led us across the wide lawn, through a door at the back of the palace, then along dim back corridors. Looking through a window into a courtyard, I saw a familiar figure among the many soldiers posted at the doors, Sergeant Leakin, standing on his own in the yard, looking downcast. The official halted before a little door. "You are to wait here, Master Shardlake, till the Archbishop is free." At least I thought I am master again. He turned to Barak. "Come with me, please. You shall wait elsewhere."
"I'll see you soon, sir."
Barak followed the clerk reluctantly. The soldier opened the door and ushered me in. He closed the door behind me, and I guessed he would be standing guard outside. I looked around me. A room with tapestries of scenes of ancient Rome on the walls, distant views of pillared buildings, a fire in the grate. There was a heap of cushions by the fire, and I sank gratefully onto them, not even bothering to remove my wet coat. My eyes closed instantly. I woke feeling I wasn't alone. I opened my eyes. Archbishop Cranmer was standing above me in his white robe and black stole. He was looking at me, an anxious expression on his austere, tired face. I scrambled to my feet. As I moved my head, a fresh spasm shot through my jaw, making me groan. He put out a hand.
"Not so fast, Master Shardlake. You'll faint."
"Here, take this chair." He pulled a chair up from the card table, and I sank heavily into it. "What happened to your face?" he asked quietly. His cheeks had a grey look, and there were bags of exhaustion under his eyes. "I was taken to the torture, Your Grace, in the tower. Barak didn't arrive quite in time. They broke a tooth off." I realized how muffled my voice sounded. Cranmer frowned with distaste. "I didn't sanction that." He hesitated.
Sir Richard Rich came to see me. He told me you knew the Queen was having a relationship with Derham. He knew I was following up other information already, information that came to me while the Progress was away. An old servant of the Queen from before she was married who said Catherine had had carnal relations with Derham when she was younger, that there could be a pre-contract of marriage. They persuaded me to put you in the Tower, said you would be readier to confess if you were held in there. He looked at me severely for a moment. I felt betrayed by you, that you hadn't told what you knew. But I didn't sanction torture. For Rich, having me tortured was probably a matter of sport. I imagine the order to the warden came from him. Mauleverer brought me a deposition from a servant of Master Craik. That servant has now disappeared, and Craik came to see me this morning. He says Sir William Mauleverer came to him, asked in Rich's name if he had a servant who would swear falsely for money. He told me he provided a man reluctantly. He didn't know the victim of this deceit was to be you. When he heard you were in the Tower, he came to me. Cranmer looked down at me. Craik told me too about the hold Rich has over him. He said he could bear it no more, realizing he had had part in sending you falsely to the Tower. Will he lose his position? I fear so. These visits to the stews, the Archbishop wrinkled his nose in distaste, are one thing, but he shouldn't have let Rich blackmail him. That at least will stop. Mauleverer is in Rich's pay. He seeks some of Robert Aske's lands. Cranmer's lips set hard. He will lose his place on the Council of the North. I shall see to that. Rich has won against me, Your Grace, I said quietly. That case Barak told your secretary about, the Guildhall has dropped it. I found I did care about that after all. Then I'm sorry. But you must understand Rich is too powerful, too useful for the king for me to intervene against him. So he has truly won. He looked at me seriously. You worked for Lord Cromwell, Master Shardlake. You know how much latitude the great men of the realm are allowed? I didn't reply. So, Cranmer went on quietly, you truly knew nothing of Derham's relations with the Queen? Nothing, my lord, I swear. He sighed. Derham's in the Tower now. They'll use harsh methods on him. He bit his lip. But it must be. I saw him brought in as we came out, and the Queen's ladies. I've been set to question the Queen herself. There's more to come out. Other men are mentioned already. Culpepper, I thought. I looked at Cranmer, fearing more questions, but he only shook his head. That she could have behaved so. He sighed again. The king will be exposed to public ridicule. He doesn't yet believe the Queen has deceived him, but he will. God help her then. I looked at him. If the Queen falls, the Duke of Norfolk will be in dire straits. The head of the traditionalist faction. The Queen's uncle. Cranmer nodded. I thought, he cavils at the means, but will use them for his ends. All the time the Progress was away, he's been working towards this. This will be the end of the Howards, he said neutrally. There are other families waiting in the wings, more favourable to reform. They will have the king's ear now. The Seymours, the Dudleys, the Parrs. He nodded thoughtfully. Yes, the Parrs. Will the Queen die? I asked him. He looked at me with those unreadable blue eyes. I think she must. But for now it's not to be spoken of outside Hampton Court, do you understand? Yes. I saw his eyes move to my wrist. My sleeve had ridden up, exposing the jive and the raw skin. Cranmer gave an unhappy little sigh. I am sorry for what happened to you, Master Shardlake, he said quietly. You will receive more pay than your strict due, I will see to that. Broderick, I said,
He waved a hand. I don't blame you for failing to save him. You want to know Radwinter was mad. He frowned. I think he was never quite normal in his mind. I thought his cruelty was in a way being used by God, harnessed in the service of truth, the destruction of heresy. I hope that may save his soul. He looked out of the window at the teeming rain, the bare trees, and again I heard that unhappy sigh. Your Grace, I said, I don't think Radwinter killed Broderick. I think Mauleverer was wrong. He looked at me in surprise. He seemed sure. I knew Radwinter, Your Grace. In his mind, even at the end, to him such an act would have been wrong. I met the Archbishop's gaze. He was loyal to you till the end. Then who did kill Broderick? I think someone helped him kill himself, as he tried to do before. And I believe that person may also have stolen the papers in that casket. Cranmer looked at me keenly as I told him of my suspicions. Sir William wouldn't believe me, I added. Cranmer thought a moment. He seemed certain. If Mauleverer ignored that possibility, he is indeed a man of poor judgment. So someone stole the papers and stayed with the progress all the way to the ship. But who? I took a deep breath. The soldier who guarded Broderick on the boat, Sergeant Leakin. He was part of the guard at St. Mary's, too. A Kentishman. I saw him out in the yard just now. Yes, I believe he has been dismissed. He nodded slowly. It would do no harm to have him questioned. But, my lord, I'm not sure, I said. May I ask— Yes? That he be just questioned, be put to no harsh measures. The evidence is only circumstantial as yet. I will question him myself. The Archbishop frowned. If the conspirators have those papers, it could make difficulties. Some are still at large. Some of the paper's sympathizers at Gray's Inn have already been questioned following Bernard Locke's confession, but we uncovered nothing about who his contact there was. I saw Locke briefly in the tower before he was executed. He was in a grim state. God receive his soul. Cranmer gave another unhappy sigh. But he deserved to die. He was a traitor and conspirator to murder. He waved a beringed hand. Go home now, Master Shardlake. Rest. I will send word if we find new information. Yes, Your Grace. I thought, should I mention Blayborn, the legend I discovered from the old lawyer in Hull? But he would know it. All those in power would know. And better they were left unaware that I knew too. I rose, wincing. Your Grace? Yes? May I request that I be not asked to work in the service of politics again? Now, especially after what's befallen me, I desire only a peaceful life for such time as God allows me. I reached for the seal and held it out to him. He looked at it, and then at me. You could be a useful man to me, Master Shardlake. Your old Master Thomas Cromwell thought so. I didn't reply. I continued holding out the seal. He looked at my ravaged face. Very well, he said, and took it reluctantly. I rose painfully to my feet and bowed. I turned to the door, but he called me back. Master Shardlake. Your Grace? The harsh measures the king takes are necessary. Don't forget he's chosen by God, appointed by him to guide England into the paths of wisdom and truth. I would have liked to tell him that was what Radwinter used to say, but I only nodded, bowed again, and left the room. The soldier took me back down the corridors, across the lawn, and down to the river stage. Barak was waiting there. The boatman will take you back to town, sir. The soldier gave a quick bow and walked away. I watched him go, realizing that at last I was free. Barak touched my arm. "Let's go home," he said gently. Chapter 45. As we approached Westminster, the rain eased, and by the time the boat pulled in at Temple Stairs, it had stopped completely. Barak helped me out. I stood looking at Temple Gardens and the familiar squat shape of the Templars' Church. "Can you manage to walk to Chancery Lane?" he asked. "Aye. The thought of home draws me like a magnet. The horses are back, by the way. Arrived 2 days ago. Fresh as new paint." I laughed bitterly. Never doubt the ability of the king and his minions when it comes to organising things. A progress, a reception, an army, torture and death. I looked at him seriously. "I got Cranmer to agree he'll never call on my services again." "Suits me. I'll never want another few days like I've just had." "What will happen to Rich and Mauleverer?" "To Rich, nothing. He stands too high. Mauleverer will lose his position. Cranmer's worried about who Broderick's assassin might be." I suggested he question Sergeant Leakin. Barak shook his head. "The sergeant? It can't be him. He's like old Wren, no concerns beyond his family and doing his work." "Then Cranmer will find that out. I just wanted to tie this up if I could. There's no one else I can think of that it could be." And then I thought, but isn't there? "Are you coming?" Barak asked. Yes, of course." We began walking up the path, carefully, for it was carpeted with wet leaves. "We'd better tell Jones something to explain your appearance," he said. "We could say you've been set on and robbed." "Aye, I'll have to keep this jive hidden. Damn the thing. I'll get that off with my tools." I shook my head. Was it raining hard all the time I was in the tower? It seemed like it. "Pretty much." I looked at the bare trees. When we started for York, summer wasn't long past. Now we're come to winter. "Do you remember the great snow we had in November 4 years ago? Jesu, that was cold." "All too well. That was when I was sent to the monastery at Scansey. My first matter of state, my disillusion with the king and all his work, started there." We trudged on, up to Fleet Bridge, and then across to Chancery Lane. The red chimneys of my house came into view. "Home," I breathed. "At last." Tears pricked at the corners of my eyes. Peter the kitchen boy was in the hall as we entered, carrying a pail of slops. He stared wide-eyed at my appearance. I tucked my manacled hand into my coat pocket. "Where's Joan?" Barak asked him sharply. "Gone to market, sir. Mistress Reborn has just taken a bowl of broth to Master Wren." He gave a saucy leer at Barak when he mentioned Tamison's name. "Is there a fire in the parlour?" I asked. "Yes, sir." "Then bring us some beer." He went off. I followed Barak into the parlour and slumped down in my chair by the fire, massaging my wrist. "I'll get my tools," he said. I remembered the night he'd picked the lock of the Wentworths well for me, a year ago. I'd been a little scandalised then by his lock-picking skills. Now I was past being scandalised by anything. He worked on the jive for half an hour, but without result. "The damn lock's all rusted inside," he said. I looked at the cursed thing. Already I hated that tight circle of iron more than any object in the world. "Then how are we to get it off? It bites into my wrist." I heard the edge of panic in my voice. "I've a friend down Cheapside who can have any lock off," he said. "He's more skill and better tools than me." Barak glared at the manacle, reluctant to admit defeat. "I'll go and see if he's about." "You should rest." "No, I'll go now." He finished his pot of beer and left. I heaved myself to my feet and slowly mounted the stairs. Giles was sitting up in bed, in nightshirt and dressing gown. Tamsin sat at his side, sewing one of her dresses. She jumped up at my arrival. Both stared at my face. "It looks worse than it is," I said. "You're free?" Giles asked. "Yes, thanks to Barak. I don't want to talk about it, not yet. How are you, Giles?" He smiled. "A little stronger every day. That voyage was too much for me. By Jesu, I'm glad you're free. I've been sore worried." I was moved by the concern in his face. "He's not a good patient, sir," Tamsin said. She smiled, but her eyes on me were watchful. She looked pale and tired. "I hear you've been attending Master Wren well." "She has." Giles smiled at her warmly. "He will keep getting up, though your friend Master Guy says he should stay a bed a while yet." "Barak told me he came." "May I leave you for a while, sir?" Tamsin asked. "I said I'd do some shopping for Mistress Wood." "Aye, and thank you for bringing those things to the tower." "I'm pleased to see you out of that doleful place, sir. Jack was half mad with worry." There was still something watchful, evaluating in her look. Was that because she was uncertain of the treatment she might expect from me? She curtsied and went out. I took her chair by the bed. "What did they do to you?" Giles asked quietly. "Less than they might have, thanks to Jack. Barak told me of the wicked plot Rich and Maliver hatched against you." "Yes, Cranmer knows all now. Maliver will be in trouble, though Cranmer says he can't touch Rich." I saw Wren's eye on my wrist. My wretched sleeve had written up again, exposing the jive and the raw skin around it. "That thing is like a symbol," he said quietly. "The whole nation fettered and bruised by the king. A piece of filth like Rich may have a man falsely imprisoned, even tortured, to get a legal case dropped. It's not justice, Matthew. This is not the country I once knew." "No." "Giles," I said, "you said once that Maliver's family were all strong Catholics. Then he aligned with the Reformers after 1536 in hope of gain." "That's right. He's a greedy man. But what if he could satisfy his greed by standing with the Reformers, yet secretly help the old cause?" "How? What do you mean?"
"Nothing."
Giles smiled at me. "I'm not sure he'd have the brains." I went to bed and fell asleep at once. When I woke, it was early morning. I'd slept near 20 hours. I felt somewhat rested, though my shattered tooth hurt and my nerves were still so strung up the squeak of a mouse would have set me bounding. I got up and dressed, cursing the jive again. I looked at my face in my steel mirror. I was startled by the staring apparition that looked back at me from sunken eyes, several days' stubble darkening the cheeks. I went downstairs. Joan, hearing me, bustled out of the kitchen. She saw me and opened her mouth in horror. I raised a hand, frightened she would scream. "It looks worse than it is." I was getting used to that phrase.
"Oh, sir, your poor mouth! The rogues! Is no one safe from vagabonds these days?"
I stared at her in surprise, then remembered I was supposed to have been attacked by robbers. "I'll be all right, Joan. But I'm very hungry. Might I have some breakfast?"
"Of course, sir."
Her face working with concern, she hurried away to the kitchen. I took a seat in the parlour and looked out at my sopping garden, strewn with leaves. It wasn't raining, but the sky was heavy with dark clouds. My eye was drawn to the wall at the far end where the Lincoln's Inn authorities had grubbed up an old orchard for replanting, remembering what Barak had told me. I'd warned them in the summer that without trees to absorb the groundwater, the bottom of the slope could flood. I should go and take a look. My thoughts went back to Malavra. He'd allowed Rich to involve him in a plot against me, no doubt in return for help to get rebels' lands, and that had been his downfall. But what if that had been a side issue? What if he'd been playing a double game? He'd refused to accept that Janet Marlin might not have stolen those papers, had insisted Radwinter was guilty of Broderick's death, and had allowed a pair of drunks to be appointed as his guards. I'd taken it all for stupidity and obstinacy. But what if it had been something else? Where was he now? In London, or on his way back to York? I thought, if I knew who appointed those guards... Joan returned with eggs, bread, and cheese. "I'm sorry to land you with such a full household," I told her. "But I promised old Master Wren he could stay here till he's fit for some family business he has to deal with, and Barak hurt his leg." "Where are they, by the way?" She sniffed. "Went out early. Master Jack had some private business, he said, and Tamsin was to go to Whitehall to see if she still had a place. There is some trouble in the Queen's household." "So I hear," I replied neutrally. The household would be dissolved now. Tamsin could be out of a job. She paused, then said, "I don't mind Master Wren, sir, poor sick old gentleman, but that girl, it's not right her being in the house with Jack. And she's a pert way with her, in her fine ladylike clothes. She may say she only wants to help with the old man, but I think she likes having her feet under a gentleman's table." "She'll be gone soon, Joan," I said wearily. "The four of us need a few days' rest." "She's no morals. They think I don't hear her scurrying across to Master Jack's room at dead of night, but I do." "All right, Joan. I'm too tired to deal with that now." She curtsied and went out. I ate heartily. The meal over, I prowled the room restlessly. I thought of Malavra and Sergeant Leakin and Broderick swinging in his sail aboard ship. I thought of Tamsin. Barak would probably see his friend today. What would he find out about her father? I thought of Martin Dakin and half resolved to go to Lincoln's Inn, but I was still too tired to face the prospect of seeing familiar people, nosy lawyers who might have heard about Fulford. It could wait until tomorrow, when, with luck, the manacle would be off. Perhaps Belknap would be there, and I wondered if that rogue knew what had been done to me to save that case for him. I decided to go and look at the old orchard. Putting on my boots, I walked down the garden. Everything was drenched, and at the far wall by the gate to the orchard the ground was quite waterlogged. I unlocked the gate and went through. The apple orchard had probably been there centuries. The trees had been gnarled and very old. The orchard walls bounded Chancery Lane on one side, the Lincoln's Inn grounds on two, and my garden on the fourth. The ground sloped gently down to my wall. The orchard was, as Barak had said, a sea of mud, dotted with waterlogged holes where tree roots had been grubbed up. Without the trees to absorb any of the water from the rains, a pool the size of a small house had built up against my wall. I cursed. If there was much more rain, my garden could be flooded. I resolved to visit the inn treasurer on the morrow. The sight of the devastated orchard unsettled me. I went back into my garden and headed for the stables. There I found Genesis and Suki in their stalls, munching hay. Both looked up and neighed in greeting. I went and stroked Genesis. Looking into his dark eyes, I thought of what it must have been like for the horses, driven 200 miles through unknown countryside by strangers. Did they wonder, as I had in the Tower, whether they would ever see home again? I had a sudden memory of Oldroyd's huge horse charging through the mist at Tamsin and me, that misty morning 2 months before. That was where it had all started. As I left the stable, I felt raindrops on my face. I walked quickly round to the front door. There was someone standing in the porch, his back to me, a tall figure in a black coat. He was looking at the door as though uncertain whether to knock. My hand went to the dagger at my belt. I'd worn it since it was returned to me at the tower.
"Can I help you?"
I asked sharply. He turned round. It was Sergeant Leakin in civilian clothes, a cap on his head instead of a helmet. His boyish face looked careworn. I saw he wore a sword, then thought, so do most men in London. He doffed his cap and bowed.
"Master Shardlake."
He broke off as he saw my face.
"Yes,"
I said grimly.
"I've had a hard time in the tower."
"I heard you were released, sir. I got your address from Lincoln's Inn. Sir, I'm sorry I had to detain you at the wharf. Those were my orders."
"What do you want?"
"A word, sir, if I may." He seemed tired and crestfallen. I took pity on him.
"Come in, then."
I walked past him, opened the door, and led him into the parlour.
"Would you take off your sword, Sergeant? Only I'm wary of sharp blades just now."
"Of course, sir." He reddened as he hastily unbuckled his scabbard. I took it and stood it against the door.
"Now, Sergeant, what may I do for you?"
I've been discharged, sir. I'm plain George Leakin now. For letting those men get drunk, they said, providing Broderick's killer with an opportunity." He hesitated. "I was told Master Radwinter took his life. In the tower." "Yes, he did." "I was questioned yesterday by Archbishop Cranmer himself." I studied his face, but he looked only dejected and exhausted.
"So Cranmer hadn't told him I was his informant?"
"Yes."
"He asked me how it came the guards were drunk."
"What did you say?"
"That they were a pair of sots, sir, and drunks can always find liquor. They smuggled it aboard."
"Who chose those men?" I asked quietly.
"The guard captain suggested them to Sir William, I think to get them off his hands, save trouble on the journey back. When Sir William gave me the names of those two, said they were to come on the boat, I objected. I told him they weren't good men to choose."
I frowned.
"Then why did he pick them?"
Leakin shrugged.
"He didn't want to be seen to do the bidding of a mere sergeant."
I believe it was poor judgment on his part. That phrase again.
"Poor judgment? Yet it's you that pays the price.
You're made the scapegoat." "That was ever the way of things, sir."
"Sir William has paid a price too, though. I hear he's been stripped of his place on the Council of the North."
"Tell me, do you think Radwinter killed Broderick?" He looked puzzled.
"Who else could it have been?"
Radwinter became stranger and stranger in his mind as time went on.
"Perhaps."
I looked at him, then asked quickly, "Does the name Brayborn mean anything to you? Or Brayborn?"
"Brayborn is a place in Kent, sir. Some way from where I come from."
"Have you another land case there?" He looked puzzled and a little concerned, as though the dishevelled figure before him might also be wandering in his mind.
"It's not important," I said with a smile. "Now, Master Leakin, why have you come to see me?"
"Sir, you may think it an impertinence after I arrested you, but—"
"Your parents' land case. Of course."
I'd forgotten all about it.
"They're in London, and now I'm dismissed I have no money for a lawyer." "I'll see them. A promise is a promise. But I've been away 2 months. I need a few days to straighten my affairs. Bring your parents to my chambers next Wednesday. Have they their papers with them?"
"Yes, sir."
His face relaxed with relief. "Thank you, sir. I knew you were a gentleman." I smiled wryly. "I shall have had a shave before then. I'll look more presentable. I'm grateful to you, Master Shardlake. Here's your sword."
I looked out of the window. The rain was teeming down again. "I fear you'll have a wet journey back." I watched him walk down my path from the little window by the front door. Dutiful soldier, I thought, dutiful son. Surely Leeken had nothing to do with any of what had happened. But what of Malavra? Bad judgment? Or had he shut Broderick's mouth to stop him naming him as connected to the conspiracy? Did he have the papers? Yet Malavra couldn't have struck me down at King's Manor. He'd been away. I climbed the stairs again to Giles's room. He was asleep, but as I came in, he stirred and opened his eyes. "I'm sorry," I said. "Did I wake you?" "I sleep too much." He heaved himself into a sitting position. "I shall get up for supper this evening. Guy said you should have a few more days in bed." He laughed. "I shall take root here." He looked at me. "You still look tired yourself." "I am. I've just had a visitor. Young Leeken. He seeks my help on a legal matter." Wren raised his eyebrows. "After arresting you on the wharf?" "I would have sent him off with a flea in his ear." I sighed. I promised him help in York, and as I told him, a promise is a promise. "That's true," he said emphatically. "There's nothing more important." He looked at me. "Unless you're the king, who breaks them all the time." "Aye," I answered inattentively. "You seem preoccupied, Matthew." "I'm sorry, only I still wonder who really attacked me at King's Manor and helped Broderick die. Who is it who's been scurrying and slipping through our midst all this time? And if the person was on the boat, he's in London now." "Do you think you could be in danger?" Giles asked. I shook my head. "No. If I was, something would have happened long before now." I gave him a wry smile. "I should forget about it. I've told Cranmer I want only to live quietly as a lawyer from now on." "'Tis a sensible policy these days." "For the rest of my life. Barak feels the same." "A lawyer's life is a good one," Wren said. "I found it so." He sighed deeply. "But that's over. Now I must find my nephew, make my dispositions. I shall go to Gray's Inn, perhaps not tomorrow, but the next day." He leaned back on his pillow and his eyes closed. I thought, he's still weak. Is he fit even to go up Chancery Lane to Gray's Inn? I thought again about Bernard Locke's strange words to me in the tower. He had said Martin Dakin was no conspirator, and he was safe. But if he wasn't a conspirator, what had Locke meant by safe? I decided I would go to Gray's Inn tomorrow, seek Martin Dakin out. Chapter 46. Barak and Tamsin returned in the afternoon. Barak came to my room where I was resting. He looked exhausted. "I haven't been able to lay hold of my mate on Cheapside," he said. "He's on a job out of town. He won't be back till tomorrow." I put a hand to my sore jaw. "I must visit Guy soon, have it looked at." "Not breaking into a house, I hope?" "No. He's a locksmith, as it happens, fitting locks for a new house in the country. Why do you always assume all my contacts are criminals?" "I'm sorry." I pulled back my sleeve, displaying the rusty manacle. "I've put some grease on it to ease the chafing, but it stinks, makes my shirt messy. I won't feel properly free of the tower till this thing's off." "I'll try him again tomorrow. I was told he'd be back then." "Thank you." I looked at his tired face, his wet hair. Outside it was still raining. "Did Tamsin go to Whitehall?" "Yes. She was told there were to be rearrangements in the Queen's household. She should go back in a few days." He looked at me seriously. "She's afraid to return."
given that questions are being asked of the Queen's ladies.
Not the servants, like Tamsin.
No, but she fears it may come to that, considers it better just to melt away into the background. I think she's right.
But she'll lose the chance of getting a job in the household, the best paid work in the land for a servant.
He shrugged. She's afraid, especially after seeing what they did to you. She'll find something else. Oh, she still has a little of her grandmother's money left, she says.
That's lasted her well.
Aye. He sighed. I spoke with my old mate.
Any luck?
He frowned. Seems there's a possible candidate. I've got to go back tomorrow.
Who?
He wouldn't say. But I was told he's a professional man, whatever that might mean.
He broke off at a knock on the door. Tamsin came in. "I'm sorry you've lost your place, Tamsin," I said gently. "Yes." She stood there looking exhausted. "Stay a few days longer," I said, "both of you. Until things are clearer. Perhaps you may find work at court again." "When the Queen is dead?" She spoke in a bitter tone I'd never heard. "Perhaps to be a servant in the household of a new Queen, watching to see how long she'll last, what secrets I may accidentally hear that could get me into trouble." She shook her head emphatically. "No, I'll never go back to work there, whatever they pay."
"All right, Tammy," Barak said, but she went on.
"They say at Whitehall Lady Rochford has gone mad in the Tower, screams and raves and can make no sensible answer. The poor Queen is held at Hampton Court. Jesu knows what state she's in. Still, a woman must smile and be cheerful, must she not?" She twisted her face into a parody of a girlish smile, then turned and ran from the room. That evening Giles and I dined quietly in the parlour, listening to the rain buffeting down outside. Barak had been with Tamsin in her room all afternoon. Joan's face had been sour, but I was past caring. It was Giles's first meal out of bed, and he seemed better. I told him about the state of the orchard, and he agreed I ought to go to the inn treasurer the next day.
Otherwise they'll say you didn't give them proper notice if your garden does flood. He smiled. You know what lawyers are like.
"You're right. I want them to dig a trench halfway down that slope to catch the water. It should be done now. This rain seems never ending." I sighed. "And it's time I showed my face." Next morning, I rose early and after breakfast made ready to walk to Lincoln's Inn. Tamsin and Barak had gone out together, Tamsin to look for a room, Barak to find the lock-picker and to find out about Tamsin's father. It had stopped raining for now, but there were pools of water everywhere in Chancery Lane and slippery clumps of wet leaves in the muddy roadway. I picked my way along carefully. There was a cold wind, too. Winter was truly begun. There was a barber in Chancery Lane, and I decided to take advantage of his services first to make myself look presentable. I sat in his chair, conscious of that damned manacle still on my wrist, which I did my best to hide under my sleeve. His conversation was of the strange doings at Hampton Court. Rumours were flying around now that the Queen had been arrested, that she'd been found to be a spy or in bed with everyone from a scullery boy to Cranmer himself. The barber retold these gems of gossip with relish. "'Tis like the days of Anne Bullen again," he said cheerfully. I told him I was sure it was all untrue, then went on to Lincoln's Inn. It felt strange to pass under the great gate again, to see the solid red brick buildings of the Gatehouse Court, the barristers passing to and fro. Acquaintances nodded to me as I made my way to the treasurer's office, but I was eager to press on and conclude my business. As the treasurer disclaimed all responsibility for the flood at first, I sharply reminded him of the laws of nuisance, and before I left, I had the promise that a trench would be dug on the morrow.
I returned to my chambers feeling slightly more cheerful. 2 solicitors were passing by. They paused and eyed me curiously. I frowned. My hand was in the pocket of my robe, with the manacle well hidden. My clerk, Skelly, was busy at his desk. He greeted me with a genuine enthusiasm that disarmed me, his eyes shining behind his glasses. "I have prayed for you, sir," he said, "out among those wild heathens, and now you'll return to us. But your face is swollen, sir." "A bad tooth," I said, and indeed it was throbbing again. So at least rumours about my imprisonment hadn't reached Lincoln's Inn. They would soon enough, though. "How is the work?" I asked. I had parcelled my cases out among barristers I knew and trusted to deal with while I was away. "No real problems, sir. Brother Hennessy won in re Cropper last week." "Did he? Good." I paused. "I've heard there have been officials from the Privy Council at the inns making inquiries to do with the spring conspiracy." "Not here, sir." He wrinkled his nose. "Maybe up at Gray's Inn." It was early afternoon before I brought myself up to date. Yes, I thought, there's enough business here for me to pick up and be quite busy. And the payment Cranmer had promised would mean I could clear the debt on my father's estate. There was a letter waiting from the mortgagee asking when he would be paid, and I wrote a terse reply saying he wouldn't have to wait long. Then I went over to the dining hall for lunch. I decided I would walk up to Gray's Inn that afternoon, and over my meal I thought more about Martin Dakin. What if he spurned the idea of mending his quarrel with Giles, as he might, given what family quarrels can be like? Again I wondered if my concern for the old man was linked to my guilty feeling that I'd let my father down. But no, I thought, this is the only right thing to do. As I walked to the gate, I saw Belknap approaching from his chambers. I wondered if he'd seen me from his window. "Brother Shardlake," he greeted me cheerfully. "I hear you've had some adventures since we last met. Some trouble with His Majesty at York, was it not? And a sojourn in the Tower?" His eyes went to my right hand where the damned manacle had slipped down and was visible. "Goodness me," he said mildly. "My time in the Tower isn't generally known about yet. Richard Rich told you, no doubt. He had me put there." "Your face is swollen, Master Shardlake," Belknap said with fake concern. I had a sudden memory of the torture chamber, the crack as the tooth was broken off, the terror. I blinked, then glared at my opponent. His eyes slid away from meeting mine. "You know the Guildhall have settled your case," he said with that gentle smile of his. "Each side pays their own costs. Doubtless you will have a large bill for the Guildhall. Mine is being defrayed by the Court of Augmentations." "By Rich?" "By the Court, because of their interest in the case. Well, it has been an interesting result." He removed his cap, made a mocking, exaggerated bow, and walked on. "Next time it will be a fair fight," I shouted after him. "And I will beat you. I will best you yet, Belknap." He didn't turn. I walked up Chancery Lane to Gray's Inn just the other side of Holborn. The rain still held off, although the sky was grey and heavy. I asked for Garden Court at the porter's lodge and was directed to a building on the other side of the courtyard. As I walked across, looking at the barristers going to and fro, I thought that Bernard Locke's contact, the one he was to give the papers to, could be here, unless he'd been taken. I went through the door and found myself in an outer office where a plump little clerk looked up from his desk. "Good afternoon," I said. "Matthew Shardlake from Lincoln's Inn. I'm seeking a brother who works in garden chambers. Martin Dakin?" The clerk sat upright. "Oh,"
he said. He looked surprised, then flustered. "You know the name?" "Yes, sir, but—" He got up slowly, his eyes still on my face. "If you would wait a moment, perhaps you should speak to Brother Phillips. Excuse me." He went across to a door, knocked and went in. I stood waiting. Anxiety clawed at me. The clerk had looked startled, concerned. Has Dakin been taken in for questioning, I wondered. I looked around the room at tables piled with papers tied up in pink ribbon. This was where Bernard Locke had practised too. I remembered that last sight of him in the tower, his broken limbs and burned face, and shivered. The clerk reappeared in the doorway. "Brother Phillips would like a word, sir." He stood aside to let me enter, looking relieved to be passing me on. Inside a room very like my own, a plump, middle-aged barrister had risen from behind a desk. He looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. He bowed, then looked at me with an expression of concern. "Brother Ralph Phillips," he said. His accent revealed him as a man of the north. "Brother Matthew Shardlake, of Lincoln's Inn." "You are seeking Brother Martin Dakin?" "Yes." "Don't think me impertinent, sir, but might I ask your connection?" "I'm a friend of his uncle, Brother Giles Wren of York. He fell out with his nephew years ago and has come to London to put things right. I've been with the Progress in York. Brother Wren came back with me. He's at my house in Chancery Lane." I paused. "He's aged and not well." "Ah." Brother Phillips sighed heavily. "What has happened?" I asked, more sharply than I should. "Has he been taken for questioning about the Northern conspiracy? I know there have been inquiries among the lawyers." He gave me a keen look. "Yes, they've been here. We've all been questioned." He sighed again. "But no one has anything to hide, and certainly not Brother Dakin." He smiled a strange, sad smile. "Then what?" "Martin Dakin is dead, sir. He died the winter before last, from a congestion of the lungs." "Oh, no," I breathed. "Oh, no, that's too hard." All Giles's efforts, all his hopes, the journey that had taken such a toll on him, all for nothing. "Are you all right, sir?" Brother Phillips came round his desk, looking concerned. "Yes, forgive me. It was a shock. I hadn't expected—" So that was what Locke had meant, in the tower. Martin Dakin was safe because he was dead. And he'd been using the past tense to refer to Dakin, not himself. I stifled a groan. Then a ray of hope struck me. Had he a wife? Any children? "I fear not." Brother Philip shook his head. "He had no relatives I knew of, and I never heard mention of an uncle." "They'd fallen out." I looked at him. "So he had no one?" "Not that I know of. The inn treasurer took charge of his belongings when he died." He hesitated. "I should say, sir, Brother Dakin and I were not close." "No." Brother Phillips hesitated. "He was a very strong reformer, brother, and not many in these chambers are." "But I thought he was an arch-conservative." "He was once, but he was won over by the evangelical preaching at a local church." Brother Phillips smiled sadly again. "Many who were hot for one side have turned and become equally hot for the other. It's happened much these last few years." "Yes, it has. But Brother Dakin was a good lawyer and an honest man." I nodded dumbly. "The inn treasurer would have made inquiries, seen to the disposition of his estate, if you inquire there." Yes, perhaps I should." "Can I offer you some wine before you go, brother?" He still looked concerned. "I see you've had a shock. Perhaps you should sit down." "No, No, I will go to the treasurer. Thank you, brother. Thank you for your help. I bowed and took my leave. What an irony, I thought. A reformer, the last person to want any connections to the Northern conspiracy. There was a bench under a tree nearby. The wood was wet, but I sat there nonetheless. Poor Wren, this would be a dreadful blow for him. I was glad, though, I'd come to Gray's Inn. At least I could break the news gently to him at home. I looked up as a big man in a lawyer's robe passed by, black beard, black hair. Surely it was Malever. Then the man's features settled into those of a different, older man. He gave me a puzzled look and hurried inside. A drop of water landing on my hand brought me back to myself. The rain again. I got up. The wretched manacle was chafing at my wrist still. I rubbed it and checked to make sure the thing was out of sight, then inquired of a passing clerk where the treasurer's rooms might be found. I made my way across to them, doused yet again by pelting rain. The treasurer was a tall, stooped man, suspicious of a barrister from another chambers come making inquiries. When I explained my mission, though, he became sympathetic and invited me into his comfortable rooms. "I am wary of all inquiries about members of the inn these days," he told me. "Ah, yes. The inquiries about the conspirators. Many barristers have been questioned in recent days. Robert Aske practised here, you know. God rot him and all these malcontents. Inns are for practising law, not conspiring against the king." He led me through into an office where an elderly man sat working through papers. "Brother Gibbs would have dealt with the matter. He's retired from practice, but helped me out." The old fellow rose and bowed, peering at me from behind thick-lensed spectacles. He looked almost as ancient as Brother Swan from Hull. "Brother Shardlake here is trying to trace relatives of a Brother Martin Dakin," the treasurer told him. "He died the winter before last. He had no wife or children." The old man nodded sagely. "Ah, yes, I remember. The inn administered the estate. Yes, it's sad when a brother dies without family. But he did have a relative, as I recall." "He did?" I said eagerly. I thought even some bastard child would be better than nothing. The old man put a finger to his chin. Yes, he had. I think so." I controlled my impatience as Brother Gibbs began ferreting through a pile of papers on a shelf. "I will leave you, sir," the treasurer said. Yes, thank you. I'm obliged." I turned to find Brother Gibbs holding a packet of papers and smiling. "Here it is." He pulled out a will. "Martin Dakin died the 10th of January, 1540. At his request, all his possessions were sold, and the proceeds, together with his savings—" "A goodly sum, I see." He scanned the will. "Yes, he left £50 to St. Giles's Church in Cripplegate." He looked at me over his spectacles, disapproval on his face. "A very reforming church. Some say heretical." Yes, and the rest?" "All to a single legatee." "Who?" "See for yourself, sir." The old man handed me the will. I read the name of the legatee. My mouth fell open with shock. This legatee claimed the property? "Oh, yes." The old man frowned. "All was done properly." I'm sure it was. And now I knew. I knew it all. Who had knocked me out at St. Mary's? Who'd helped Broderick to die? And the identity of the one who now held the documents that could topple the throne. Chapter 47.
The rain was lashing down harder than ever, and I had to bend my head to stop the water running from my cap into my eyes as I walked back up Chancery Lane. When I left the Treasurer's office, I'd returned to Lincoln's Inn and gone to the library. I'd sat there for hours, thinking, puzzling, while the short November afternoon deepened to dusk and lamps were lit along the tables. In the end, I believed I'd worked it all out. And then there was nothing left but to go home. It was quite dark as I walked down Chancery Lane with a heavy heart. Flickering squares of candlelight from house windows were reflected in puddles whose surfaces danced with raindrops. I pulled my coat tight about me, the wretched manacle digging into the raw, wet skin of my wrist. I stumbled through my front door, dripping onto the rush matting. Joan was crossing the hall. She turned to look at me, shading her lamp.
"Master Shardlake, you're soaked, sir. What rain! I fear what may be happening out in the orchard. Let me find you some clean clothes."
"No," I said, pulling off my sodden cap. I leaned against the door for a moment, breathing hard. "I'm all right. Are Jack and Mistress Reedborn in?"
"Not yet, sir," she sniffed. "They said they would be back before dark, but I'll warrant she's made him find some warm tavern to cuddle in."
"Oh." I was taken aback. I'd assumed they would have returned by now, that they'd be here. I'd been preparing what I'd say.
"Master Wren came down a little while ago," Joan said. "He asked for some food. I've taken him a pottage in the parlour."
I hesitated. The sensible thing to do would be to go upstairs and change. Then I shivered, suddenly and violently.
"Are you all right?"
Joan asked, her face full of concern. "Just tired."
"There's a good fire lit in the parlour."
"I can dry myself there." I forced a smile. "And I am hungry. Thank you, Joan." She looked at me doubtfully a moment longer, then went upstairs. I locked the front door. Barak had his own key and could let himself back in. I crossed to the parlour. I paused there, overcome with a weariness that seemed to drain what little energy I had left. Then I took a deep breath and opened the door. Giles was sitting at the table, supping Joan's good pottage. A large bowl steamed on the table. In the candlelight his face looked tired, seamed with deeper lines as his face grew slowly thinner. He looked up at me with concern. "Matthew, you look half drowned. You'll catch an ague." "The rain has come on heavy again." "I know. Will it never end?" He gestured to the black squares of the window against which we could hear it pattering. "I think Barak and young Tamsin are still out in it." I went and stood with my back to the roaring fire, feeling it warm my legs. "Did you speak to them at Lincoln's Inn?" he asked. "Will they dig the trench?" "Yes, it took some argument, but they promised." "There's steam rising from your clothes. You should change. You look exhausted. You'll catch a fever." "I must eat before I do anything else. Here, have some pottage." I took a plate from the buffet, filled it from the bowl, and sat opposite him. But after all, I didn't feel like eating. "Are you feeling better?" I asked. "Yes." He smiled, that sad, heavy smile. "It comes and goes, just as with my father. For now I feel almost my old self, except for—" He patted the place where his lump grew and grimaced. I nodded. "Is there any more news about the Queen?" he asked. "She's taken." He shook his big head sadly. I looked at him. I needed Barak and Tamsin back, Barak at least, before I spoke. Yet somehow I couldn't hold back. "I took it on myself to walk to Gray's Inn, Giles. I wanted to seek out Martin Dakin." Giles stopped with the spoon halfway to his mouth. "You should not have done that," he said slowly. "Without my permission." "It was to help you." "Did you find him?" I found he died near 2 years ago." He laid down his spoon. "Dead?" he whispered. He sat back in his chair. His shoulders slumped and his face sagged. "Martin is dead." And then I said quietly, "I think you know he is. I think you knew before I came to York. I remember you saying once a good lawyer needs to be a good actor. I think you've been acting since the day we met." He frowned, then looked outraged. "How can you say such a thing, Matthew? How—" "I will tell you. I went to Dakin's old chambers. They told me he died from an illness 2 winters ago, wifeless and childless. They said I should go to the treasurer who dealt with his estate, so I did, and found he'd left everything to you. His money was sent to you in York, and you signed a receipt for it in March of 1540, 18 months ago. I saw it." "Some impostor—" "No, I saw the signature. It was yours. I saw it enough times when we were dealing with the petitions." "Come, Giles," I added impatiently. "I have been a lawyer near 20 years. Do you think I wouldn't know a forged hand?" He stared at me, a fierce look in his eyes I'd never seen before. "Matthew," he said, a tremor in his voice, "you are my good friend, but you wound me. It is the strain of your time in the Tower. This is some impostor. Someone got hold of the Inn's letter and pretended to be me. I remember I had a clerk then I had to dismiss for dishonesty. From a distance of 200 miles, it's easy to pretend to be someone you're not. To hide your true identity, yes, you would know." He didn't reply then, only sat very still, looking at me intently. He started to play with the big emerald ring on his finger. A drop of water ran down my neck, making me shiver. He was right. I risked a fever. The crackling of the fire and the hissing of the rain against the window seemed unnaturally loud. I thought I heard the outside door open, but it was only a creak somewhere in the house. Where were Barak and Tamsin? "I went from the treasurer's office to the Lincoln's Inn library," I continued. "I've been there hours, working it out." Still he didn't speak. "You invented the story of wishing to reconcile with Martin Dakin to get me to help you to London. Was there ever a quarrel between you?" "There must have been," I answered myself, "for old Madge knew of it, though not that Martin had died and left you his estate." "We were never reconciled," he said quietly then. "What I told you about our quarrel was true. Despite it, he left me everything when he died. I was his only living relative, you see. Family. How important it is." He sighed, a sigh that seemed to come from the depths of his big frame. "I didn't tell Madge that Martin had died and left me everything, nor anyone else in York. I was too ashamed." He looked at me. "And yet, that served me well. I could tell you he was still alive. No one else knew otherwise." I said still, speaking slowly and quietly, "The question puzzling me was, why did you want to come to London, now when you knew you were dying? It had to be something very important." Then I remembered when it was you first mentioned coming here. It was after I was knocked out at King's Manor. It was you who knocked me out, was it not? You took the papers, to bring to your fellow conspirators in London." Still he said nothing, only continued staring at me. I'd had a strange notion that when I confronted him, Giles's face would change, take on some monstrous aspect. But it was still my friend's lined, strong old face that looked back at me, only more watchful and somehow more vulnerable than I'd ever seen it before.
That day you rescued Barak and me from the mob outside Oldroyd's house. Had you come to fetch the box?" I laughed bitterly. "It must have been a shock when it fell out from under my robe. You hid that well, as you've hidden so much since." He spoke then. "I did rescue you. Don't forget that as you judge me. And meanwhile Mistress Janet Marlin was on a mission of her own from Bernard Lock that you'd not known about. So when you found that out at Home Beacon, you killed her before she could reveal that it wasn't she who'd taken the papers. I saved you from her, too. For your own ends. You always had the papers she sought. No doubt you have them still. In my house." Giles sighed then, a sigh that seemed to shake his big body from head to toe. "I always saw you as a friend, Matthew," he said quietly. "It grieved me to lie to you, and I would never have hurt you. I never intended to kill you at King's Manor, only knock you out. And I never harmed you afterwards, though I could have many times. I took a gamble that you spoke true when you said you'd not read the papers. It wasn't personal. Is that it? The using me? All the lies? Not personal, just political, as you said the King's mockery of me was? I've hated it all. I hated killing that woman." He shuddered slightly. "I spoke true when I said I'd never killed anyone in my life." "And Broderick, what about him?" "I helped Sir Edward Broderick kill himself because he wanted to die. He would have died a far worse death in the Tower, as we both know. No, that I don't regret. I knew him from the conspiracy of which I was an important part. Do you remember when he was led out to the wharf in Hull in chains? He looked towards us and nodded. You thought he was nodding to you, but it was me he recognised. That nod was enough. I knew he'd tried to kill himself at York, and I decided then I would help him. I waited night after night for an opportunity on that ship, and when it came, I took it. I knocked Radwinter out, took his keys, and helped Broderick hang himself. It was a terrible thing to do. But he was resolute. He straightened his shoulders. He was a fine man, a brave man. Yes, he was, I said, then frowned. But you were ill on the boat, all the time. He smiled sadly. You know my condition comes and goes. I pretended to appear frailer than I actually felt on the journey. Jeez, you. How you've deceived me, I said quietly. I owed Sir Edward my help. He held out under terrible torture to keep secret certain matters that affected me. So he knew all along. I paused. The secret of your true identity. There was silence for a long moment. The rain drove violently against the window. Come on, Barak, I thought. So, what do you know about me, Matthew? Giles asked at length. What I managed to work out this afternoon, as I tried to puzzle out what made you lie to me, assault me, and betray me. The key to everything has always been Edward Blayborne's confession. Did you meet old Brother Swan in the library in Hull? He told me of the old legend that Blayborne was the real father of King Edward IV. His eyes widened. I thought all who remembered the old rumours must be dead by now. He was very old indeed. I didn't tell you, for I feared it would be dangerous for you to know. I laughed bitterly. But of course, you knew already, better than anyone. Giles sat up, and now I saw something fierce spark in his blue eyes. The truth is dangerous for you to know, Matthew. Believe me, and ask no more questions. Stop while you can.
Let me walk out of your house now. You'll never see me again."
"It's too late for that." He sat back, his mouth tightening as I went on. "I remembered home, your parents' grave. I'm blessed with a good memory, Giles, blessed or cursed. The name of your father, whom you told me you resemble, was Edward, born in 1421 from his gravestone. Near 50, when you were born, you said you were the child of his old age. He would have been old enough to sire a son in 1442 when King Edward IV was born. I think Edward Blayborn was your father." Giles answered simply, "Yes, he was. King Edward IV was my much older half-brother. Henry VIII is my great-nephew. When I saw him at Fulford, saw the evil in his face, smelt his foul smell, I knew he was the Moldwarp. And it made me sick to think that creature was of my blood. This false king whose grandsire was the son of an archer. When did you first know?" "I'll tell you, Matthew." He still spoke quietly, though his eyes burned. "Perhaps then you'll understand and forgive my abuse of your friendship. Understand that what I've done was right." "Tell me, then." My voice came cold and sharp. "My childhood was happy, as I told you that evening, by home church. I knew my father had come to the district many years before I was born. I imagine then he was a man much like young Leeken, tall and strong, fair and comely. He would never say where he came from, only that it was far beyond Yorkshire. I never gave thought to the possibility that our name, Wren, might have been assumed. That's easy to do, take a new name in a new place. Shortly after he came to home and bought the farm, my father married a local woman. They were childless, and when they were in their 40s, she died of consumption. There's much of it in those marshes. A year later, he married my mother. I was their only child." He took a bread roll and began kneading it between his big fingers. "When I was 16, I went to London to study law. At Christmas of the following year, I came home to visit. That was in 1485. 4 months previously, the future father of King Henry VIII had beaten Richard III at Bosworth and taken the throne as Henry VII. I found my father on his deathbed." For a second his voice faltered. "He told me he had first felt a lump in his side the year before and had gradually become iller and weaker." His hand went unconsciously to his own side. He had been to a physician who told him there was nothing to do but prepare for death. "I wished he'd told me earlier, but I think, like your father, he didn't want to disturb my new life far away in London. I remember the night he called me to his sickbed. He was near the end then. His big, strong body half melted away. The road I'm following him down now." He looked at the remains of the little loaf almost crumbled away. It was a still night, snow thick on the ground, everything silent. He told me he had a secret. A secret he'd kept hidden over 40 years. He wanted to dictate a confession. Shall I tell you what it says?" As he spoke, Wren's hand went to his doublet, touching his pocket. I made out something there. He saw my glance, and his expression hardened. "Yes," I said. "Tell me." "It relates he was born Edward Blayborn, the son of a poor family of Brayborn in Kent. Like many such boys, he went into the king's service as an archer. Those were the last years of the French wars. Joan of Arc had been burned and all France had risen against us. My father was sent to garrison duty in the town of Rouen in the year 1441. The Duke of York, who was leading the campaign, was away fighting, and my father joined the guard in attendance upon the Duchess." "Cecily Neville."
Yes. The Duchess was young, lonely, afraid in a strange and hostile country. She befriended him, and one night he ended in her bed. One night. That was all it was, but enough for her to fall pregnant. When she found out, she decided to say the child was her husband's. She would pretend it had been conceived before the Duke went away, and when it was born, she would say it was overdue. The Duchess could have had him killed, but instead she sent him away with enough money to start a new life, coins in a decorated jewel box. The box, yes, and an emerald ring she used to wear. He raised his hand. My father always kept it, and he gave it to me that night. I've worn it ever since. He paused. I heard the rain hammering down, harder than ever, as though it would force a way through the walls. Why did Cecily Neville not produce your father as evidence when she confessed to what else she'd done in 1483? She had no idea where he was. My father didn't hear the news until months later. He sighed again. That winter night my father was in an agony of soul. All his life he'd felt he'd committed a terrible sin, been responsible for a man taking the throne who had no right to be king. He hid his feelings well under a hearty veneer, as I've learned to do. But when his son, King Edward, died and Richard III seized the throne, he was overjoyed, for Richard was the true son of Cecily Neville and Richard, Duke of York, entitled to the succession by virtue of the blood royal. But then Richard was overthrown and Henry Tudor seized the throne. He had only the thinnest stream of royal blood, and he married Edward IV's daughter to strengthen it. You remember the family tree? Yes. Elizabeth of York, that married Henry VII and is the mother of Henry VIII, was in truth the granddaughter of Edward Blayborn, my niece. And the princes in the Tower were my nephews, not King Richard's. So, by an irony of fate, Henry VII hadn't strengthened his family's claim, but weakened it beyond measure. That sore afflicted my father. He felt his dreadful illness was a punishment by God. Wren took a deep breath. He made me swear that night, on the Holy Bible, that if ever a right time came to use his confession to bring the true line back to the throne, I would use it. Yet you've waited 50 years. Yes! He spoke with sudden passion, leaning forward. Yes! I did nothing. I watched as the Tudors ruined Yorkshire, watched as the present king, the mould warp as he truly is, stole the lands and positions of the old Yorkshire families, replacing them with common rogues like Malevorer. Watched as he destroyed the monasteries, perverted our faith, stood by as the enclosers took the people's land. Stood by, in the early years at least, because I didn't believe my father's story. He spoke with fierce passion, and I saw that he felt a guilt about his father far worse than anything I felt about mine. I couldn't believe so fantastic a tale at first, but I set myself to seek out the truth, to trawl in old and forbidden papers to find if it could be true. It took me years of ferreting out old books, manuscripts, pictures, some of them forbidden. So that was how you became an antiquary and built that astonishing library? Yes. And found I loved the work for its own sake, so that in the end it became a pastime rather than what should have been a mission. It was hard. The Tudors hid traces of the Yorkers' legacy well. They knew all along, though, didn't they? The king knows he has no right to the throne. Oh, yes. The king and his father have always known that. But no doubt they convinced themselves they were each entitled to keep it. Those who have power don't give it up readily. And such power this king has. He was silent for a moment, then resumed in a quieter tone. Years I worked away at it, years. I went to Brabourne, visited the grave of my grandparents, heard the local people speak in the same accent as my father. But it was a decade before I found a copy of the titulars in a chest of discarded papers at York Minster. Then I found a painting of Cecily Neville in one of Lord Percy's houses. I bought it, though it cost a year's fees. It's hidden in my library. It shows her sitting at a table with the jewel box before her, the jewel box my father kept to the end of his days and that Mauleverer has now. And wearing this ring. He held up his hand, the emerald glinting. Then I began making visits to London. I found, as you did in Hull, people who remembered Cecily Neville declaiming after Edward IV died that he was the son of an archer and that Richard III, not King Edward's young son, was the true king. I had to be very careful. It was nearer in time to the event then, but gold loosens tongues, and eventually I had a number of depositions written down. His hand went unconsciously to his doublet again. In time, I had enough evidence. Perhaps it's as well my wife and I had no children, or I wouldn't have been able to afford my bribes, my purchases of papers and pictures. Yet you've left me your library. Or was that another falsehood to secure my friendship? He winced. No. I have left it to you, and it's out of affection. Others will have removed the dangerous things before it comes to you. Before it comes to me. I'll still be alive then. I thought perhaps you planned to kill me now. His eyes bored into mine. I want you on our side, Matthew. I feel you are on our side already. I've seen that you know the king for what he is, feel for the cruel things he's done to the north, to all England. Why did you wait so long, Giles? He sighed. Yes, many more years went by and I did nothing, content with my life. But those were the quiet years before the king married the witch Anne Boleyn and prohibited religion itself, while we were taxed and oppressed more each year. Public opinion loved the king before then. To reveal what I knew would have brought punishment and death, not popular support. And I wondered, had I the right to threaten the throne when England was at peace? I didn't want bloodshed. My father had said to act if a right time came, and this was not it. His face clouded. Or was I just lazy, content in my prosperous middle age? Perhaps I needed to be looking my own death in the face before I found my courage. Then the North rose in rebellion. The pilgrimage of grace. Yes, and still I did nothing. To my shame. I thought the rebels would win, you see. I thought the king's power would be broken and I could reveal the truth afterwards when it would be safe. Back in 1536, as you know, the king promised negotiation. But then he broke his word and sent an army to the north with fire and sword. You saw yourself what he did to Robert Aske. Cromwell's informers and servants came to run the Council of the North and supervise the destruction of our monasteries, selling their lands to London merchants who take the rents to the capital, leaving Yorkshire to starve. It was then I decided to act at last, reveal my knowledge to others. When my illness began, and I had nothing to lose, I screwed up my courage, my resolution. So you joined the conspirators? Yes. I made certain contacts in York, told them my secret, showed them the papers. They were ready at last to overthrow the king. Royal spies were everywhere, and it was agreed I would keep silent until Yorkshire had risen and was ready with the Scots to march south. Then the truth of King Henry's ancestry would be cast in his face to confound him. The papers were handed over to Master Oldroyd to keep them safe and to bind me irrevocably to the conspirators. But the conspiracy was betrayed. There was an informer, yes. We don't know who.
And after the leaders were taken, someone must have been tortured into revealing that a cache of papers proving Edward Blayborn was Edward IV's father existed. But whoever talked didn't know my identity. And why should anyone suspect a respectable old lawyer? But Broderick knew. It was he who came to me and told me to bring the papers to London, tried to make contact with sympathisers there. He didn't have names, but I had to look at Gray's Inn. Now he's dead. There are others in London. I'll find them before I die. That is my final task. You must have lived in constant fear that Broderick would talk. I knew what manner of man he was, far braver than me. I knew it would take the utmost torture to make him talk. It was my duty to help him die. I'm not ashamed. You should be more ashamed of helping keep him alive against his will. I was deeply shocked when you told me Cranmer gave you that task. Perhaps you were right to be, I said slowly. Wren's keen eyes narrowed. He leaned back in his chair. That's my tale, Matthew. I regret nothing. Believe me, though, when I say I never meant to kill you at King's Manor, only knock you out, as I did Radwinter. Sometimes one must do unpalatable deeds for a higher end. I hated deceiving you. Sometimes it brought me to tears. Another shiver ran through me, followed by a hot flush. I felt sweat on my brow. I was catching a fever. But it was for a higher end, I repeated. The overthrow of the king. You've seen him. You've seen Yorkshire. You know he's the Moldwarp, the great tyrant, cruelty and darkness personified. A heavy splash of rain from outside as a gutter flooded over made me start. Yes, I agreed. He is a monster. I rubbed at my wrist where the manacle was chafing again. And no rightful king, a pretender to the throne as his father was. He doesn't have the royal blood that God ordains for kings. A few drops from the Tudor side, but none from the House of York, no. There, too, you're right. He patted his pocket. I have the papers here. Tomorrow, I take them into town. I'll find the men I seek. I'll have those papers printed and posted all over London. With the arrest of the Queen, there'll be more discontent. What better time could there be to start a new rebellion? Your last chance. Come with me, Matthew. Be a part of it, a part of the new dawn. No, I said quietly. Remember how he mocked you at Fulford, a casual piece of cruelty that people will gossip about behind their hands for the rest of your life. There's far more than my feelings at stake. Whom would you make king in Henry's place? I asked quietly. The only Clarence left, if she still lives, is a female child. And the law isn't even clear a female can inherit. The people won't rally to a little girl. We shall offer a regency to the next living Clarence, Cardinal Pole. A papist bishop? The Pope would let him renounce his office to take the throne. Come with me, Matthew, he said intently. Let's destroy these brutes and vultures. And Cranmer? The fire, he said with certainty. No, I told him again. For a moment he looked deflated. Then a calculating look came into his eyes. I thought, what will he do? This was why I'd wanted Barak back, to provide force if it was needed to keep Giles Wren here. You're still a reformist at heart? He asked. You oppose the restoration of true religion? No. I'm beyond allegiance to either side. I've seen too much of both. I oppose you because your belief in the rightness of your course blinds you to the reality of what would happen.
I doubt your rebellion would succeed, but whether or not it did, there would be bloodshed, anarchy, Protestant South against Papist North. Women left widows, children orphans, lands laid waste. The striving of the roses come again. I shook my head. Papists and reformers, you're so alike. You think you have a holy truth, and that if the state's run by its principles, all men will become happy and good. It's a delusion. It's always men like Malavra who benefit from such upheavals, while poor men still cry out to heaven for justice. We shall have true faith back again, he said with a sudden cold fierceness. True faith and a rightful monarch. And the fire for Cranmer. And how many more? Even if you win, you'll create a mirror image of the world we have, perhaps a worse one. I should have realized. Wren sighed deeply. You're not a man of faith. But knowing the king isn't of royal blood, does that count for nothing with you? His tone was almost pleading. Not enough to countenance drowning England in fire and blood, no. Not enough for that. Then let me go, quietly. I won't trouble you again. I will leave you to your peaceful life. There was angry bitterness in his voice now. If you give me the papers, I said, I'll let you walk free. He leaned back in his seat, casting his eyes down. He seemed to be reflecting. But I knew he would never give up the documents, not having come so far. He looked at me again, his eyes still fierce, though his voice was quiet. Don't make me do this, Matthew. I cannot give you the papers. It's taken me so long. I will not join you. Then, in a movement I'd been half expecting, but more speedily than I could have imagined him capable of, Wren leaped up, grasped the bowl of pottage, and threw it in my face. A terrible growling noise came from his throat, fury and sorrow somehow mixed together. I cried out, jumping up. Half blind, I grabbed at Giles, but he twisted away and tumbled out of the door. I heard his heavy footsteps as he went out to the hall in a sort of shambling run, then a curse as he hauled uselessly at the locked front door. He turned again, gasping as he ran for the door to the garden. I felt a gust of cold air as it was thrown open. I stepped into the hall. The garden door yawned wide, giving onto a blackness through which a curtain of rain fell. Apart from the rain, there was silence. Joan must be asleep in her room at the front of the house. I stared out into the darkness and the hammering rain. Chapter 48. Little was visible beyond the doorway, the light from the parlour window showing only the rain still falling hard and straight as ever, and the dim shapes of bushes and trees. My face smarted, but the pottage hadn't really scalded me. It had been standing for some time and had cooled. My hand went to my dagger. I pulled it from my belt. I shivered again violently. "Giles!" I called out. "You're trapped. There's no way out of the garden except the gate to the orchard, and the door from the orchard to Lincoln's Inn is locked at night. Surrender yourself. It's all you can do." There was no reply, only the relentless sound of the lashing water. "For pity's sake, man!" I called. "Come out of the rain!" I could wait, here in the doorway, till Barak returned. But what if Wren managed to climb the orchard wall? He was old and ill, but he was also desperate. If he got away with those papers... I stepped outside. It was hard to see. I kept to those parts of the garden where there was some illumination from the windows and the open door, watching lest he run at me out of the darkness.
The rain appeared to be lessening at last, but it was still hard to see, and I stumbled and nearly fell against a bench. I walked to the back of the garden, feeling my boots squelch into mud as I approached the orchard gate. The water was now seeping under the wall as I'd feared. I saw the gate was open. Large footprints in the mud showed that Giles had gone through. I saw the key was in the lock and pulled it out. Passing through, I locked the gate behind me, put the key in my pocket and stood with my back against it, inside the orchard. I began to shiver again. Looking up, I caught a faint white glow of moonlight through the still roiling clouds. Even so, I could see little in the orchard beyond a vista of black mud.
"Giles!" I called again. "Giles, I'm armed. You can't escape."
I looked at the high walls separating the orchard from Lincoln's Inn. No, Wren couldn't scale those. He was in here with me, somewhere. The clouds parted and the full moon appeared, showing a sea of undulating mud, broken by the water-filled holes where the trees had been. Up against my wall there was now a pond, 30 feet across, little ripples dancing in the moonlight. I squinted and stared out across the mud. Then I thought I saw something move slightly. I leaned forward, staring at a dim shape in the mud by the pool. Holding the knife firmly, I began moving carefully towards it. My boots sank deep into the mud, making squelching, sucking sounds. The shape didn't move again. Had Wren collapsed here, the strain too much for him? I reached the figure and bent carefully, ready for a sudden spring. If I had to, I would stab him. Then I gritted my teeth as I saw a surface of uneven bark and realized I was staring at a log half buried in the mud. He struck from somewhere behind me, his weight sending me tumbling to the ground and making me drop the dagger. I gasped as I hit the mud, the breath knocked from my body. A knee crunched into my back, then I felt Giles lean over to one side to grab the dagger. So he would kill me. I bucked and heaved to throw him off balance, and he toppled sideways. As I hauled myself to my feet, I saw his bulky shape rising too, slowly, the knife gleaming in his hand. I couldn't see the expression on his face because it was black with mud, no more than a dark circle with two glinting eyes. "For pity's sake, Giles!" I gasped. "Surrender the papers! We cannot end like this!" "We must!" He stepped forward, his arms held wide, the knife glinting in his right hand. "Unless you let me go. Please, Matthew, let me go!" He thrust at me suddenly. I jumped aside and hit out with my manacled wrist. The iron caught him hard on the side of the head. He gasped and dropped the knife. I must have half-stunned him, for he reeled away, staggered into the margin of the pool and fell over with a splash. He hauled himself up and sat, a dark shape up to its waist in water. Then the moon vanished, leaving us once more in darkness, and the rain began pelting down again. I threw myself at him before he had time to rise, gasping at the impact of the cold water. And now it was Giles who struggled and bucked underneath me, and he was starting to weaken, his resistance feeble as I put both hands round his neck and forced his head under the water. I knew only one of us could come out of that cursed swamp alive. I kept his head under, ignoring the horrible gasps and gurglings he made. Giles' struggles ceased. He went limp. A ghastly sucking sound came as he breathed water into his lungs, a sound I still hear in dreams. There was a last frantic spasm, and then he went limp as a rag doll. But I didn't move. I realized I was weeping, warm water mingling with the cold on my cheeks. For minutes more I knelt there, holding him fast, sobbing in the darkness as the rain lashed relentlessly down on me. I don't know how long it was before I got shakily to my feet. I was trembling from head to toe, but I made myself bend down and turn Giles over so he lay face down. Then I put my hands under the water, lifted his sodden robe and felt through his pockets. I found a purse and a thick pack of papers wrapped in oilskin. I took them and staggered away without looking back. Barak and Tamsin returned an hour later dripping wet, for it was still raining. Tamsin looked upset as though she'd been crying. I was sitting by the fire in the parlour. I'd banked it up with logs and sat stirring it with the poker, trembling and sweating, for the fever had come on me properly now. They stared at me in horror, covered from head to foot in mud as I was, steam rising from my sodden clothes. They ran over to me. "Sir!" Barak exclaimed. "In God's name, what's happened?" "Giles Wren is dead," I said quietly. "We were eating and he seemed to lose his senses. He ran outside calling for his nephew." I looked directly into Tamsin's blue eyes. I thought this story through carefully, and the lie was to protect them as well as me. "He ran into the orchard. I followed. I found him in that pool of water. Almost a lake it is now. He must have collapsed and drowned." Tamsin's hand flew to her mouth. "Is mine gone too?" It must have been his illness, affecting his brain. I had to give him bad news this afternoon. His nephew Martin Dakin died 2 years ago. "The poor old man," Tamsin whispered. How full of compassion she'd always been, I realised. For Wren, for Janet Marlin, for me, under the copper beech in York. "Where is he?" Barak asked. "Still out there. He was too heavy to bring back, and I think I'm unwell." I heard my voice break. "I'll go and look," Barak told Tamsin. "Wait here." She knelt by me, put a cool hand to my brow. "You're burning up, sir. You must go to bed." "I will, now. I'm sorry, Tamsin." "What for?" "How I've treated you sometimes." She smiled weakly. "I deserved it by starting with that foolish trick." "Perhaps. I lost a friend tonight," I added quietly. She laid her other hand on mine, my manacled hand. "It took us a long time to find Jack's locksmith, but he'll come tomorrow morning with his tools, have you released from that horrible fetter." "Good. Good. Thank you."
"Is Mistress Wood asleep?"
"Aye, Joan slept through it all. There's no need to disturb her." I looked at her. "You've been crying."
"Jack has found my father, sir. He is a professional man, as Jack said. He's a cook in the royal kitchens. A man with a fine opinion of himself, Jack says. He doesn't want to know me."
She took a sobbing breath and bit her lip, but held back her tears. "I'm sorry, Tamsin."
"It was a childish fantasy. It's better to know the truth."
"Yes, I thought of Giles. But lonely." We sat in silence for a few minutes longer. Then Barak returned, shaking water from his hair. The look he gave me held calculation as well as concern. "Can you leave us, Tammy?" he asked quietly. She nodded and rose.
"Good night, sir,"
she said quietly, and left the room. I looked at Barak. He drew my dagger from beneath his doublet and laid it on the table. "I found this outside, by the pool." "It must have fallen from my belt." "The mud round where he lay was all churned up as though there'd been a struggle." He knows, I thought. He's guessed it was no accident.
His face was terrible, a wild, desperate look on it.
I was glad I'd not seen that. I met Barak's gaze. We must tell the coroner of his death first thing tomorrow. There'll be no doubt of the finding. He drowned. Barak looked at me, took a deep breath, and nodded slowly. The matter was closed. Tamsin says you found her father.
Aye, a cook. When I went to see him, he railed at me, said he would deny it all. He thought Tamsin was after his money.
He laughed grimly.
A fine, professional gentleman.
Poor Tamsin.
Aye, but I decided to tell her. Best to know the truth, is it not?
I glanced at the dagger. Perhaps.
She'll get over it. She's tough. That's one of the things I admire about her.
Families and claims of rank. By Jesu, they cause much trouble, do they not? I laughed bitterly, then shivered violently. Barak looked at me.
You should come to bed. You look a sight.
All right. Help me up. As he stepped towards me, I took the poker and stirred the fire where a last fragment of paper had failed to burn. The flames took them, and the name of Edward Blayborn disappeared forever. Epilogue. February 1542, 3 months later. I stood at the window of my room in the little inn watching the sunrise. A hard frost had held the countryside in its grip for a week, and as the blood-red orb appeared it turned the landscape first pink, then white. The grass and the trees and the roof of the little church opposite all outlined in frost. I wondered if Queen Catherine had watched the icy dawn from the Tower 3 days before, the morning of her beheading. Thomas Culpeper and Francis Derham had been executed back in December, but legal necessities had kept the Queen alive for 2 more months. They said in London she'd been too weak with fear to mount the scaffold unaided. They'd had to half-carry her up the steps. Poor little creature. She must have been so cold, there on Tower Green with her head and neck bare, exposed for the executioner. Lady Rochford had followed her to the block. She'd gone quite mad when she was arrested, and the king had passed a law allowing insane persons to be executed. Yet the balladeers said that at the end Jane Rochford had composed herself and made a speech confessing a lifetime of faults and sins, standing bravely before the block from which the Queen's blood still dripped. It had been a long speech, and the crowd had grown bored. I remembered her at York, that strange mixture of arrogance and fear. Poor woman, I thought. What drove her to weave those endless meshes of deceit which in the end could only trap her too? I hoped they'd found peace now, she and the Queen. Barak and I had left London the day after the executions. It was a cold ride to Kent, but fortunately the frost kept the roads dry and we reached Ashford by evening. We'd spent the next day nosing through various archives, and I'd been pleased to find evidence to back Sergeant Leacon's claim that his parents' land was indeed held under a valid freehold grant. I suspected the landlord had falsified a document somewhere, and I was looking forward to meeting the landlord's lawyer tomorrow in Ashford along with young Leacon and his parents. That left a free day which I'd told Barak I needed for some private business. I'd left him in Ashford the previous afternoon and ridden the 10 miles to the village. A small, poor place like 100 such hamlets in England. A few houses straggling along one street, an inn and a church. I stepped quietly outside, pulling my coat around me tightly, or at least as tightly as I could, for it was loose now. I'd lost weight in the fever I'd caught in November. I'd spent 3 weeks in bed, delirious at first.
When the fever subsided, it had amused and touched me to see how Joan and Tamsin argued over who should bring my food. It was bitterly cold. My breath steamed in front of me as I crossed to the little church and stepped round the side to the graveyard. My feet crunched in the frozen grass as I walked among the headstones, searching. It was a small, poor stone, hidden right at the back and shaded by trees from a little wood behind. I bent and studied the faded, lichened inscription. In memory of Giles Blabourne, 1390 to 1446, his wife Elizabeth, 1395 to 1444, and their son, Edward, died in the King's service in France, 1441. I stood there, lost in thought. I didn't hear the light footsteps approaching and jumped violently at the sound of a voice.
So Edward Blabourne gave his son his father's name? Giles.
I turned to find Barak grinning at me.
God's death, I demanded. What are you doing here?
I guessed where you must have been going. It wasn't that difficult. Somewhere less than a day's ride from Ashford. It had to be Brabourne village. I left before sun-up this morning and rode down. Suki's tied up behind the church.
You nearly gave me a seizure.
Sorry.
He looked around him.
Not much of a place, is it?
No. I looked at the gravestone. Poor Blabourne's parents. They didn't live long after their son disappeared. Cecily Neville must have had him declared dead. The import of his words earlier suddenly struck me. Wait. You said... You know Giles Wren was Blabourne's son?
I guessed. And there were some things you said when you were delirious. My eyes widened. What things? Once you shouted out that Wren was England's true king and should be set on a great throne. Then you wept. Another time Tamsin said you were shouting out about papers that burned in hell. I remembered you sitting poking at the fire when Tamsin and I came in that night, and put two and two together.
I looked at him seriously. You know how dangerous that knowledge is. He shrugged.
Without those papers, who can prove anything? You burned them all, didn't you?
Yes. I didn't want to tell you. It's better no one else knows the truth. He nodded slowly, then looked at me again.
You killed him, didn't you? Wren.
I bit my lip and sighed deeply. It'll haunt me till I die.
It was self-defense. There was no alternative.
No. I sighed again. I held his head under the water until he drowned. Then I turned the body over so he lay face down and it would look as though he'd fallen in and drowned himself. That was how you found him, Jack. With the great lump they found inside him, it was enough for the coroner.
Who was Wren going to give the papers to?
He was going to look for supporters of the conspiracy in London. Ironically, his original contact was Bernard Locke.
I suppose there still are some conspirators in London.
I shrugged. I suppose so. Perhaps the king in his foolishness and tyranny will create another opportunity for them to gain support. Perhaps not. Either way, I want nothing to do with it. We stood looking in silence at the old gravestone. Then Barak asked,
"Why come here? Curiosity?"
I laughed sadly. When I recovered from my fever and learned Wren had been buried in London with none but you and Tamsin and Joan at his funeral, I had a crazed idea of having the body exhumed and burying him again down here. Guilt, I suppose. I pointed at the gravestone. They were his grandparents, after all. And King Edward IV's, I added.
You owe him nothing,
Barak said. It was a crazed notion, as I said. Perhaps I was still a little delirious.
You shall feel no guilt over him. Barak paused. Nor over your father.
I nodded slowly. No, you're right. I've paid my father's mortgage, put a fine marble headstone over his grave. I shall visit it soon. But I see now that we were always distant, always apart. That was the way it was, and there's no point in regretting it now.
No.
But I wanted to come here, to see. I still can't quite come to terms with how Giles lied to me, tried to kill me at the end. But that's foolish. People betray each other all the time, and for far lesser causes than he believed he had.
What will you do with his library?
I don't know. We had found Wren's will with his possessions. No mention of his dead nephew, of course. He'd bequeathed everything to Madge except the library, which he'd left to me as he'd promised. I don't want it, but there are certain things, a picture, perhaps some other items, that should be destroyed. I looked at him. Will you do that? Go to York again for me now the winter is ending? Madge plans to keep living in the house, her attorney's letter said. He made a face.
Visit the damp demesne of York again? Eat her pottage?
Only if I must. After you've done that, I think I'll get in touch with Master Leland, the antiquarian, see if there's anything he wants. I suppose you'd better bring back the old law books. Gray's Inn Library could use those. I smiled mirthlessly. There may be some old forgotten cases there that I can quote in court.
I might see Maliver there. Now he's lost his place on the Council of the North, I can thumb my nose at the arsehole.
I laughed. That he wouldn't like. I suspected him for a while, you know. But you were right. He was too stupid to plot anything. There was nothing behind that bluster of his. He was an empty vessel. Yes, thumb your nose if you see him. Barak looked at me.
There's something I've been meaning to tell you. Now might be a good time.
Oh, yes?
I've asked Tamsin to marry me.
It didn't take her too long to bring you round, then?
No.
He laughed.
She's agreed.
He looked down, nudging a loose stone with his boot.
And we were careless. It seems I may have a son myself before long.
He laughed again, embarrassed.
Perhaps one day someone will make him king. He could start another reformation, bring England back to the faith of my Jewish ancestors.
That would be something. I looked at him. You're sure it's what you want, this marriage?
Yes,
he said decidedly. You'll suit each other well. Perhaps she'll make you tidier in your habits when she's mistress of your home, and we shall have a neater office.
She can try.
Thank you for all you did, I said quietly, at York and afterwards. You stayed steadfast and loyal, while I was unfair to Tamsin.
It's all right.
He smiled.
'Tis time to settle down at last. Unless you grub up more adventures.
Never, I said. Never again, so long as I live. But I have grubbed up something else.
Oh?
Cranmer's written to me. I think he feels guilty for my time in the Tower, perhaps for cozening me into that job in York in the first place. He's a complicated man. I think the things he feels he must do bring him disquiet, in a way they never did to Thomas Cromwell. There's a vacancy for an advocate in the Court of Requests, and he's put my name forward. Things are changing again. The Duke of Norfolk has lost his place now Queen Catherine has fallen. His whole family are in disgrace. The reformers like Cranmer have access to patronage again. The pay could be better, but anyway, it will suffice now I've paid off that damned mortgage on my father's farm. I'll be working for common folk.
Ordinary people. I think I'd like that. He smiled. No more arse-licking to rich clients. I laughed. No. Then I'd like it too. I rubbed my hands together. Then shall we start with Sergeant Leakin? Get his family their lands back? Yes. Barak extended his hand and I shook it. Not all men betray, I thought. We turned away, leaving the true ancestors of our false king to their eternal rest.
You've been listening to Sovereign by C.J.Sansom, narrated by Stephen Crossley and directed by Jenny Seelig. This book is copyrighted 2006 by C.J.Sansom. This recording is copyrighted 2008 by Recorded Books.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.